and you might never end up fucking shooting. So you just did a simulation, traumatize yourself for literally no fucking reason. It's fucking stupid. Maybe I'm the stupid one. That is like a concern that I have a lot. I'm like, please, honestly, I feel like maybe I'm the one who's a fucking idiot and who's just not getting it. But I'd love for somebody who's like, really? Oh, really? That's what you think? Like, please, no, honestly, explain it to me, Lucy. Like, obviously, like maybe I am a fucking idiot, but like, correct me if I'm wrong. I would it would super help to clear shit up. That I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Am I retarded? Am I the one who's a fucking idiot who's not getting this? Like, please, somebody explain it to me rather than going, wow, okay. like, okay, yeah. That,
if you think about it, it's ridiculous.
Makes your point super fucking solid.
There's no way it was possible.
Hope it works out for you. I'm doing this anymore where I'm like, obviously I must be an idiot, so let's listen to this person. That person is like, oh, I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, I was just fucking running my mouth. Like, and it was working. So. Great.
No, no. His supporters' beliefs about voter fraud, and in turn,
your own fucking thing.
they validated his. Because even when
what easier to not be upset about people doing shitty things if you just don't rely on people to do anything for you. At least if things don't work out and things get fucked up, the only person I can blame is me. I can't be mad at other people for things that I'm like, I fucking kind of should have already known that they were going to do that shitty thing.
Doesn't make it true. This isn't like Peter Pan, where believing in fairies will keep Tinkerbell alive. This isn't a magic thing, Peter. She has Lou Gehrig's disease. And maybe instead of clapping, you should have done the Ice Bucket Challenge, then she'd still be alive. I'm sorry, Peter, but she's dying. Tinkerbell's dying.
What is all the dying recently? And I feel like constantly, at least once a day, I hear about a reference about a dead dog of some kind. Or
and assume Trump made an honest, innocent mistake.
Hang on, I put he's so cute.
When he was presented with a lack of evidence, he disregarded that fact, at which point he is lying. And it seems no one in the White House has a problem with that. Because when asked to justify the president's views, this is what Sean Spicer did.
I think the president has believed that for a while, a long-standing belief that he's maintained. It's a belief he maintains. It's a belief that he's maintained for a while. As I've noted several times now, he's believed this for a long time. It was a comment that he made on a long-standing belief. I've asked him to answer this question twice. He believes what he believes based on the information that he provided.
Yeah, he does believe that. What does that mean for democracy?
Yeah, I've answered your question.
Have you?
No, you haven't, Melissa. No, you haven't. Because this isn't about belief. It can't be. The incidence of voter fraud is a verifiable fact, and faith and facts aren't like Bill Pullman and Bill Paxton. When you confuse them, it actually matters. Real people get hurt when you make policy based on false information. Billions will get spent on a war that won't work to prevent a crime wave that isn't happening, while refugees sit in dangerous situations to prevent Bowling Green-style massacres that never took place. So, what are we going to do? Well, the press is going to be a key element in helping us sort out fact from fiction, and they are under attack. This administration has seized on small corrections in news coverage to paint critical outlets as fake news, attempting to delegitimize all of them. And this is only going to get worse. Steve Bannon has already labeled the media the opposition party, although there does seem to be one exception.
News report said the only seat that was reserved for the media at Trump's news conference Wednesday was in the front row, and it was for Breitbart News.
Oh, that is some blatant favoritism. You are Snow White introducing the dwarf, saying, Big Grumpy, Sleepy, Sneezy, fucking awesome Big Dick Cool Dwarf, and the three others. And if you are thinking that Breitbart went out of their way to ask a challenging question, think again. Go ahead.
Alright, put the computer like right in front of the TV. What was I saying?
And I actually have two follow-up questions. Does this feel good?
It's John Oliver. Apparently he's an American citizen now, so. But technically we're all still part of the Great Royal British Empire, because obviously, like, they're not going to give up their fucking empire. They're just fucking, we're like an outpost. It's great, isn't it? I love that fucking, they're like, oh, Mark Carney is going to fix everything. I'm like, he's got the same boss as the last guy. That's why they're doing the same fucking script. It's really easy for me to put out ant traps, and I know that the ants are going to take the poison and die rather than me squishing them one by one. I don't have to feel so bad, you know? It really helps if you don't fucking live in the place that you're in control of. If shit goes bad, you're like, well, I tried. I did my best. What was I doing before I started rambling? Oh, really? You know what? I'm okay. The reason I'm rewatching all the seasons is because the last season I just watched was fucking painful. I really like John Oliver, but like he's just another fucking person. He's like, I'm a comedian. Yeah, but someone writes you a script and you just fucking read off a prompter. Like that doesn't really make you a comedian if everyone's writing your stuff for you. And the last season of John Oliver, every single fucking episode was bashing Donald Trump for things like that, or his like visual appearance. Like, yeah, but he just said something that is super important that you guys are not even fucking acknowledging. The fact that I don't really give a shit about his fucking hair anymore. I don't give a shit about that he's orange. I don't give a shit about any of his small hands. I really don't care. It was funny at first, but shit is fucking bad now. So he's saying a lot of really important stuff that maybe someone should fucking listen. Like, I like when you guys do this. I like when you guys are all like fucking talking to each other. It's fun. Pixie, when I fucking have my business, if you ever want a job, I will fucking hire you. Honestly, like, because you make sure that shit's fucking going well. If my mic is bugging, or if my mic is not working, if my computer's buggy, you fucking deal with people who are being annoying and gross after I told them like many times that no, I don't want your dick pics. I just like this should be a fucking just general rule of thumb for all men. No female is ever going to be like, oh, yeah, an unsolicited dick pic, unless a girl is asking you, hey, send me a picture of your dick. Don't do it. I can guarantee it's not going to do anything for you other than make you seem more of a creep. No, I don't like Jay. Yeah, no, I hate that guy. The fat fucking gay guy. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that guy. I liked his, what do you call it? The singing thing in the taxi, whatever. But other than that. No, I was curious, though, because I know that all the talk show people I don't know if they had a strike. But, like, John Oliver was the last one to come back for some reason. And I'm thinking it's probably because he's one of the more controversial talk show people. But I was like, there's no way that he was like this fucking basic woke fucking PC the whole time. Like, I usually pretty like in agreement with what he says, but that whole last season is just going wah. Donald Trump is a bully. It's like he's getting shit done. Like, I just like, you know what? I just don't care about your personal shit. Just do the thing that you're supposed to do. That's all I care about. That just kind of threw me off. Fucking. I wish I could have been a lesbian. That would have made my life a lot easier. But lesbians fucking hate me. Like, even before I know they're a lesbian, if a girl just right off the bat fucking hates me, it's usually because they're a lesbian. And I'm not sure fucking why they really don't like me. Remember when I was in high school? Can you imagine if everybody that you went, like, from your generation, I don't know how old you are, Juan, but my generation, everybody went through a phase where they were all bi. Everyone was bi for like a month. Or like fucking, can you imagine if every girl that was a tomboy got a sex change operation? Like, it used to be fucking cool to be a tomboy. Now if you're a fucking tomboy, it's like you're expected to get a fucking sex change. Like, what? Every teenager who's going through puberty feels uncomfortable and awkward and confused. Like, it's the whole part of the whole thing everybody goes through. Like, completely fucking normal. Not changing the way that your fucking body is or changing your appearance is not going to change that. might make you feel better for a little bit, like you accomplished something, but it's not going to change your overall fucking feeling of insecurity within you. Like, how many times as a teenager were you sure about something and you changed your fucking mind? Like, and now you look back and you were like, wow, I was fucking stupid. Why would I think that? Like, tattoos. How many fucking teenagers get a tattoo and later on they're like, oh yeah, that's a fucking stupid tattoo that I got. I wish I never did it. Like, but fucking, it's a learning lesson. Never be 100% sure that you are fucking right. There's always a margin for error. There's always a chance that you might be wrong.
Who would believe this? Sweden.
But people would rather do nothing than do the wrong thing, and I just don't get it. Like,
oh no, what happened there?
I may not always do the right thing, but fucking I'm gonna do something. Like, might be wrong, but at least I fucking tried to do something. Or like if I see something that's fucking wrong, like usually I can mind my own business, but sometimes one time I had a neighbor on the 3rd floor of the apartment building. He had a litter of kittens and a litter box on the balcony. And the kittens are starting to look off the side because they're looking to fucking how to get down. So I went up to his door and I fucking knocked on his door. It's like, yo, your kittens are about to jump off the balcony. I think they want to come inside. He goes, yeah, don't worry about it. I was like, and he closed the door in my face. And I was like, motherfucker! And I fucking slammed on his fucking door and went downstairs on the balcony. People outside in the neighborhood, I was like, hey, everybody, are we okay with this? Kids fucking about to jump off the fucking balcony? Is this okay to you? And people start looking around. The guy runs out and grabs kittens and brings them inside. And he fucking comes back out. And I'm like, look, I don't want to fucking be an asshole about it. You fucking close the door in my face when I'm trying to fucking talk to you. Like, and it's not, I don't give a shit what you do. Like, it's your fucking business. Like, it's like, oh, well, the fucking, they're my girlfriend's kids. They keep pissing everywhere. I was like, okay, we'll put them in the bathroom until she gets back. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, this is not my problem. But you can't put kittens on the balcony and leave them out there. Like, like, I'm not trying to get in people's fucking business, but no. Same with fucking girls that are drunk going home at night on the metro. They're 16-year-old girls. They're on their phone. You consider wasted. Some guy is like staring at them and he gets in the metro and he's not fucking breaking away, like looking at them. I'll go sit and I'll stare at him and I'll wait for him to fucking turn and notice me. One time, the guy did the right thing where he went, and then next stop he got off. I was like, there you go. That's the right thing to do. Like, I get it, but you got caught. Do the right thing from this point. One guy, I'm sitting there staring, waiting for him to fucking see me staring at him. And he made eye contact with me. And he goes, I start staring back at me. I was like, wrong fucking move. That was the wrong fucking move, bro. I was like, guys, sorry, I might be getting you guys into a fight today. Like, and they're like, oh man, don't, like, please, like, don't fucking start shit. I'm like, nah, sorry. Like, whether you guys fucking are gonna back me up or not, like, this is, like, if he's gonna fucking keep this up, like, we're gonna be thrown down. Like, and I was gonna fucking make sure that I was gonna get off wherever they got off, just to make sure that he wasn't gonna follow him home. But, like, I don't know why this is so difficult. Like, I just saw a fucking post where it was what would you do? It was not part of the show, but it was like a social experiment of a girl wearing a short dress, and a guy goes up behind her with a camera underneath her dress and takes a picture. And, like, you see these people noticing, like, one guy, he does the death stare, but everyone keeps walking. Multiple people that see it, and they keep fucking walking, and they're just, like, shaking their head while they walk away. Like, and then the fucking one girl who fucking, I don't even care if it's fake, because I know this happens fucking all the time. And, like, one girl who fucking, like, turns back and grabs her and says, hey, give me your phone. I just saw what you did. Give me your fucking phone. Like, and he, like, one out of, like, fucking 10 other people that fucking walk by, only one fucking girl. Like, fucking who's, like, looking, girls have to fucking, there was a commercial. There was, like, I don't know if you guys ever remember the Canadian, like, advisory commercials, whatever, but it was like girls have to look out for other girls, and girls have to fucking respect other girls and help each other. Like, as gay as it is, like, fucking to say shit like that, like, it's very true. Girls need to stick together. Like, we fucking have enough fucking problems dealing with fucking men being shitty to us. Like, we don't need other girls being shitty to other girls just out of fucking spite. Like, no, and it's not for men to correct girls' bad behavior. Like when girls are saying he didn't fucking pick up on my social or my nonverbal cues. It's like no. If you're an adult enough to start fucking being physically intimate, then you're adult enough to fucking speak up. If you're not feeling comfortable and you don't get to say 2 days later, well, I kind of now feel like at some point I got uncomfortable. Like no. You can't do that. Like it makes all the rest of us look bad and not trustworthy. Like that's why I feel bad for fucking what's his face, Jared. Like it honestly it hurts my heart that he like does not trust women to that extent. Like it's very sad, honestly, because there's like a lot of super fucking cool females that I do know, even though there's like a lot of fucking terrible fucking women. But there's a lot of really cool fucking chicks that I do know, and it makes kind of like all of us look like we have to be second guessed when we fucking are feeling like we've been wrong. Like I always took a girl's side. If a girl said that someone fucking raped me or sexually assaulted me, I immediately assumed that she's telling the truth. Up until I fucking met a group of girls that multiple times they said that they were raped by fucking multiple people. I'm like, once, that's tragic. Twice, that's suspicious. 3 times from 3 different people that you've been raped? If someone's gonna try to grape me, I said grapes. If someone's gonna try to grape me, it's gonna be the last time they're ever gonna be able to fucking grape anybody. Fucking, I'll be super into it. Like, oh yeah, stick it out in my mouth. Anything you put in my mouth, I'm fucking biting off. I'm going in for the kill. Like, I will rip someone's throat with my teeth. Like, same with women who are getting beat by their husbands. Like, my plan was I was going to do a week of Imodium so he couldn't shit, and then a week of fucking laxatives, and do it on a day that I know he's going to be stuck in traffic. Make him crazy. Like, why would you beat up the person that is the one who gives you food? Anyway. Yeah, right? You have to go to sleep eventually. Fucking, you're gonna wake up and I'm gonna fucking hard candy you, man. I'll make sure I film it so you can watch. Like, no, have you seen that movie? I totally recommend it. It's before What's Her Face got a sex change operation, and Ellen Page, which is also so sad. She fucking did that fucking movie, and at the end of it, she's like, well, your wife is gonna find out, your career's ruined, your life is basically over, so you might as well just fucking kill yourself now. And at least, like, fucking, you'll die just people thinking that you were depressed and committed suicide, so people will just feel bad for you. Otherwise, you can live the rest of your life being a rapist. Like, and he fucking jumps off the roof and hangs himself, kills himself. I was like, yay. Not yay, but like, yeah, because I don't think anyone has the right to decide of ending someone else's life. Every life is precious. Like, even, I used to think that fucking we should eliminate predators, like pedophiles or rapists, but I don't think so anymore, because like there's something, they know that there's something wrong. It's like someone with autism. There's something wrong in their brain. Your brain is supposed to say, I want to protect this thing that can't protect itself. And if that isn't happening, if you see something that is not able to defend itself and you switch to prey mode, that's, I don't think, normal human conditioning. Like, I think that comes from something. And I think we should put them on Jeffrey Epstein's island, do what we do with Gaza, and just like fucking airdrop food to them, whatever, like, and just document, like, get someone who's there to make documentation, whatever, and send it fucking to be recorded and studied, because obviously, what are you supposed to do, though? If you have these kinds of thoughts, what are you supposed to do? You can't go to anybody and be like, I'm having thoughts about about children. Like, you'll go to jail immediately. Like, you're not gonna get help. But obviously, they know it's a problem. You see that show, fucking How to Catch a Predator? I was like 7 years old, and I told my mom, I was like, I want to do that. My mom was like, you want to do what? I was like, I want to be like the person on the computer that talks to them and lures them in to catch them. And she was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that maybe be cool, but instead, they all fucking don't run away. They all show up and they were like, you know what? I kind of figured it was a setup and I wasn't going to come. And they're like, but you did anyway. And even when the guy comes out, most of the time, they don't take off running. Like, they sit there and they're like, yeah, I'm aware that this is a fucked up thing that I do. And I knew I was going to get caught eventually, but like, I usually don't follow through on it. Like, and this is the first time that I followed through on it. Like, probably a lie. Yeah. But obviously they know that there's something wrong with their brain. Like, that comes from somewhere. Like, and I think that just killing them all off is not really stopping it from happening. Like, why are you gonna just like not give a shit, make a big mess, and then keep cleaning it up, rather than be more careful about making a mess so that you don't have to clean it up? You don't have to clean up. Like, I don't know. It just sounds so stupid to just keep fucking doing things sloppy and then making a huge mess to have to clean up. But it's how the fucking wheels keep turning. That's how people keep making money. Like, don't count on people to fix your fucking problems. Because you will be very, very disappointed. At least fucking if you try to fucking fix your own problems and it doesn't work out, the only one you have to be upset at is yourself. Because I'm really tired of fucking getting upset at people who fuck up. And then they go, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm like, that doesn't change the fact that I'm fucking screwed now a little bit. Like, they're like, well, I tried. I'm like, but did you? Or like, should you have not even bothered to fucking offer this? Like, because you kind of already knew that there's a good chance you're not going to follow through. I thought it was fucking stupid. I love this. It's about Putin. Because, like, fucking people in Russia do, like, runway shows that are fucking literally themed Putin. Everything on it is Putin. On their clothes are Putin hat. Like, I was like, this is fucking great. I love Putin. I think he's fucking... Maybe I would feel different if Putin was the leader of my country. Same with Trump. Maybe I'd feel different if he was running my country specifically. As a Canadian, having to deal with Canadian problems right now, I'm kind of a huge fan of Putin. That guy seems like fucking... They asked him, I didn't know he does an annual 4-hour Q&A. 4 hours of answering questions. Any question. And he doesn't be like, next question, like, pass next question. He doesn't do that. He fucking destroyed, like, this little girl's dreams. Like, if you had 3 wishes, what would you wish for? He's like, well, we have a proverb in Russia saying that you can't trust anyone and do it yourself. So I would not put your money on making wishes and just do the work. Like, I was like, wow, this is like not really the answer that normally people would give to a child's question. But that's the harsh truth reality. I love Putin. I think it's fucking great. They asked him about the PP tape. And they were like, is it true that you have the PP tape? And he kind of like stopped. He smirked. He looked up. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. She was like, okay, I guess next question. And that was it. I was like, oh, that's so gangster. You know what's fucking gangster and scary? People who are quiet. Don't freak out. Like, there's 2 kinds of anger. Kind of anger where someone's getting poked and poked and poked, and you can see them starting to get angry and builds and eventually explode. Like, with those people, I'm like, easy peasy. Like, very, very fucking easy to, what do you call it? Extinguish. But people who are quiet and you're waiting for them to be angry, you're waiting for them to freak out, and they don't, that scares me. That scares me more. My mother has never hit me. I'm fucking terrified of her. She's old and fat. I'm still scared of her. She's never fucking hit me. She had me up against the wall and had her hand up, and fucking her best friend came between us and was like, go back in the car. I'll get her in the car. She's like, mad. I've known you since the day you were born. I've never seen your mom this mad, and I would really, really recommend that you get in the car. So no, my mom has never hit me, but that fucking woman, she can look at me and I will cry. She looks at me a certain way and I literally cry. And she's never hit me. It is the fear of being hit and what she can do. And I have also seen many times, like people will call my mom when shit is happening to come deal with people who are being aggressive and violent and who are not able to reason with. They call my mom. Like, why do they fucking keep calling you for these kinds of things? Like, my mom gets shit done. Like, she is fucking scary. Like, and people are just like, I'd rather not fucking get into it with her, and I'll just do the thing that she wants me to, because it's very fucking scary. Okay, I have to rewatch this episode after. You see us? Look. Oh, no, he's just like reading. How fucking cute this guy is. He's adorable. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to finish showing my dress. So I can wear my other dress. With the fucking Jan's on his. I keep calling him Joker because when I go to hang out with people, if I say Jan, they go, who? I have to go grocery shopping when he gets out of jail. He's on his way back. Okay. He is being good today. There's a little bit extra salty. I don't know why. I'm starting to feel better. And then I started to feel worse again. I think it's just because for the past 15 years, my dog would make it so that I don't have to constantly do what this is. Because sometimes I just sit and think for hours. Did that for years. After my first group of friends, my girlfriends, they fucking all turned on me because I didn't want to go clubbing anymore because I was basically a drink bait. I'd get them drinks all night. And I lost all my friends, and I spent next 2-3 years just sitting outside all night, every night. Not with the phone. I only had an iPod Touch that I used as the Text Me app. So that was my phone. So I would just sit there fucking did star mapping. I just sit there for hours on the truck and just think. In the past 15 years, I haven't been able to do that really deeply. So I think that's why I'm starting to feel worse a little bit. Because my mind was distracted while he was sick. So that I wasn't overly emotional and I was able to fucking handle it. Now that I'm just have to sit with it. But I feel like we've gotten pretty good at training myself to not go through the borderline emotions. You know what? The Facebook thing, how you're feeling on Facebook. I think every day, everybody should fucking have a list of emotions, and they go through a list of emotions, being at least for fucking borderline people, because I was how am I feeling right now? Actually, I was oh yeah, no, I actually am feeling this way. I'm I don't even know how the fucking feelings that I'm feeling at the moment. Really helps if you have a whole list. Be maybe one of these. We're very glass half empty, very pessimistic by nature. We're trying to fix that. Just constantly having to fucking correct this. I'm very bad at failure. I get very discouraged. And I start to fucking be what's the point? There's why bother? I know it's fucking not gonna work out anyway. Just catching those fucking when they come up. Anyway. Looking into getting another dog, one that can play with him, because you are so fucking annoying. Yeah, you know what? I used to try to like eliminate those fucking, and you know what? Even if when I do that, I get more upset about the things that don't work out. If I'm just like, it's gonna work out, it's gonna work out, it's gonna work out, like, and then it doesn't, and I'm like, I go even deeper because I'm like, I should have fucking known better. And why do I bother trying? So it's like finding a balance of, okay, this thing didn't work out, and that's fine. What are we gonna do instead? So to try another way to maybe make it work out, rather than just being like, fuck it, why bother trying, and I'll just fucking sleep forever. Like, because that's basically what my mom does. And, like, I recently realized that, like, ever since my better mom died, it was my mom's best friend. She doesn't have the fight in her anymore. That's why she didn't fucking stand up for me. Because she just doesn't have the fight left in her. But I can't keep being her, I can't be fucking keep taking all her shit. Like, because I can't help her. Like, I can't be Allison. I didn't get to ask Allison fucking what I wanted to before she died because my mom said it's selfish. She's dying, not you. It's not about you. And I fucking just should have fucking not listened to her. Because I wanted to ask her, I'm like, how am I supposed to fucking deal with her without you when you're gone? Because when I can't fucking deal with her anymore, that's where I go to Allison, so I can fucking, she knows how to fucking deal with her every fucking time. And when I fucking run out of fucking options and nothing's working and fucking shit's getting worse and worse and worse with her, I would go to Allison and she would fucking be like, fucking bring her back to a point where I can actually handle her. I'm not Allison. I can't do what she did. I'm also struggling without her. So the plan is now I'm trying to, what do you call it? Project. I'm trying to absorb and project Allison more now. Because that's what I always go to. What would Allison have done? That's what I always go to. What would Allison say? Because usually it would be like something I'm like, I don't know why the fuck everything's not working out. I'm trying super fucking hard. I'm doing it the right way. I'm taking lumps like a fucking champ. And fucking we're still trying. And the harder I try, the harder I fail. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And she was like, maybe you're trying too hard. I was like, so what? I just like stopped trying altogether. And she was like, yeah, why not? If it's not working, stop trying. I was like, yeah, but then I'm just gonna be stagnant. And she was like, look, listen to what I say or don't listen. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just saying that sometimes when I'm trying really hard to get something done and it's not working out, and I just stop trying. Like, and sometimes the world has a way of making things happen. The world will happen as it will. And sometimes that's the only way that you're going to get the thing that you want. It's just that it'll happen if it's meant to happen. And I'm like, that sounds like pretty fucking convenient reasoning for people that don't have to try this hard. And who will get it by somebody else just giving it to them. You're on my dress. Oh, no, back up. Sorry. I'm going to stab something. really helpful right now. Trying to do a thing here. Can I do my thing? Daddy's coming home soon, so. Ow! Bit me, a little shit. Not anymore. No. You know what? Since my sister had her kids, and her husband that tried to fucking beat me up, they live in the basement, and they fucking are probably gonna end up paying the rest of that mortgage. So, and you know what? They're better now. Like, my mom doesn't do drugs anymore, and she doesn't go out and party anymore, and my sister has a fucking normal, stable life with kids and all that. And when I needed help, they couldn't help me. And that's fine. I can help myself. Like, they don't need me anymore. But I have a feeling that, like normal, if my dad, you know what? If my dad dies first, and I have a feeling my dad's going to die dying first, my sister is not going to deal with it all. I guarantee you that. She's going to do what she always does. She's going to run away. She's going to hide. I'm going to have to drop everything that I've accumulated. And I'm going to drop everything to go fucking deal with them. Because that's usually what happens. That's why I stopped trying to do things. Like, after high school, I applied at Vanier College for medias and communications for 3 years. Baking, I was going to take a baking course, baking at PAC, bartending at LaSalle College. Like, I worked for a pet store. I worked for game testing. I fucking did telemarketing. I worked in kitchens. Like, you know, like, and I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. Okay. Enough. No, I've tried to do so many things so many times that ended up like not that even that they didn't work out. It's just that at some point it was out of my control to be able to. Like, there are some times where things are out of your control. Sometimes you can get like, that's why honestly I used to believe in karma. I don't anymore, because I'm like, I make my own karma now. Like, I'm not sitting around waiting for fucking good things to happen to me. Like, I don't give a shit about fucking people getting what they deserve. If they do, they do. They don't. That's not my fucking within my control. But what I can control is my own life. I can't control what other people do. I can only fucking control what I do. Because you know what? Like, it's like I can't keep blaming my life not being fair, and this is why it is how it is. Like, I can fucking sit there, I can piss and moan and be like, this isn't fair, I don't deserve this. And that's what I did for a really long time. And eventually people stop feeling bad for you. Like, and it's not like my goal is to get people to feel bad for me. It's just like, I want things to not be so difficult. And I don't feel like I'm making things difficult for myself. Like, but obviously, to an extent, I was making things difficult for myself by trying to help so many people. Because I couldn't really do anything about my own fucking situation. So I could. I was trying to help other people, but it's just like, it never ends, the amount of people who need help. There's always going to be someone else who's going to fucking like, oh, I need this because I can't get it. I'm just stuck and no one's helping me out. Like, I'm like, oh, I know how that feels. Like, maybe I can help you out. Like, so I stopped doing that. Like, because I end up getting sucked dry with nothing at the end of it. And then it's like, yo, can I bum a smoke? Oh, I only have half a pack. So, like, it's like, not going to get upset about these things anymore. Like, because it ends up me having fucking literally nobody. Like, and I sat for 3.5 years alone, being pissed off that all my friends fucking bailed on me. and all my other friends don't actually fucking do as much as they can to help me, not nearly as much as I would to help them. The best fucking, you know what? One of the greatest quotes that keeps coming up in my head recently that I ever heard, I don't even fucking remember where I heard it, because I remember the first time someone said that to me, I was fucking angry. I was like, that is just a shitty thing to say, and it's like sugar-coated to make it sound like it's self-empowering. You can't hold the door and expect people to say thank you. Sarah at work, because during my break, I had a 45-minute break, and every time I would go in, I'd hold the door for people. And one day, 3 people fucking walked past me, one after the other, and didn't say fucking thank you. So I'd always be pissed about fucking that people, I would hold the door for people, and they don't say thank you. And one day, I fucking freaked out. 1, 2, 3, and I was like, yeah, I'm just a fucking official door holder for the day. You're welcome. And the lady had like a stroller with like 3 kids that were fucking being just awful. And she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Usually I do say thank you. I'm just like, the kids are being awful today. Like, and I didn't mean to. I was like, motherfucker. I was like, no, it's not you. It's me. I'm an asshole. Like, clearly you are just a mom who is overloaded and not being an asshole on purpose. And I totally just fucking like gave her a fucking mouthful of like fucking bullshit to fucking add on to her fucking being upset. And I was like, no, I'm so sorry. Like, I even had uniform on, so I usually am very consciously aware of like how I talk to people when I was in the uniform, because they come to my store later and they're not gonna want me to fucking ask them for help or anything. They're gonna be, oh, that fucking bitch from outside, whatever. Like, so you know what? That's the first time that I was like, oh, okay, now I understand what that means. You don't hold the door for people because you fucking are waiting for them to say thank you. You hold the door for people because it's the right thing to do. Like, and if they don't say thank you, whatever. If they say thank you, then great. Like, me, I do have a lot of attitude. That's why people like me, though. It's called my spunk. You know what? I had a boyfriend once where he was just like, fuck. You know what? At least I have a lot of attitude, but it's good attitude. Because I used to have a fucking bad attitude, you know? No, that's why fucking, if a boyfriend or if a guy that I'm interested in will be like, oh, you have too much attitude, or like fucking, wow, fucking attitude. Like, I'm like, damn straight I fucking have attitude. I'm a female. Like, that's what fucking females are. Attitude. Fucking, if you don't have attitude, maybe you're dead inside. And boring. Like, to each his own. You want to fucking do the same boring thing every day for your entire life? Fucking all the power to you. I just don't see a fucking point of fucking bothering with people who are... You know what? I'd rather have people in my life that, as much as annoying as it is, every time you see them, they have a new problem. They're never like fucking someone who was like, hey, how you doing? And they're like, actually, much better. You know what? Things have like started to really work out and things are turning around. Like, those people, I'm sure they exist, great. But most of the people in my life are like, every time I fucking talk to them, they have a new fucking life problem. I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like, but I'd rather that than fucking every time I see you, that you go, fine. How you doing? Fine. You? It's like a very open person. Like, there's nothing that I can't talk about. There's never a time where I can't talk about this. Like, I talk about everything, and I'm willing to talk about everything. Because, I want people to understand what my deal is. Like, I'm scared of my sewing machine. I set it up. It's threaded. I did like one seam without fucking accidentally cutting the thread again. But it goes so fast, and it's hard to make it go in the right direction. Like, go in a straight line. So I'm back to sewing everything by hand again. I can't go for fast food anymore because I don't have a fucking car. and everything is like really far away. I love Wendy's, and the girls at Wendy's fucking love me because I tip them, and like I don't tip them $5, I tip them $2, and they're like, "Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have a great day." And I'm like, "Cool." Like fucking there. At one point, I was trying to, when I would go to McDonald's, I'd be like, "Here, tip," and they'd be like, "Oh, well, it has to go in the fundraiser." I'm like, "I won't tell your boss. Put it in your pocket." And they're like, "I can't. I'll get fired." I'm like, "Man, fucking." If you're not allowed to accept tips and you say, "Oh, I'm not," like that happened to me once. I got a $100 tip and my boss took it. And it was some guy with a puppy. And I was like, I was looking at it. I was like, your puppy looks a little bit small for the breed. Like, where'd you get it? And they just both didn't say anything. I was like, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. Take this. This is a vitamin paste for puppies that have been taken away from their mothers a little bit too early. I was like, and I would recommend getting a thing of puppy formula, whatever, just like to make sure that they don't end up with like immune problems. Because not only the mental separation part might end up being a problem later on, but fucking the guy fucking pulled out a wad of cash, not a wallet. He pulled out a roll of cash, and he was like, "Get one of everything, one of every collar and leash, fucking the biggest bag of dog food, the biggest dog cage," which I had to fucking go in my back store, climb over all the cages, get the fucking very last one, pull it out, fucking. Like, I got a dolly, and I'm like running around the parking lot for like half an hour with him in the winter, like trying to find his car because he lost his car in the parking lot. And he goes, he fucking gave me $100 tip. I was like, no, I can't take that. Like, that's much too much. Like, and it was like, no, like, I'm not leaving this parking lot until you take it because you fucking worked your ass off. You fucking deserve it. You know your shit. And I was just like, I honestly can't keep waiting around at the parking lot arguing about this because I'm going to lose my job if I don't get back, like, now. Like, they're going to fucking be like, where the fuck were you for half an hour? I was like, fucking finishing serving my fucking customer that just literally dropped $3,000. He didn't even buy the dog from us. Just all in fucking in stuff, like, for the dog. So fucking I ran in and I had the fucking $100 bill in my hand, and my boss was standing at the cash when I walked in the front door. She was like, "Where?" And I was just like, and she looked at my hand, and I looked at my hand. I was like, he gave me this. And she was like, "You can't keep that." I'm like, I told him that. I told him that's too much. Like, I can take a tip, but not $100 tip. And she was like, "Okay, well, you can't keep that." I was like, I know, that's what I figured. And she's like, "Hey, well, I'll call the owner and see what he said." Like, I would have been happy if they gave me fucking $5. Like, and they were like, we'll put the rest in the autism thing because like we have a koi pond that people would throw coins in, and all the money that's in the koi pond would go to Autism Foundation, whatever, because the owner's kid had autism. I'm like, I guarantee you it didn't even go to fucking charity. He probably went into his fucking pocket. He's like, "Well, my kid has autism." That place was the worst. Safari. And if you don't fucking do what your boss tells you at Safari, you're out of a job. They have a stack of CVs on my boss's desk. Every couple months, I'd fucking throw the whole pile in the garbage. I even went to Norme de Travail. It's the government thing. If your workplace is doing things unethical. And I took pictures because we were medicating animals, and without anyone with any vet kind of experience. We have a med box, and they would hide it at the cache. And all the medication that would come for animals that was not usual. I had two cats that were upstairs in cages for probably a year because they had ringworm, and I got ringworm because I was the only one who was willing to treat them. And I'd be gone for like 1 or 2 days for my fucking, usually one day. I'd fucking not have someone else fucking doing the other shift, and they wouldn't fucking do the medicating for the ringworm cats, and I'd have to start all over, like, because they said that they were rescue cats from the SPCA. They weren't. They're drop-offs. There are people who fucking, I have a list of fucking people. A lot of times I'd have to turn people away, and if I did, they'd end up fucking a box of kittens the next morning. Fucking now I have no information on them either, so it's easier to just be like, yeah, I'll take them, like. And they would sell them for like fucking $800. And they're fucking stray fucking cats that were dropped off. and they say, oh, all the cats are from the SPCA and had their first vaccine and all this and are vetted and all that. Like, fucking, they're full of shit. And I had all this evidence that I fucking took pictures of everything, and I fucking was gonna go to the Norme de Travail, and they told me it's gonna take 6 months to have my file reviewed by somebody, and if they decide, and whether or not they decide to pursue it. Like, in 6 months, I'm not gonna have a job. Like, so that was really not helpful. There should be a lawyer specifically for vets. Oh, I don't even want to talk. See, this is probably like the only thing I don't want to talk about because I don't want to start crying again, but I do anyway because I need to get it out. I keep having this thought that I shouldn't have listened to the vet because she freaked me out and said my dog was dying and that he lost half the blood in his body, and I thought he was starting to get better, but he lost half the blood in his body, and she gave me this medication that I got from the pharmacy, and even the pharmacist was like didn't want to give it to me and I fucking should have known better. And I fucking keep having this thought, like, fucking, she gave me that medication knowing that was going to kill my dog. And I should have fucking known better. But there should be a fucking lawyer specifically for people who are fucking go to the vet and feel like the vet took advantage of them. Because the vets have no oversight. They literally do whatever the fuck they want. I've been fucking upsold at the vet for so many fucking times, man. Like, he had an eye infection. Like 3 or 4 years old. It was his first eye infection. I needed 3 days of fucking cream. Like, if you have an old fucking little thing of cream that is 3 days, like fucking, and they got me to do fucking test where they put dye on his eye. It was $300. They're like, because I was like, but it could have made him go blind. It's to see if he has any scratches or anything on his eye. I'm like, I feel like this is a little unnecessary. And she's like, yeah, but it's really highly recommended because Shih Tzus go blind early on. But it can also cause him to go blind. I was like, really? Like what exactly are we talking about? The chances of him going blind from this fucking test? Like, and I ended up fucking doing it, spending $300 on it. And like, I was like, I knew. Like, and it's just a fucking little eye infection. I did cream for 3 days. But they don't want to just fucking give me an old fucking bottle of fucking eye cream. They want to fucking do these unnecessary tests. Like, because they freak you out and you're the vet. Obviously, I'm not. Like, of course I'm going to fucking listen to what you recommend before I fucking put my own 2 cents in. But not anymore. No, not anymore. I'm, like, super fucking actually more intelligent than I thought. And I have really fucking good instincts. It's just that I don't trust them usually because I always second guess myself. I always think, I'm like, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong and everyone's gonna be like, see, I told you fucking you don't listen and you wonder why shit doesn't work out and it's because you fucking don't listen. Like, yeah, but you know what? Usually when I fucking listen to other people, I fucking should have listened to my fucking gut first because I would have ended up being right. Like, I know better. I know. And if I don't know or if I'm like not actually sure, I'm more than okay with admitting that maybe I should ask somebody who knows more. Like, but you know what? For so long, I thought I'm like, I must be a fucking idiot. Like, I must be fucking stupid because it seems like people who I think are not very bright end up getting degrees and fucking are seen as to be these fucking highly intelligent people. And I'm like, really? Because last time I talked to that person, it was like talking to a fucking brick wall. They are dumb. I'm not super smart, but just seems like fucking obviously fucking stupid. If you ever don't have thread, use dental floss. Works so good. Oh no, my phone. Oh, 9%. Big fucking surprise there. Fucking constantly dying. Batteries. All batteries now. What the fuck's going on with fucking batteries? I feel like everything that has a battery in it, I'm like, why? Why is like the battery fucking life of things so fucking shortened? Okay, you know what? The fucking phone. I'm done. A homeless guy taught me how to swim. Most girls go to fucking Girl Guides. Best person to fucking teach you how to swim is a hobo. My hair doesn't grow past my nipple for some reason. Probably because I fucking just like destroy it with bleach. Last time I got a haircut, I asked for layers and bangs and just a trim to cut off a little bit of what's dead. And the first cut that she did was at my shoulders. My hair was down to my butt. That was the fucking lady who actually taught the hairdressing course at the Adult Ed. And my friend went there and she was like, yeah, no, that lady told our class that if they said to trim, just cut off everything dead. That's why the guy, I get a guy to cut my hair now. JP, I'm pretty sure he's straight, but men are more considerate of fucking cutting off women's hair than women are. Women fucking are awful and will fucking, they don't care about feelings of other females. Like, no, fucking, after that haircut, I went and cried in my room for 3 days and I wouldn't go to school. My mom was like, okay, I found you a new hairdresser. It can't get worse, right? So let's go see if we can maybe make it a bit better. And I will never let another person fucking cut my hair ever again for as long as I live. Like, she probably fucking stole my hair. Like, last time I went to my hairdresser, it was 5 hours because she stripped it. Brown, blonde highlights, cut, styled. It was $170. In 5 hours it took her. That was like before I had fucking colored hair. Like, Angie's amazing though. She's actually really cool. Fucking can't really communicate because she doesn't really speak any English. I don't really speak any French. But her son is special needs, and her ex or the baby daddy, they're not together, but he lives like a couple houses down. And they do the co-parent thing, even though they're not together, but they fucking co-parent because their kid is special needs. I was like, yo, that's fucking cool. I was like, it doesn't ever like get awkward, like constantly having your ex around? Like, she's like, no, absolutely not, because it's not about us. It's about what the kid needs. And we're happy when he's happy. So, like, our previous relationship, she's like, nah, it doesn't even fucking, I don't even think about it. I don't even, like, I have no feelings towards what our relationship was before, because what our relationship now, it's more important that our son is well taken care of because he's a special needs kid. I was like, yo, you're so cool. Like, fucking, that is a fucking strong, independent female. Fucking. When you don't want fucking credit for doing the right thing. That's what I like. Hey, mister? Okay. One. What? What did I do to deserve this bunghole attitude coming out of your face hole? No, I don't. Doc keeps bringing me his toys because he's like, this makes me feel better. But I don't want that. I don't like. I don't make me feel better. No, it does not. Ah, my ear, fucker. No! Don't bite me! I don't want that. I don't want. No, Daddy's gonna come home and Daddy can play with you. Because he's too strong. Because I had whoa. I had a husky German Shepherd. It wasn't mine. It was a trailer park trash that I lived in. And Tesca used to fucking leave her outside for hours. And you never walked her once. So I tried to teach her how to fucking walk on a leash. She dislocated my fucking shoulder twice. So now fucking sometimes happened like once or twice where fucking I accidentally pull it too far and I could fucking have to pop it back in. It's very, very, very unpleasant. There we go. There's one. Might have to make it go higher, but that's okay. I have to do the bottom. I hate floral, actually. Like, mostly because my mom used to fucking put me and my sister in floral dresses for like every fucking season, so that we would take pictures at Sears, and my nana would get a big fucking portrait. Fucking. Okay, I see. Maybe I just actually. We're gonna try something. We're gonna do a thing. Hopefully it works. I'm just gonna fucking literally sew it right at the beginning. Right there. I'm gonna do one little fucking. Okay, that's right. See? I don't fucking know what's going on. It's almost like a fucking absence seizure. Like, my ADHD has been so fucking bad recently. And I thought it was because, like, I didn't have my meds for a little bit. I was like, maybe I'm just, like, readjusting. But, like, fucking, I don't know what's going on. Where I'm having, usually if my choo-choo train gets off track, it, like, I'll just have to take like, a couple steps back and be like, wait, what was I doing? This. Okay, yeah, that's what I was doing. But past, like, fucking week or two, it's just, like, dead air for fucking longer than normal in my brain that keeps just like burp, and it'll just be like a fucking flat line. And I'm trying to like fucking restart my choo-choo train.
Vatican. I can't think of anything more shocking to have happened in the last few months. Oh, do you know what? I guess there was that one thing.
Oh,
And so now the United States has a new president, the 45th president of the United States.
in all fairness, I was also very surprised that was good.
We now live under President Trump. Two words that will never sound normal together.
I find it funny, like, the second time that he got elected, people are like, what? Really? How could this have happened? I'm like, the first time, yeah. The second time, like, really? I didn't see this coming? Like, I feel so bad for Biden. I honestly I feel really, really bad for Biden. He was going to be a great president. Like, honestly. And he always said, he was like, that's what I promised my son before he died. So sad. He had the most, like, fucking sad fucking backstory. Like, he lost his daughter and his wife in a plane crash, and then he almost lost Hunter and the other guy, whatever.
Oh, thank God. It's just that Mary Tyler Moore's dead. Oh, that is a
And he said that he promised Hunter, after he got back from Afghanistan, when he fucking started dying, he was like, I promise I'm gonna fucking try to become president whenever. It's so sad. I don't understand with Jill Biden. Like, I don't understand where she was the whole time. Like, if he was actually that, like, was that demented, and his brain or his mental state was that bad, why wasn't she there being like, hey, maybe we should go get that checked? Rhea! My favorite person ever! I might have found a new inpatient place for my brother. What was it called? Fucking Mike Flynn. I love that guy. I love Mike Flynn. I think he's fucking great. Fucking, he talks like J-Rock. I'm not even kidding. When I met this guy in high, like my first year of high school, he moved to our small town. I think he's I'm like, hey, where's my phone? It's right in front of me because I'm on it. What was it called? Like, oh wow, I talked to him a lot. My bad. Booth Center. I have to look into this new place for an outpatient program for my brother. Because I can't bring him here. He's too dangerous. He's at the point where he's like a danger to himself and others. Very much a danger to himself and others. And he's not going to stop until something bad happens that's going to force him to stop. And I hope that doesn't mean that he's going to end up killing somebody. Like, because he thinks that if he kills somebody, it's not going to happen in the real world. It's going to happen in the alternate dimension. Well, he has to be in a locked room somewhere. Like, I don't have anywhere that I can lock him in for while we're sleeping. And it's at that point. Brought him to the hospital for the 3-day psych eval. They offered him to be part of a test trial where he can keep doing his drugs, and they give him Vyvanse and then pay him $2,000 at the end of the month if he follows through. I brought him to a place called Portage where they put him in a halfway house all the way in this fucking ghetto area, Pinus, like where all the fucking the worst of the worst kind of fucking whatever. Fucking Andy's house. I tried calling them fucking a couple times, asking them if there's like something, like a program, a payment plan, anything. And it's $30,000. I'm like, well, who the fuck has $30,000 to fucking throw on a drug addict and hope that they fucking actually make it fucking work, you know? I brought him to so many places. Even the CLSC, just for like the free therapist, whatever. And fucking, she ended up giving him her number and was like, we'll go for drinks later. Because I think she was trying to boost his confidence. I'm like, yeah, but he's like insecure with himself. That's his huge problem right now, is that he's like not feeling very good about himself. I get that what she was trying to do, but it just made him feel worse. Like, everything I do for him, it just makes it worse, and I just don't know what else to do. So that's why I think that this new Tina, it's a fucking crystal meth, but it makes you fucking delusional, like and you believe what's it called? It's when you strongly believe in these beliefs that average people can be like, okay, well, let's take a second here, because it's something that you'd have to investigate really deeply before you actually believe it's true. He's very fucking set and sure that what he's thinking is actually true. He's in there though, because I told him, I was like, you know that's not true. You know that's not happening. He goes, I do, but if it is, I was like, he somewhere in there, it's like a schizophrenic person. Every person that I know that is schizophrenic from birth, like I did the same thing with gay people. Because I was like, I just want to know so that I'm not ignorant. Like, is this something that you feel like that it's always been there? Or is it something that just kind of came up one day? And it's the same thing with schizophrenic people. Like, unless you got schizophrenic from drug abuse and, like, bad chemicals, whatever, that eventually caused your schizophrenia, a lot of the people that I know say that they've always had it, and everybody has that little, like, when you talk to yourself, whatever. Except for schizophrenic people, it's a separate entity that is separate from themselves. Like, but it's always been there. It's the same as like me when I'm like, oh fuck, what was I doing? All right, like it's that same thing, but way more real and like it's like to an extreme, I guess. And I think it's when people go through a trauma, it's how they keep coping and not have that trauma basically kill any chance of them having a life. I think it's the only way your brain. My best friend, she has multiple personality disorder. She has 5 different Joannes, and each one stems from a trauma from her childhood. Her mom's boyfriend used to molest both her and her sister. He used to go back and forth switching, and if she knew that he was going after her sister, they would switch beds. And he used to do things like when they would do something bad, he would like go behind them and whisper to them, be like, guess who's going to get it tonight? Like, and it's all her different personalities all stem from some trauma that happened to her in her childhood. And that's how she copes. Like, she's one that's very, Joanne, I don't think she's Josie, because Josie is my name for her. But it's when she has to deal with something in a certain way, that person comes out. That Joanne comes out. And they're all different Joannes. Like, because I heard her switch for the first time once. When she said that to me, a bunch of fucking disconnected things where I'm like, why did the fuck that happen? And everything just like clicked in a line. Like, it's like dominoes. Like when they fuck, or when things like fucking just like line up and click, I was like, oh my God. That actually kind of explains literally everything about Joanne. I'm like, why the fuck would she do that? And now I know why. But yeah, no, fucking fucking gonna have to start like a detox from my house. Like, everyone's like, you're gonna have to do it the right way. I'm like, yeah, but who's gonna call and be like, we're shutting down a detox? Like an underground detox. Like, really? Like, it's... No one could give me shit for having a friend that's staying with me while they're getting off drugs. Like, it's not illegal to... And no one can even prove that that's what's going on anyway. If that is what's happening, it's no one's fucking business. So I'm thinking of just starting a fucking detox center for my friends out of my house. Because, like, I don't know what else to do at this point. I know, me too. It's not about abstinence. It's about fucking doing your drugs and not being self-destructive when you do. I know so many people who do all the drugs they want all day long, and they never are fucking cause problems for anybody. Yay! But who's that? Go see. Who's here? Go see.
And the future Secretary of Energy is this guy. Cool. Rick Perry once proposed eliminating the department he will soon head, although to be fair, he later recanted, saying, after being briefed on so many of the vital functions of the Department of Energy, I regret recommending its elimination. I can only imagine he thought it protected our reserves of Monster energy drinks. Come on, y'all, you can't have monsters getting energy. Why are we even giving them drinks? This department needs to be shut down. Cha-cha-cha! With the pace of chaos raining down upon us, it is important to find something to say to yourself. Now, personally, I've been using this framed photograph of Eddie, the dog from the TV show Frasier. I look at this whenever I want to feel better, and I'll tell you why. Because Eddie is the perfect example of something that has absolutely no idea what's going on in the world right now. He's a dog, he's fictional, and he's almost certainly dead. And at various times in the past few weeks, I've been genuinely jealous of all three of those things. This is going to be a long presidency, and perhaps nothing encapsulated the
Bye. That was jail. How's Cal?
I wasn't there. Cal wasn't there. Goddamn wasn't there. Momo wasn't there. Martin wasn't there. Everybody wasn't there.
Yeah, was that surprising?
Yeah, but I'm trying to get attacked by him.
How are you doing? Are you happy? I've been salty. Keep calling him Macaulay Culkin. Why are you sulking, Macaulay Culkin?
Salkin, Culkin.
Because he's just like, I want to play with mommy, but she doesn't let me bite her. Well, that's not playing for me. I don't like that. It's not fun. I let you up pretty early today.
Yeah! But the problem is, I keep getting the train at the same time because there's only one train, so I still get here. Almost missed the bus on at the end of jail.
Yeah.
We're talking, and the fucking bus passed right in front of me.
Talk to who?
With the guy we're inside.
I have to check on a new place for Fury. What
This
is
guy.
this? What?
He's doing a YouTube podcast with this comedian guy who was starting to be serious in his podcast, talking to people that went to jail and their jail experience. It's super fucking interesting.
Really?
And then he's like, yeah, I did a podcast. You can watch it now on YouTube. It's all
That's
there.
cool now.
And I'm like, I thought I saw you somewhere. He's like, probably on YouTube. And then he's like, no, I see his
You
patch.
met this guy?
Huh?
You talked to this guy today?
Yeah, I smoked weed because of this guy today. Like, he's like, you smoke? I'm like, yeah. He's like, your buddies are not here? I'm like, no. He's like, you want a joint? I'm like, fuck yeah. He's like, there you go. You want a joint? Give me a few minutes to all this.
Really?
Yeah.
I like
His
that.
name's Tremblay. That's why
shit.
at some point they call Tremblay. I'm like, why did they call me just Tremblay? That's weird. I go over there and they're like, no, you. I'm like, what do you mean not me? That's me, Tremblay. He's like, no, the other Tremblay. I'm like, oh, I'm not Tremblay. You're Tremblay.
That's fucking cool.
Ah.
Because that's what I want to do eventually. I want to go to all my fatal people and be like, tell me your story. Sit on a stool, tell me your story.
So
why
I
you
was
are
just
where you
watching
are.
this at the
That's
train
fucking
station,
cool.
and he's like, when he was younger, he had a sentence of 15 months he was going to do. So they went crazy. They fled from therapy. They stole a car. They went to the United States.
That's what I would do.
They get
I'm not going to jail.
they get
I'll fucking go to a
stopped.
different country.
They get stopped at the American border
Oh, yeah.
while they were busy with someone else. They just bolted into Boston.
Oh
They went
my god!
all,
What?
they went all around the country. They got a guy with the stolen car, the Mazda 323 or whatever it is.
That's Dom's first car. That's
Yeah.
why he taught me how to drive
Yeah,
it.
that's funny. So they stole that. It was a police car because it was someone's police shirt and police hat, and then they went all around fucking Quebec to Ontario with the police hats. And things like,
That's what I did in the Dodge Dart because
Yeah.
everyone thought I was a cop, so I
Yeah.
got one of the dollar store hats that said police. And then
Yeah.
people do 10 and 2, and I could see them. They
Yeah.
they all move to the right lane because they think I'm a fucking cop.
Yeah.
And I could see they're trying to look over at me without actually looking.
So he ended up picking up a hitchhiker that brought him in Indiana. And then in Indiana, they went to his family, his girlfriend family. They loved those two guys. He didn't even speak English. And he ended up with the girl because he kicked the guy from the circus out. And a big story. And I'm at that point, I was like, oh my God, this is funny. It's fucking hilarious.
That's cool. I like it. I like
Yeah.
this whole shindig of like actually
Yeah.
coming out and telling people like what it's really like to not be a privileged fucking.
I'm giving you kisses off.
I'm fucking so whiny all day.
But he's a dingo. He's a whiny little bitchy. Oh, you're so weird.
Mary Ann called me.
Mariev?
Yeah,
The fuck is she on?
because Dirk is with her.
Oh, we have a phone for him.
Yeah, and they were like, we just wanted to make sure that Pam didn't steal the key and the phone. I was like, no, it's because she got too drunk and she left it on the table at Jesse's. So I figured, I'll just give it to him myself because she's got her own thing.
Watch out your face when I need all this again.
It's all over here.
No, him.
But yeah, so I fucking talked to Mary on the phone today a little bit. No, my first thing was hang on. Here. I'm gonna fuck this up. My first thing was she's like, hey, can you call me right away? I was like, please don't say someone died. Like, and I'm like, oh, if it's Fury, I fucking really don't want to. But I found I had a friend, Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn is literally J-Rock. When he moved to Chattagee, he talks like J-Rock. And we told him, we're like, because we're a bunch of fucking like anime nerd kids and like fucking, we're super geeky. And we were like, yo, Mike, you don't have to talk like that. Like, because it, like, we don't think you're cooler because you talk like a gangster. He's like, I don't know what you mean. We're like, oh, so you actually talk like that. You're not doing like but he talks like J-Rock. Like, it's really funny. And the last time I saw him, he had no teeth left because he was dealing for, I think, the natives or something, and they tied him to a tree and knocked out all his teeth and left him there. And now he's off drug, 8 months clean. And he recommended me this place called Boost Center or something like that. Booth Center, Booth, Booth Center. I was like, okay, well, I haven't heard of it. I'll fucking hit them up and see if they can help me out with Fury because the only way he's gonna stop is if something really bad happens, and it's gonna be that someone's gonna get hurt. I don't think it's gonna be him, and he's gonna end up hurting somebody else. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Like, yes, yeah, we have to. Okay. And I can't bring him here because I don't have a room that I can lock him in at night because he can't. I have to have him in a room where he's locked at night. And he can't come out while I'm sleeping. You didn't know, but he's dangerous. Oh, a little bud! Hi, buddy.
The first one. This one after.
Oh, you're right.
No, first name is Cloud. Bellevue. You don't have the best condition. Like you have those clips like this and they're not tight. And I didn't grow them in 24 hours.
It's all natural look.
No, I know.
Like, you know what? It's great if like you're a a dealer with a customer base and shit, and you need to sell a batch of fucking whatever, but like. Ow! Sizzled on my foot. I know, it's stuck on my foot. What?
Caught it.
Yes, it's very nice. I like it. Yes. Very good toy. Yeah, but it's not mine. It's for you. Yeah, Daddy, you want his toy? See, Daddy, see my toy? Do you want my toy? No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. No, Daddy. Oh, very nice. You're so stupid. Want to make a nice coffee? And he's jumped the count.
Those people ask about that. You don't sleep? Are you fucking crazy? You think I'm gonna like trade this comfiness for like going to sleep in fucking jail?
I'm like, I can't sleep anywhere other than in my bed.
Yeah.
That's why I like even fucking since high school. I can't do like sleepovers or I can't like stay out for the entire night because I can't sleep at other people's places or anything.
Oh, you're cheating! You're fucking cheating! You're a dick.
Lost.
I'll use my paw too. There you go. I use my paw.
Not fun, eh? Oh, what they're fucking saying now about why Canada is like fucking one-upping Trump and whatever, and what Canada's strategy actually is. I was like, oh, okay, so this is all part of the plan, apparently. Like, Mark Carney, all the fucking crazy fucked up shit he's doing, it's all part of the plan. Don't worry. There's an end game that he's playing at. Yeah. It's like, yeah, he's just so smart, and we're all too fucking stupid to understand what's actually going on. Don't worry about it. He knows what he's doing. It's like the fucking anybody who fucking believes that has done nothing in their life.
Look at Trump's tie. So glorious.
Oh, it's honestly it's comical. Like seeing these videos of the first time that he got elected. And it's like for the second time when he got elected, people are like, what? How could this have happened? It's like even the first time he got elected, I was like, wow, really? Fuck, that's pretty crazy. But like the second time he got elected.
No, the second time he said he was gonna be.
Everything that he's saying that they were like, did you hear that what Trump said? And then he did it.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see how they're going to turn into him ending a war is going to somehow be a bad thing. There's going to be something that's not good about it. Like, even if he does something good, they still fucking are like, oh, well. It's like, fuck it. How are you going to be like, oh, he ended a war? Fucking, what a fucking monster he is.
A 30-year war.
Yeah.
He ended 3 wars. A 7-year war, 9-year war, and a 30-year war.
Yeah, and they
the
said
same day.
Yeah, and they said that he's a crazy kook and he's just fucking spewing nonsense out of his mouth and what a fool. And it's like it's like, no, we're gonna end it right away. It's not gonna take time. Like it's not gonna take 20 years to fucking figure this out. I'm gonna end it right away. Like and he did. Like what a fucking nutcase he is, eh? How easy was that? It just goes to show how fucking easy it was and how many people were like, oh,
It's
we're going to
easy.
end
You
the
know what,
war.
Cases, like,
They don't
hey,
wanna
guys, stop
end the
fighting
war.
it. We bombed both of you.
It's super simple. Just stop fucking dropping bombs on people. Like, and they're like, well, we've tried ending the war. I don't think you are, actually. Because you're still fucking
Dropping bombs.
dropping bombs and killing people. Like, that's not how you end wars, obviously. But I don't think really they need to be told that. They know they're not ending war. They don't actually want to end a war. They just want people to fucking feel better. So the whole reason why Mark Carney got elected, because people didn't want to be outed and admit that they were wrong and that they're just greedy and they want more than other people. They want everything to be fixed right away. Like, it's not how life works. When shit gets this fucked up, it doesn't get fucking fixed overnight by doing one fucking thing. Like, especially not if you're not even going to admit the fact that, hey, maybe we fucked up. Like, maybe that was not the right thing to do at the time. Instead, they double down and they're like, well, the reason that we did all those things. It's like, yeah, but just admit that those things were probably a fucking bad idea and don't do it again. Well, this time's going to be different. I set up my sewing machine and it even has thread in it. I'm too scared to use it.
What are you doing, Miss Q?
Looking at salt popper. I think that should be doing this.
Big puppy. Big puppy.
So that to start.
What is mommy doing?
Only sewing something that was a very ugly dress that I'm surprised I'm actually gonna wear. Hate floral. My mom used to dress up me and my sister in matching floral dresses and go to Sears and take pictures for every season. And my nana would get it blown up and put it in a frame at the front door. Hate floral. This. This thread is super good.
My butt cheek hurts. Sitting on that stupid bench all day.
Very sore from doing the biking and the fucking rollerblading the past like 4 days. Trying to not be upset today.
What?
Trying to not be upset today. Here, we'll make your coffee. So warm up.
No, but the sun came out.
Yes.
Oh. 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 Oh, shut up. I didn't get to do this morning. Go fuck yourself. Ah?
All fucking days like this.
I don't know, you're pushing me. Dick.
You happy daddy's home? Hmm? Hey, big fat butt.
Big fat butt.
Oh, God, that big fat butt. Hey, shut up. Hey, shut up. Yeah, well, we're all pissed.
I'm not. I'm happy with my girlfriend. Ow.
Such a lonely day.
And it's my the loneliest day of my life.
Thank you.
That's finished, isn't it?
I don't know. Looks like there's still some in there. Ow. Ow, your fucking nails are sharp. And I forgot to do the fucking laundry again. Oh. Well, I'll have to find the other fucking vape pen thing, whatever.
I think it's blocked.
Oh. So then you... Okay, so if it's blocked a little bit, just hold the button, and eventually it'll start to loosen up.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. It's really good. It's a lonely day. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Loneliest day of my life.
Such a lonely day. And if you go,
I wanna go with you.
and if you die,
I wanna die with you.
no. These new trays are actually really good.
There was no ice tray?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guess it like actually matters what kind of flour it is. Cause I was like, they're really flimsy. I feel like once I fucking try to pop the ice out, it's just gonna crack. And it did not.
They are really fucking flimsy.
Yeah, but like I thought it was gonna fucking crack as soon as I fucking bend it, and actually like you don't need to bend it that much. It just pops out. Why? No.
It's a lonely day. And quick. It's a lonely quick day.
Maybe let him out.
Huh?
Maybe let him out. Let the dog out. No.
Oh. You? The dog?
Are you a dog?
You're Whoopi.
I do not understand why my fucking water has 14 settings, but if I want to soak something, I can only do it in cold water. I'm a human, you're a machine, do the fucking thing. Like, what's the point of having 14 settings if it's like a fucking, 14 settings, but you have to fucking... Well, yeah, obviously. Obviously. Yeah, I know. So I put it out there. There's 2, actually. I am fucking having attitude because I'm trying not to be pissed off.
Come on inside, then. You don't want to go fucking piss. Don't be grumpy, then.
No, one of us fucking has to be not grumpy. My turn.
Well, obviously, I'm not grumpy.
My turn to be grumpy.
You big pow, pick, pow.
It's like me and the dog. Fucking, I start crying, the dog starts crying. I'm like, we both can't be crying. Like,
Well, you stop crying then. But you obviously won't. Jesus Christ, brother.
yeah, but I have a reason to cry. He's crying because he's being a little bee.
Well, that's what little bee does. Cry.
He's got everything a dog could possibly want.
You're not even playing right now. You're destroying my arms.
Like, other than his balls, he's got everything a dog that he could possibly want for a dog.
You're just a dick.
Ah. Yeah, well, I guess we're just two pieces of pot then.
Fucking kick you in the face. I don't care. Okay, I didn't win right away.
Again.
Thank you, baby.
Good.
Sweet. Very sweet.
Can we dump some out and put some more coffee?
Jesus. We really need some blood. Shut the fuck up, dude.
No, my turn. I'm allowed to.
But oh yeah.
What? Why am I so angry?
Why are you smoking?
What am I
Are
smoking?
you
Oh, what am I smoking?
Yes,
A cigarette.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, you're can't fucking hear you. Speak up. I'm sorry. Even someone who was like, "Wow, you fucking have a lot of attitude." I'm like, "Yeah, I have a lot of fucking attitude. 'Cause I'm not dead inside. It's what makes me fucking a good time. Except when I have a bad attitude."
That's 2 joints rolled. Do I keep that for when we go?
Roll smoke one of them now because I'm just like fucking.
What's that?
Light one of them now. I'll roll some for when we go.
When is it? We're rolling.
What time is it? 6:30. I think. Was it in half an hour? Is that okay?
I don't know.
There's a lighter in front of you. The torch lighter. Oh, okay.
I don't want it.
Okay, then don't fucking use it. Okay.
What? Getting mad at you?
No. I'm trying to rearrange mine. Check my privilege. Trying to not be a whiny spoiled brat.
Gel is a guy. He's fat. He sweats. And he talks like Cartman a little bit. And he looks like Cartman. So every time he's like saying too much stuff, people tells him, "Shut up, Cartman." Like,
Shut your fucking mouth, Cartman.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. I'm like, oh my god, guys, you guys are so fucking
That's funny.
mean.
Yeah, but you know what? He probably deserved it. So this fucking one guy that I sold weed to in front of goddamn, so I sold him a 5-piece. I was like, here, take my number in case you want to buy more weed in the future. Or if you have any people who want to buy weed. And give him my number. And I wrote Madison in brackets weed. And then he wrote Matt in brackets big dick. And I was just like, I already put big nose because that's what everyone told me your name is. So, because he got a big ass nose. I was like, that's mean. And that's what he responded with. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why people call you big nose, because you're fucking douchebag. Big dick. Thank you for the information. Now I'm informed. Like, my question is, do you ever get a positive reaction when you fucking do those things? Like, do you ever get a girl who's like, oh, you have a big dick now, you said? Like, is that ever the fucking outcome of doing a gross fucking annoying shit like that? Like,
I never started a conversation with that.
unsolicited dick pics. Like, unless a girl is for some reason be like, hey, send me a picture of your penis. No girl is ever gonna be like, oh, yay!
That's probably a man. On the other side.
What do you mean? Oh, someone asking for a fucking dick pic? Yeah, it's probably a man fucking being like, oh, now I have evidence, fucking ruin your career. No, yeah, that's what I mean. No girls ever asking like send me a. Apparently they do, but not any that I really know. So like
Christina probably does.
no, but even if fucking you send a girl a dick pic, they're like, oh fuck yeah, interesting. Alan said that worked once. Like I was like, okay, well, if you want to fucking have to go for a fucking penicillin shot after you hook up with somebody, be my guest.
That's what you get.
Like that, he's like, okay, we'll get it. Okay, I'll go roll joints.
What?
I'll go roll joints.
Why?
On the floor.
No, check your privilege.
Oh.
Check your privilege. Yeah. Woo! PC. Woo!
I should just know better not to get upset when things don't turn out the way I plan. And it's fine. Something else will fucking work out.
Well, especially with volatile people. You know what they do.
You know what? Anybody, I just tell Jesse this, that even though you've had someone who's been your best friend for fucking years, that you've taken his dog and never fucking asked for anything for doing that, like, and you still never know somebody. You still never really know if someone's gonna fucking do. Even if you think that the fucking you know them well and they're gonna do the thing you think they're gonna do, there's always a chance that they might not. Like, that's what I've decided. And it's a lot easier.
Like the guy Momo, because Momo owe me like $20.
Mhm.
So it's like, yo, I got your money because I'm in the subway. I can't answer you. There's too much noise. And then he sent me like a vocal message.
Yeah.
I can hear it. So he's like, dude, I have your cash. Like, I'm just, my jail sentence has been suspended until the 11th of July for some reason.
Oh.
So he's not coming in the weekends.
Hmm.
So he's like, dude, I fucking appreciate that. You don't even know me. You helped me out with some weed, you know? It's fucking appreciative. Like, you know, there's still some good people on this planet. And I try to be contagious. So
Yeah, because I can't keep getting upset every time that someone fucking doesn't do what they said they were going to do. And you know what? It's a lot easier if I just don't rely on people to help me out. So that way, if it doesn't work out, I'm just the only person I can blame is me. Like, the only person that fucking I can be mad at is myself. I can't keep getting mad at people for fucking every time that they fuck me over. Not fuck me over, but
Keep you hanging.
you know what? Because I feel like I don't have high expectations. I feel like I don't ask for a whole lot. Like,
Well, asking somebody for his car, driving it.
yeah, but no, I didn't ask for it. It's something that
Came up.
that he offered as a possibility. So, but I know better to not work myself up to a point where I start planning things based on that.
Yeah.
Like, because if it doesn't fall through, I get too fucking discouraged and shit. Like, and I just fucking sit and fester. Can't just sit around being fucking pissed about somebody else that I can't do anything about. Sorry, I'm such a fucking negative.
That's okay, Ray. I totally understand.
I'm trying to fucking pull myself out of it all day.
So that's why I said you had good luck with the car today. I knew that, you know. Oh, my chain. Guy asked me, asked me to do. He said, "Where's your chain?" He said, "You don't have it because some people inside they were missing their jewelry."
Oh, what?
I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah." They put their jewelry in their bags, some blings, and then
Ah! Fuck.
Here.
Oh, fuck off.
So you know what? Good thing I left mine over here.
Yeah.
I always will. Not even in my bag.
No, never. No, I put it in my shoe when I worked at the airport. When I worked at the airport, they told me I had to take off all my jewelry and then put it in my Gucci bag. It's this clear bag for the airport employees. And they're like, you can put it in the back. And like one of the coworkers I was working with that day, she was like, I really wouldn't recommend putting anything important in your Gucci bag if it's going to be over there because people will steal it. Also, your tips, when you're at the cash with somebody, one of your coworkers, keep your hand on your tips. Whenever you're not paying attention, whatever, fucking keep your coworkers will fucking try to steal your fucking tips. I was like, I'm not fucking working here. If I have to fucking be worried about my coworkers stealing my fucking bitch change, like fuck that. Like, not worth it. It's a fucking airport. Like the epitome of what security is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like, and you're telling me I fucking gonna get my shit stolen by the people employed here? Fuck this.
Oh, the orange juice. We forgot here.
Whatever, it's fine.
It was yesterday anyway. Where the fuck is my lighter? It's out of the bed now? Yes. Hey, well, you're a fucking good leader.
Let me fucking plop this butt down. Yeah, it's, you don't exhale all the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
And it just sits in the back of your throat.
Today, it's funny because they were talking about having a black lighter that could be hidden on where it's black at the thing. So, you know, we could just hide the lighter there and nobody would see it. And I was like, dude, I have a lighter. Everything's black on it. And they're like, what? Like, yeah. The pin's black. The metal's black. Underneath is black. Like, oh, cool. I'm like, yeah, finally I found someone. I don't even show you the lighter. And you're like all excited about it. I'm like, my girlfriend didn't care. She's like, what? She's like, yeah, my girlfriend didn't care. Like,
no, I spent 2 days being like, my lighter, isn't it great? I'm like, yes, a very good lighter.
Maybe sounded nice.
Well, that little purple lighter, clear purple lighter that I have, I stole that from Victoria by accident last year. And I brought it to her place last time. I was like, fucking, she was like, oh, I stole your lighter. I'm like, I stole your lighter. And she was like, that's my lighter? I was like, from a year ago. She was like, definitely you need to keep it.
Quick! Hey, quick, go. Hey, quick.
Come bug me.
That's it. Go over there, man. Yeah, today I was like, oh my god, fuck. Nobody's there to make me smoke.
Oh.
So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to have a long day. But then, all of those people that I gave joints outside all tapped on my shoulders. And hey, you want to puff that? I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. Hey, you want to puff that? Yeah.
That does make me feel a little bit better, actually.
Yeah, so my trick worked.
So I was telling Sherry and Crystal that, like, you know what? It's I've never been a drug dealer. Like, that's why I give away my pot for free. Because, like, I don't sell weed. But, like, there's no honor among thieves anymore. Like, once people in Fatal started stealing from each other, like, fucking Fury, when he told me, oh, bring fucking all your stuff in my house, it'll be safe. And then they looted it and threw it out. And then they're going over to Spiders, and they're stealing from Spiders' place. And, like, you guys know that he has cameras, so why?
Yeah.
Like, go steal in a different neighborhood. Like,
you know what the eardrops are?
The eardrops? Yeah. The Polysporin? They're in the medicine cabinet.
Okay, cool.
Why, is he itching?
No, it's me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Weird. I wonder why.
Does someone? First. Lighter. Go away.
You know what? If that's what makes you happy, I'll take it.
Right? Oh yeah, it's funny because the guy that was watching on YouTube, he was a big crack addict, and he was saying, like, to explain to the guy, it's like, it's not that I like crack, it's crack like me. Like, as soon as I was thinking about it, it was taking control of me. I was doing things I was not even thinking of, and then later on, rethinking about it, I'm like, oh my god, what was I doing? He's like, now I just smoke my joint. He's like, oh, I just go home and I smoke one joint at night. You don't smoke just one joint. You fucking chain smoke in jail. You fucking chain smoke outside.
a good morning joint and a good night joint.
Ugh.
Like, and that generation, like, it's like my mom's age, and fucking, they get very, very affected just by like little tiny weed pinners.
Yeah.
Like, and for some reason, the generation now, like even kids that are younger than me, the weed that they're looking for is not the
It's a
point of
heroin
smoking.
buzz
It's a
that they're
heroin
looking
buzz that you're looking for, fucking Xanax
Yeah.
buzz that you're looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's not weed. Like, fucking what JF does, I'm like, that's not smoking weed. That's smoking weed to fucking keep your other addiction at bay. Like,
Yo, whiskey.
all day. It was him all day after you go. And it's like the more that I fucking pay attention to him because he's crying, and even if I'm giving him shit, it still gets the reaction he
Yes.
wants from me.
Yeah.
But like I'm not like the lady around the block who can just have her dog incessantly barking and just
barking and
pretend
not
like you
really-
don't hear it.
Yeah.
Like,
No, go.
because I know my dog never did anything
Whiskey?
for no reason. Like,
Come here. Up. Come here. Come up.
every time I thought that
Go lay
Jack
down.
was barking or whining for no reason, there always ended up being a fucking very
Go lay
good
down.
reason.
Go lay down. No. Confusion. Be confused. Whiskey.
And he gave up.
Better fucking give up.
Quit it.
Quidditch.
That I used to have a card game that was Quidditch. It was actually really fun. Back when like the
The Harry
Second-
Potter thing?
what?
The Quidditch Harry Potter thing?
Yeah,
card
it
game?
was a really fun
Cool.
card game actually. When the second movie came out,
They should have literally made like more Quidditch scenes.
yeah, definitely,
like
or
a
a
show-
spin-off.
A spin-off
Yeah.
off of the game, so like you got like a sports show. But
Yeah,
like,
for
fucking-
sure, that would have been great actually.
Yeah. They just did a spin-off of John Wick,
I don't know.
Ballerina.
Oh,
So it's someone from the same house as he's coming from, the Russians, and then he's in the movie as well. It was good, but I mean, you put Keanu Reeves 5 minutes in the movie. And, we got
I wonder how much he got paid for that
box
shit.
office movie.
yeah, but how much fucking you think you got paid just for fucking the 5 seconds being in the movie?
Well, Tony Jaa, the champion in Muay Thai in the world, at
Okay.
the time did the movie On Back.
Okay.
It's a really, really popular movie. I knew this guy was gay too.
Yeah,
He was moving his hands. It's like, this guy's gay for sure.
I've always wanted to do Muay
And
Thai.
When he became 4 years in a row champion of the world in Muay Thai,
Oh, cool.
he said to the world, "You know, by the way, guys, that I'm gay." Just like that.
That's funny.
Just
That's funny.
that. Yeah. And he dyed his hair super blonde and started to wear some super tight shirts. And I'm like, I knew it. Anyway, what was I saying is, they did a spin-off of him. And he shows up in the movie like this. He does a flip, like, haha, Black Knight. And the other guy tells him, like, I think you are in the wrong movie. He's like, are you sure? Like, yeah. He gives a kick to the guy and he leaves. And that's all you see of him in the movie. And I'm like, oh my God, motherfuckers. It's all the same actors because all Thailand's actors are all the same.
Really?
Yeah. No, all the Thai movies, it's every single actor you recognize them.
Oh.
A little bit like Korea. Korea, way more. So
I keep seeing videos where it's like fucking other countries' reporters that go to Korea trying to get the story of what's going on.
like in North Korea.
Yeah, Kim Jong Un.
Yeah, North Korea.
Fucking, but it's like it's just so pointless, and it's funny because Kim Jong Un is like, absolutely, if you guys want to come and fuck with you can do interviews to all my people. Don't worry. Like, he's fucking there's no reason to be fucking worried because every single person is just like, yeah, I love it here. He's the best.
We got food.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, it's awesome. And
It's
it's just like, fucking, oh yeah. And you're like, this seems a little bit scripted. You seem like you might be lying.
And then they say, and it's not scripted.
Yeah, and then they go, oh yeah, no, fucking, nothing's
it's,
censored.
is trying to disappear. Trying to go away. Trying to haunt this house. Get stuck between the walls.
Can't believe fucking Jesse. Oh, your house is for sure haunted. I'm like, please, just don't. I can't. Like, I'm willing to talk to anyone about anything, but my house being haunted, I just can't. I don't want to even get into it.
Whiskey.
Fucking Victoria. Did someone die in your house by any chance? I'm like, Vic, please. She's like, do you want to know? I'm like, no, I don't. And she's like, okay. Who's like, no, I don't want to hear your fucking crazy hippie voodoo shit. Like,
Whiskey. You have to stop, baby. No, you have to stop.
makes them worse. I saw the dumbest thing today. Some guy fucking was like, oh, the way you know that someone didn't abuse their dogs if you can fake punch them and they don't flinch.
No,
and if they flinch, then it means that you got caught fucking abusing your animal.
Some dog will flinch.
Most dogs will flinch.
Yeah, but others will not, and it depends the situation. Like him, he just thinks it's playing, so he goes towards the punch.
No, he flinches all the time as if I fucking beat him, and I'm like, I've never fucking hit you once, and I never will.
What do you want?
But it's.
What do you want? Tell me what you want.
I haven't always been his owner.
Tell me what you want.
And you know what? Any human being, I love you and I trust you and I know you're not gonna hit me, but if you pretend to punch me in the face, I'm still gonna flinch. Like
I fucking jumped so hard today. The guy he was gonna give me a puff of smoke.
Yeah.
And he I don't know if he had a nail or something.
What?
But it felt like he was burning me. I'm like, ah, Jesus Christ. And he was like, dude, I just touched you with my finger. I was like, I don't know what happened here. I'm like, I was fucking jumpy apparently.
You are jumpy.
Yeah.
No, but it's because that's how you stayed safe your whole life.
Yeah.
If someone fucking touches you, you're very sensitive to touch. You're
Yeah.
super sensitive to touch.
Very good.
Even like giving you a head rub, if I do it too hard, like fucking.
Hey.
Especially when you're sick. When you're sick, I can't touch you, even though like if you have goosebumps all over you. Fucking. I can't
If it was
fucking touch
more
you.
than 6 days I didn't sleep, I couldn't touch stuff. My fingers were so sensitive, I couldn't even grab a lighter.
That's weird.
Yeah.
What's that? Whiskey.
What do you want, baby? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? You want? What do you want? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. But you're cheating already. It's fucking not fun when you cheat, bro.
Where is it?
Real 6. Oh, that's bolt action 303. Nice.
It's friend Nini. He actually specifically collects antique guns.
That I'm not sure what it is. It's really nice.
I told him.
Really nice.
I told him I was like, fucking, my boyfriend's gonna fucking shit a brick.
They're really fucking nice. Wow.
Yeah. That's why I was like, hey, I have a bunch of fucking antiques.
Some of those must have come in the 1800s.
A lot of the stuff he does is in Galway. So they're old.
The guy, I go to jail with a guy. His name is Mayo
Yeah.
Mayo Williams.
Is he from Galway?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably knows me.
Okay. Because he's doing weekends.
You talked to him, you told him, Gogo Yusta.
Gogo used to.
Yeah. Or Donavetti. That's who fucking will vouch for me. She was the therapist for she's one of the elders.
Okay.
Who fucking she was the reason why I was allowed to hang out in Galway and no one gave me a problem.
Because some kid was saying, well, not kid, Simone was like, Kanawaki. And I'm like, yo, okay, we're just gonna have to do something here. It's Ganawage. Can you please say it properly? And the other guy's like,
Thanks, I'm from there.
No, because they don't say it. They don't fucking correct
No,
people anymore.
they
And I'm
don't
like, why don't you guys
correct
correct people?
Yeah.
Because it starts fight. And it
Yeah.
makes us look bad. And
Yeah.
it makes it so we
And
have
he
no...
kept saying
like,
Asian. It's like, yo,
they're not
I'm
Indian.
mid-Asian.
Oh my
They
god,
don't
the
have
first
a
time
fucking
my...
dot in there.
Yeah, that's what fucking I said to my dad. First time my dad called her an Indian. And she goes, I'm not an Indian. I don't have a fucking dot in my head. No, okay, next time you hear someone say Kanawaki, be like, did you hear about the guy who lost his legs and now he cannot walkie?
Kanawaki.
Oh, natives love that one. Because a lot of the time when I fucking throw that out at someone who's native, they never heard it before. And they're like, hey, that's actually funny. Like, I've never heard that one before. I'm like, yeah.
I'm gonna shake your head. I'll shake your head. I'm gonna fucking shake your head. Shake your head. Just shake it. Shake it. It makes you feel better. Shake it. Shake your head.
How old is he? The guy from Guadalajara?
Well, about my age, I guess.
Okay, even like, because you know what? It's funny. Cameron's father actually knew my father from high school, and every time I meet someone who's fucking they're native and I meet their father, they're like, who's your dad? And they're like, is it fucking George? I'm like, no, it's Glenn. And they're like, oh, Glenn. I used to I worked with him for a little while at Seagrams. I was like, no shit. Like, fucking people actually know my dad from Guadalajara for some reason. I was like, that's my dad always fucking is like that though. People will just be like, oh no way, that's your dad. I know your dad. I'm like, really? Because he's got literally no friends. Like, the only friend that I've ever known was guy that used to drive him to work. I don't fucking remember his name, Ben or something.
So where people call this other guy Joker? Every time sometimes say Joker, I turn.
A lot of Joker. Even Jesse. Jesse was like, I knew a guy from like my hometown who was
but
also
this
named
guy's
Joker.
One of the bikers, so you know he's just known as the bikers. The biker don't know me.
Apparently, another Gotti family member got murdered not too long ago, a month or two ago. Because I was telling Jesse about the fucking Hells Angels. He was like, oh, the fucking Hells Angels, like, fucking, I know some of them. I'm like, yeah, no, I grew up with them when they retire, they become truckers. Fucking, a lot of them used to go to Bully's Truck Stop where I worked as a kid, and they fucking loved me. But most of the bikers now are retired and have grandkids and, like...
Because, I mean, when you're a biker, your job is literally pushing drugs and doing PR.
Yeah, and the kids that were supposed to fucking take over, they can't handle it because they spend all the money and they go on joyriding with sports cars and crash them and fuck up drug deals. So it's like,
Or do you end up like being like a fatal wannabe biker?
yeah.
Drugs to drug addicts that try to like have.
So they can't do it
10
for very
bucks a
long
day
or
of
anything.
drugs, I
Like,
mean, if you
they
wanna
didn't
make some
pass
money-
their fucking businesses down to their kids because their kids can't fucking handle it because they're too fucking spoiled and useless. Like, it's not like the other mob families that pass
Like
their
this other
job
guy,
down to their
where
kid.
he seems like he has money, but he doesn't really. This doesn't work, and he's in school, and his girlfriend just look at this thing of a Six-Flex or something like that,
Okay.
you know, to buy.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, I try to make an offer, and then they said they already had someone that had a payment plan with that. And then this was like, it's too bad we didn't get it.
Called a
It's
blind
like, how
auction.
much was it? And he's like, okay, maybe, you know, something 500,000, 600,000 would be nice. I'll go back to work. I'll pay towards that. 1.4 million. I was like, oh my God. She didn't get it. I was like, happy because I was like, I'm going to have to go sell drugs. And big time. If I want to be affording any of this shit. Like, she didn't talk to me before going to apply for that shit.
Everybody-
1.4 million.
Everybody who is able to leave Canada is leaving Canada right now because even the real estate people, it's no longer the average fucking person who's just being smart with their money, investing in real estate, and then making like a little bit extra when they flip it. It's people losing $1 million investments.
Should we take him for
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
shave before we go to the grocery?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Because I got some energy.
Okay, well,
So, you know, might as well.
maybe you can transfer some of that energy over to me. It usually helps.
Like this?
Whatever works.
Aha!
No, usually just you fucking being there talking to me makes me feel much better.
Well, yeah. I can do that. Whiskey? Shut up. Yes. Yes.
We'll go out, baby.
Yes. I made this other old man his life much easier. He wakes up, his hair and all in his face. Like, the guy fucking took all my stuff. You know what they try to do to? They put ash in between their toes. 7 of ash in between their toes. Oh, it's in saran wrap.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's got a small lighter in between his toes. And then the lighter fell. Again.
Good for you for not putting it up your butthole.
Yeah, no. Next time he's gonna use the suitcase.
What?
Butthole.
Oh God.
When you called it the suitcase, I was like, what?
No, I could try to sneak stuff in, but if I have to fucking go to that length, no, thank you. Like I can wait until I get out. It's fine.
Especially right.
No, if it's going in my mouth, like no, like I don't care how much fucking wrapping is around that thing, like.
But the trick is to have a Kinder Surprise egg and tape it, because nothing goes in it. That's like the best. It's the only thing that you're sure of.
Take the fucking outside of a period tampon, the plastic part.
Oh yeah. No.
Why?
Because if it okay, you need something that it's almost round or circle. Because if it flips into your butthole, you want to be able to shit it. Because let's say it goes in like this, and in your stomach it goes like that. Now it's stuck like this. You can't shit it.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
well.
a Kinder Surprise egg is big like that.
Either way, I don't have to have plan. I don't have to prepare for this. For
No, but I know all about it because my friend, he had to put 9 in his butthole before going to jail. He was making money.
Oh, for sure.
But then what happened is he only put 8, and the 9th one was his for his payment, right? Because in jail it worth a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But he smoked it before going to jail, and when he got to jail, he had to give all the stuff, and they say, well, your payment was the white one.
Oh.
All the red ones are ours. That was your payment.
Yeah, but that's drug addicts. That's why drug addicts don't make money if they sell drugs, because they end up doing them all. Like, the only way you can fucking actually make money off of doing drugs is if you don't do drugs.
Yeah.
It helps if you've done drugs in the past, but because like if I was telling
No, you don't do what you preach.
I was telling Jesse this that I tried even having friends like after I was like fuck Fatal, and Victoria fucking was like you can't hang out with us anymore. Basically, mean girls like you can't sit here, you can't sit with us because I'm not wearing pink on Wednesday, like because I'm not doing ketamine and I'm fucking a buzzkill. So I was like fuck this, I don't really want to hang out with anybody anyway. So I tried having friends that didn't do drugs, and I just scared the shit out of them. And I'd start like laughing about something, like a story that I fucking told them, saying it laughing, and they're like, "Why is that funny to you?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I guess it's not funny, eh?" Like, I'd just like traumatize them. So I can't be friends with people who've never done drugs. I can be friends with people who don't do drugs anymore.
Oh my god!
I'm so glad I didn't get a fucking human child. Like,
A human child?
yeah, because like
I had to
fucking.
explain to someone today that we only have one race of humans, which is the human race, and then other things are ethnicities. He's like, no, it's like dogs. No, dogs have different races. Like a pug is not the same as a German Shepherd. It's not the same as a pit bull. They're different races. But humans, we're all the same, just different ethnicities. And you couldn't fathom that. The fact that dogs are dogs, but they're different races.
Okay, this was my whole
Humans
thing.
are not different
where,
races
like,
when they're different.
Is it cannibalism for an animal to eat another animal of a different species? Because if I eat an Asian, it's still cannibalism.
Yes.
Like, so, but if an animal eats a different kind of animal,
If a dog
that's
eats
not
another
cannibalism?
dog, it's cannibalism.
Yeah, but if it eats a cat,
No.
then it's not cannibalism?
No, it's feline and no, the feline's underneath the dog in the food chain.
And I was like fucking thinking, like, you think like different humans taste like different things? Probably.
I don't think it has something to do with your ethnicity, but it has
Yeah,
something
but
to do
even
for
their
where
smell-
you live.
Like, black skin smells different than white skin.
Yeah. Brown meat is different than white meat on a turkey.
Like, even same with natives have tougher skin. If
Yeah.
you feel native skin, it's thicker and tougher skin than
Yeah.
normal. Like that's why
Well,
they can be
okay,
able to bugs.
but
They don't
like,
get
look,
bit as
look,
bad
look.
as I do. Like
Chickens. A hen that gives eggs
yeah.
and a chicken that gives breasts. They're two chickens, but the hen or thing is really, really thick. Her breasts are not
Mhm.
that big, and then the meat is really, really hard compared to the chicken that they grew, and then it's really tender, big pieces.
So that was like my question for being like, where's the line of like what is considered cannibalism and what is not considered? I'm more open to
from the
eating a
same
person
species.
but like I'm more open to eating a person than I am eating a dog.
Yes.
I'll eat a person before I eat a
Yeah, I don't even have to think about it.
dog.
Yeah. Because I would be more friend with a dog.
No, because I know I have a better idea of what the dog has been consuming. Like, and I don't know what fucking humans eat fucked up shit.
I mean, I rather eradicate more humans than dogs.
Yeah.
So I rather eat humans if I have to than dogs. So I can have dogs as friends. And humans.
Just fucking flipping that food chain.
Just flipping that food chain. Yes, you okay with daddy? Why don't you guys eat the dog? Because the dog eat you.
Careful, what are you doing? I just rolled them. Alright,
You only rolled 5 joints? I know. Bad big dick.
How's that feel? Alright? He's like, whatever.
Hi. Go. Go. No, hey. Go. No, hey. Go. Go. Be confused and scared. You listen.
See, like, do we abuse you? Because you're just fucking cowering as if I'm about to beat you. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, better. I only did a little bit down at the bottom. Put some shorts on.
Tits. No, you Boner.
Yay!
That's
What?
your life is hearing all that.
Yay! Fucking people know that my boyfriend actually likes me.
It's Joe food.
Oh, you got food?
Yeah, you gotta give us food.
Oh, you said you guys don't get food.
The first time they were a bunch of dicks. They made us wait so long, and we didn't get food. We had 3 plates to separate between the 8 of us. guess somewhat hints back and forth.
What?
I guess somewhat hints back and forth. Somewhat. I want to know. Is it my lighter?
Ah, we're going out. Come on, like, no reason for this.
Bring me to church.
Take me to church.
Whatever. Saturday night. Go, 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 go.
You feel fat.
Right on his head. What?
You feel fat.
No. Go, 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 go.
No?
No.
Oh,
Calling my girlfriend fat. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. So we're going to the market.
what? Grab the what? Oh. That's not what I use for trouble. I give you that pack of Sarah's. Good. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
You laugh. You laugh. At least it's not $5,000.
Well, why would you said after?
But if I forget it, what do we do?
Put it on the table, you won't forget.
If somebody comes there,
Add it in bags.
Fine.
Well, I don't want to walk around with that in the bag just in case.
Good. Anywhere in my wallet.
Push. Whiskey! Stop! Oh, I totally forgot that I have two fucking different shoes like that.
Hey!
Whiskey. Whiskey.
Ow. No.
Whiskey. Hey.
Wow.
Whiskey.
I feel like I'm gonna hurt.
And jail shoes. They look exactly like you were coming out of the jail. Yay, my girlfriend fit with me.
Well, you know what? It's just like so fucking overblown with the fucking things that you can and cannot wear because it's fucking considered gang
They
related.
remove your blue shoes to give you blue shoes.
Yeah, but they're the wrong shade of blue.
No. Just because the jail asked for them to have white shoes, not blue shoes, or gray shoes, not blue shoes. They remove all the shoes from the jail, redesign the shoes, brought back the shoes. Which color are the shoes? Blue.
Well, someone fucking got money out of that. The money always went into somebody's fucking pocket. Like,
Yeah.
Whiskey, stop!
Stop.
Too much. Like, okay, anyway, let's go.
Go.
Fuck this.
Hey. Sit. On the ground over there.
Hot dogs in my stand.
Hot dogs. Hot dogs.
Go. Go. Go.
We help the planet. There's no bees, no humans.
I saved the bumblebee last summer.
Yay!
Fucking because he got caught in a spider web. And I took a leaf and I pulled off all the spider webs on his fucking wings. And he just flew away. I was like, yeah! Good luck on the rest of your life, little bee. Because he was just like fucking stuck. He was trying to fly. I was like, oh no! I pulled him out of the spider web and fucking pulled it all off.
Not even my phone. No, I didn't. I think. I'm good, sir.
Okay, love.
Yep.
I took you out. We went in the water. Everything's good. Get out. What did I do with the stick?
Want to give him the wieners or?
What?
Want to give him the wiener?
Sure. Ow! Hurt, cunt, dick, nigga, fucking dick.
Wow.
Sorry. Bitch ass tit. Fucker. Why? We're fine.
Do I have your bank card?
I have it. Here, slap the dog in the face.
I'm gonna put that like this in your bag because that does stay straight and it's easier for the machine because sometimes if I can put it back because they're not straight. I need to go to the washroom. I'm working hard this now. I look. Maybe I have it. I have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, it's probably a good thing. Probably why you have it.
Yeah.
Whiskey? Oh. It's a Band-Aid. It's not for you. Ow. My feety. Vicky, gotta stop, baby. Vicky, stop.
Qui.
Why'd you put the gate up?
Because he's wet. I want him to go in our bed.
Oh, okay.
You just wanted to fucking fluff say la dude.
So fucking annoying. The Jerry Park pool incidents, and all they posted was a group of brown people that are sitting there. And some guy was just like, what incidents? They're like, harassment for sure. And I was just like, proof or just a picture and an assumption? Are you a judge? It's just a picture with no context. Why are you asking me if I'm a judge? I'm like, what he wants to say is, what are you, racist? It's fucking clickbait. Like, because that's actually what the person is insinuating, is that you're racist for asking why, like, what is the incident? Because all you did was post a group of brown people sitting at a park. Like, what's the incident and how is that related to the incident?
Injuries so far and no word on the number of evacuated residents as the fire is ongoing.
Okay, going to the grocery store, we'll be back.
Canada of cheating in its trade relations with the United States. In an interview with Fox News anchor Maria Bartiromo, Trump said Canada has violated the United States Mexico-Canada agreement.
Canada is a really tough country to deal with, I will say that. But and I love Canada. You have USMCA in play. But you'll have to deal with them. USMCA is no good if they cheat. What does that mean? Well, there's been things going on that we don't like, and things going on where they took advantage. And hopefully we'll be fine with Canada.
Trump did not specify how Canada is alleged to have cheated. Back here at home, a judge has authorized a class action lawsuit over emails Tim Hortons sent out in error to participants in its popular roll-up to win promotion, but only for Quebec residents. Lawyer Joey Zoukron is seeking compensation for clients who were sent emails being told they'd won a vote in the contest, only to hear later that this wasn't the case.
They took their customers for granted, the loyalty of their customers for granted. They laughed at them instead of offering them some form of compensation that maybe would have prevented the filing of a class action candidacy. They challenged their consumers.
The spokesperson for Tim Hortons says the company apologized last year to customers who received the email and declined to comment further because the case is before the courts. The judge ruled last week that the class action can move forward in Quebec because the case hinges on that province's consumer protection laws. The case has yet to be heard on its merits. A U.S. carmaker has announced a recall over airbags that might not hold enough air.
Chrysler is voluntarily recalling some of its 2022 to 25 Pacificas and Voyagers to replace their side curtain airbags if needed. The recall potentially affects over 250,000 vehicles. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it's because some side airbags may not hold enough air when deploying in certain types of crashes to reduce passenger injuries. Chrysler's parent company says it's not aware of any related injuries or accidents. I'm ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
And an NBA player is facing gambling allegations.
ESPN's Shams Charania says the U.S. Attorney's Office is investigating Detroit Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley on allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets. Beasley's lawyer, Steve Haney, telling ESPN, quote, an investigation is not a charge. Malik is afforded the same right of the presumption of innocence as anyone else under the U.S. Constitution. As of now, he has not been charged with anything, unquote. Joey Waller, ABC News.
For interviews and other audio, go to CJD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. With the latest from the CJD800 Traffic Center, here's Mike Lamar.
Hey, Maxim, no major problems here aside from the 25 southbound for the outbound La Fontaine. As you approach the road worker, things are slow just around Hochelaga, northbound direction. Things are moving well. All other South Shore spans are looking great here this evening. Look at that sun glare problems here for Calgary northbound. Just lots of volume. It's slow moving just out of the NDG tunnel up through Plamondon. Picks up speed afterwards. Southbound, you're losing time around the Jean Talon exit. Heading up to and from Laval, west island routes are moving well. Med-East and westbound problem free. If you're coming back from the Laurentians, Quebec City, Eastern Townships, things are moving well, and we've got no delays coming back from the U.S. here this evening. For fresh quality fruits, Adonis is your destination until July 2nd. Colossal 22-pound watermelons are $9.99 each. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report's coming up at 8:15.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast: clear skies and 19 degrees overnight. Tomorrow will be sunny, hot, and humid. There is a special weather statement as well in effect, as the high is expected to be 32 degrees. Close to Humidex, it'll feel more like 39. And then on Canada Day, Tuesday, periods of rain and a high of 25. Right now we have mostly cloudy skies and 23 degrees downtown, but it feels more like 27. For a complete recap of today's top stories in Montreal, join us tonight at 11:30 on CTV, or you're on News Talk Radio. CJD 800.
This is CJAD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
At CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. Today on the show, Great Escapes.
Many years ago, our family home in the hills of California burnt to the ground. I lost everything in the world. After the fire, I bought a toothbrush from an all-night supermarket, and that was the only thing I had.
This is best-selling author Pico Iyer. Back in 1990, he was a young writer when this fire took all of his possessions, including all the ideas he'd been compiling for new projects.
I'd lost my next 3 books, which were in handwritten notes, so I was sort of back to zero.
For months, he camped out at a friend's house, sleeping on their floor, unsure what to do next.
And another friend who was a school teacher came in, saw me there, and said, "Come on, Pico, you can do better than this." And he told me how every spring he took his students up to this quiet retreat house 4 hours to the north. So I thought, well, if nothing else, I would have a bed to sleep in there, and a wide desk and a private walled garden looking over the Pacific Ocean, all the food I could eat, all in those days for $30 a night. So compared with sleeping on a friend's floor, it looked like a very attractive proposition.
Pico got into his car and drove north for several hours, up the coast to Big Sur and this monastery, which sits high on a hilltop, surrounded by acres of forest on one side and looking out over the Pacific Ocean on the other.
And I do remember very vividly the minute I got out of my car in this monastery, the silence was pulsing. It wasn't just an absence of noise, it was a kind of active presence, maybe of everything I speak with past in my regular life. And I walked into this small but comfortable room, looking out on the Pacific, and instantly I felt I'd come home. This was the place I'd been looking for all my life, I felt. And so, in an odd way, I had been well prepared for the monastery by being stripped of everything, and even stripped of the way I define myself. If you think about losing everything in a forest fire, it sounds so terrifying. But in my case, for all the terrible losses, slowly all kinds of doors opened and made possible things that might never have happened otherwise. It was like being given a fresh start and a chance to make my life up again from scratch with this tabula rasa, and really to craft a life much closer to the life I'd always wanted to lead, a much simpler life, much less cluttered. And so in certain ways, the fire actually saved me from myself and gave me the opportunity to start again.
How do people find the courage to leave the world they know and make their way to a completely different reality? On today's show, ideas about escape and renewal. Stories about getting away from the modern world in search of peace of mind. Now, Pico Iyer is an acclaimed author who writes about his travels all over the world, from Japan to India, Iran to North Korea. And throughout the past 30 years, he has found himself returning to that same hermitage over and over again.
Yes, more than 100 times over 34 years, I've driven 4 hours up from my mother's house to a Catholic hermitage, which is a surprise even to me because I'm not a Christian. But I have found it's really become my secret home over these many years. And amongst these, everybody free because they're confident that just in undistracted silence, you'll find what you need most, whether you call it God or reality reality or your better self, you will find it.
In Pico's latest book, Aflame, he describes how his relationship with that undistracted silence has changed and morphed, how he's embraced it sometimes and wrestled with it at others.
Yes, so when I first went there, I thought, this is heaven. Who wouldn't want to be alone for $30 a night with a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean and Big Sur, not a care in the world? And then soon after I began staying, suddenly a winter storm arrived, and the rain pattered on my roof all night long, and the aged heater groaned in the winter cold, and the very foundations of the little trailer in which I was sitting seemed to be shaking. And I looked out, and I couldn't see a single sign of human habitation. I was alone, it seemed, in 900 acres of remote wilderness, absolute mist, and it was terrifying. It felt like 40 days and nights in the wilderness. And then the next morning, of course, the sun rose, everything was beautiful again. But it was a very tonic reminder. Thomas Merton, the monk, says that if you seek out contemplation in search of anything, you're sure not to find it. There are no guarantees. And a monk knows much better than I do, as does a nun, that half the days are stormy and overcast, and however bright the daytime is, night will fall in time. And of course, when you're by yourself, all of us know, dark things come out of yourself. You have to confront your shadow side as well as your affirmation.
I noticed that in the beginning of the book, there's, of course, the extraordinary view of the Pacific Ocean that looms, and the way that every storm just seems to almost sort of take over your soul when you're in your little cottage, sheltering from the elements. And that when the sun does finally come out, it has a way of filling you up that just feels mystical. But as the book goes on, you quickly also get a lot of, comfort or creative solace from the rituals that are going on around you, from the monks and the way that they go about their day.
Yes. Initially, it was the nature that so moved and transported me, and in time it became the people. So it is their rituals and the fact that they're maintaining a very rigorous and steady daily practice. They gather in the chapel 5 times a day, and they derive great freedom from knowing that at any hour of the day they know exactly what they'll have to do and where they have to be. So to us on the outside, it looks like a very confining thing, but they find liberation from the fact that they're freed from doubt. And having traveled so much for 51 years around the globe, I've always felt that when I think of escape, it's not so important where you're escaping to, but what you're escaping from. And famously, if an angry person goes to Tibet, he starts complaining about the altitude. In other words, he's gone to a beautiful place, but he hasn't escaped himself. And so the special beauty of this place is that I do feel my lesser, fretful self has been left behind. And suddenly I can access some much deeper, quieter place inside me, and also some much wider reality. I wake up to the world. I think it's almost as if blinders come off, and suddenly I'm not locked inside my thoughts, but I'm wide awake to the light on the ocean and the rabbit on my splintered fence and the bells tolling behind me down the road.
There's a line I underline where you say, "I'm glad to be away from the self I am when other people are around." And I think anyone living in our on-display world can really identify this idea of almost being sick of yourself. Here's what I'm doing. Here's why I'm winning. Here's why I'm so busy. And it's exhausting.
Exactly. I'm so happy you picked up on that line, because that's probably the central line in the entire book. So it's not just the noise in the world I'm trying to get away from, but it's the chatter in my head. An escape from my social self, an escape from my chit-chat, from my anxious thoughts, from my idle meditations, from my busy plans, an escape from all the static in my head. And the small miracle of being there, to this day, 34 years later, is whenever I step into that room, or even get out of my car, it feels as if little Pico and all his worries and ambitions and hopes are left down on the highway 2 miles below the Hermitage, and I'm suddenly released to the world. It's as if I'm freed from my thoughts, which are usually the least interesting part of life, and I'm liberated to this great radiant beauty all around me.
There are some people who might say what you're talking about is religion, that you can have this sacred space every week, depending on which religion you go to. There is a temple, a church for you. But we know that people are turning to religion less and less these days. I wonder how you see it on a daily basis, whether there is a way to find this comfort without having to leave your life, which many people can't do.
Exactly, because so many people don't have the time or resources to go on retreat, let alone to go on retreat regularly as I do. But as you say, the beauty of silence is that to some degree it's available to everyone, wherever you are, and to some degree at any time. And I tell my friends, take a long hike every Sunday. Go and visit a friend without your cell phone, so that instantly you're in, I think, a much more intimate and undistracted place. Or maybe best of all, just sit quietly without your devices for 20 minutes every morning, setting a tone for the day. And that would represent probably only 3% of most people's waking hours, but it would completely transform the other 97%. And of course, I know many people have small children or a job that requires them to check in very, very early as soon as they wake up. But whoever you are, I think we can make space for those things in our daily life. And as you say, that's how we would encounter God or reality or some truth that otherwise eludes us far too much. I do feel that this is a universal medicine. Each of us may describe it differently and will find it in different ways, but it's something more and more essential as our world gets more and more fractured. And every now and then I'll hear myself say, I don't have time to go on retreat. And if I hear myself say that, that means that's the time I really need it. Because it's akin to my saying, I don't have time to take my medicine.
That was author Pico Iyer. His latest book is Aflame, Learning from Silence. You can see his many TED Talks at TED.com. On the show today, Escape and Renewal. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. We'll be right back.
Don't miss Jason Momoa and Jack Black in The Crowd Pleaser, critics called joyous and a perfect family film that is next level. A Minecraft movie. Stream now on Crave. Proudly Canadian. Subscribe at crave.ca. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Right around town here this evening, we are looking at some volume to carry northbound out of the NDG tunnel up through Plamondon, southbound a little bit of volume between Jean-Talon and Plamondon, southbound 25 for the outbound La Fontaine. Busy as you approach the road work from about the Sunigi. Northbound direction, things are moving well. South-Shore spans are looking great. West Island, no problems. Mid-East and westbound, heading up to and from Laval. Nice drive. Closure of the 30 southbound ramp from the 40. That's on the through Vaudreuil-Dorion here this evening, down through Cité des Jeunes. So keep that in mind. That is closed off. The 40 back from the Laurentian, Quebec City, or the Eastern Townships, we've got no problems to report. Discover the Chevrolet Equinox EV. It's Quebec's best-selling electric vehicle in 2024. Canada's most affordable EV with a range of more than 500 kilometers. Marty Lamar, CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
When the news breaks, be the first to know with CJAD 800.
Stats Canada said rents in Montreal jumped more than 70% in the past 6 years.
Get it first, get it right with breaking news emails sent to your inbox. Sign up today at CJAD800.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Clean air is so important. VacuPro has the latest and greatest air purifiers on sale now. Cyclo UV purifiers neutralize viruses and bacteria, are portable, ultra silent, and can even be controlled by your phone. Get yours today at VacuPro in Plaza Point Clare or vacupro.ca.
Get a year of TSN for 30% off. From summer's hottest events to the biggest moments of the year. And TSN Plus is also included for extended coverage and exclusive feeds. Offer ends July 10th. Visit tsn.ca/subscribe.
News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zama. On the show today, Great Escapes. So now we want to talk about when the search for peace of mind goes horribly wrong. And before we start, a warning. This story includes descriptions of physical and emotional abuse and mentions of sexual assault.
I've always been a pretty outgoing person. I was very social. I loved summer camp. I loved groups. I loved being a part of things.
This is Sarah Edmondson.
In 2005, I was kind of a stereotypical aspiring actress, also waitress. I think I was very optimistic, always a little bit of a go-getter, hustler.
She was in her mid-20s, living in Vancouver.
I had work. I technically was a working actress, but I felt like the things that I was doing weren't particularly meaningful. It was beer commercials and vampire TV shows. That's sort of that's a paycheck, and it didn't fill the void of wanting to do something more impactful. So I was idealistic. I was raised by ex-hippie parents who took me on peace rallies and really instilled in me that that you can leave the world a better place. And I just thought that I would do something, I guess, more impactful than what I was doing at the time.
I mean, I think you sound like a lot of 20-something people, right?
Yeah, 100%. I have a lot of grace for myself now, but 26, 27, it's at the end of childhood, the beginning of adulthood, a lot of responsibilities, trying to figure out who you are.
So Sarah was intrigued when a friend told her about a personal and professional development program run by a company called Nexium. Her friend said the methodology had helped him work through his problems and hang-ups far faster than years of talk therapy.
Yeah, the way that he had pitched it to me was that it was a group of humanitarians that were changing the world and really starting with evolving ourselves. And he told me that it had really helped him overcome some phobias and fears, and I had enough self-awareness to know that I wasn't perfect, that I had things that I needed to work on. And so I thought this would be a great time to look at that stuff and work on my stuff.
With the hopes that this could get her out of her rut, Sarah decided to give the program a try and signed up for a 5-day introductory course. On the first day, she learned that the methods had been developed by a man named Keith Raniere, who the coaches referred to as Vanguard.
All the coaches and facilitators were talking about how Vanguard had created this curriculum, and he was one of the smartest men in the world. He was mega Mensa, IQ of 240. He was supposed to be like a mathematician, and a physics major, and a science major, and a triple major from RPI with all these accolades. And he could put it towards anything, but he was choosing to put it towards helping people.
The instructors also promised she would understand herself and her values in new ways. Not that it would be easy.
They started saying things like, we're here to grow, and when you're working on yourself, you're going to feel uncomfortable. And if you feel the urge to bolt, to leave, or to eat, or to smoke, or to flirt, like those are things that are going to cover up the feelings that we want to dig in on. And you paid a lot of money, so why don't you stick it through? Participants were also asked to wear sashes to indicate their rank as students. And if you felt uncomfortable with it, then the facilitator would say something like, it's totally normal. If you feel uncomfortable, a lot of people who have authority issues or who don't like being measured, which was me. Like, I quit swim class because I didn't like all the testing and the, getting to the next level, red, gold, silver, whatever it was back in the swim class days. And so like, oh, okay, it must be my authority issues, right? This is no different than going to a dojo, and this is the karate system. This is our karate system.
Right.
And it's definitely by the end of that 5-day, I was in. I felt so great, and I did think it was better than any other therapy or seminar, other things that I'd done that were similar. And I really did feel like if we could reach people who have the power, then we could actually change the world, because we'd be compassionate to each other. We wouldn't hurt each other over petty things. I mean, that's a beautiful idea, I think. I still think that's a good idea.
A personal and professional development program with a seemingly altruistic mission to change the world one person at a time.
Sarah Edmondson picks up her story from the TED stage.
I truly found an incredible community of like-minded humanitarians, and a place where I could help people set and achieve goals and bust through their limiting beliefs. It was wonderful. I thought that I'd found the best club ever. My people, the chosen family, but more importantly, a place where I had community and belonging. Those were things I was looking for ever since I was a little girl. I rose up the ranks, became one of the company's star recruiters. It was incredible.
You ended up staying part of this community. In fact, you became a key member of the community, 12 years. Tell me about how you think of the halcyon days of NXIVM. The beginning and middle were, the heyday, and it was really fun. We had our goals labs, which is basically working through a particular goal in 3-month sections. So people would do things like write a script or run a marathon or lose 20 pounds or whatever it was, and we'd take people through that.
I mean, this just sounds like life coaching.
Yes, basically, I was an untrained life coach, and probably a pretty good life coach, because I love working with people. I love helping people. I was very much in my element, and we were getting better at asking for what we wanted, and our self-esteem was being raised. We were making more money. It was all the things that a lot of these things out there promise on the outside. At this point, thousands of people had gone through NXIVM's personal growth courses all over North America. The company's main headquarters in Albany, where Keith Raniere lived with a group of trusted advisors, was churning out new curricula. Sarah, meanwhile, had fallen in love with a fellow coach. They'd gotten married, had a child, and her center in Vancouver was thriving. So where's the problem? Tell us about when things started to go wrong. Yeah, I mean, there were so many red flags along the way that I just missed. But long and short of it is that I was invited to a women's group that was supposed to be a secret women's group of women who were going to take the tools and really commit. And I never would have signed up for it if I'd known what it was. The year was 2017, just as the Me Too movement was taking off. And the invitation was from Lauren Salzman, Sarah's best friend, her son's godmother, and the head of education at NXIVM. Sarah would need to go through a kind of hazing process and make a vow of obedience to join. It's sort of like what I saw with fraternities and sororities when someone's making a pledge and they're like, going around and fetching the remote for the person. It's sort of like, this is an exercise we're doing. And part of it was I was supposed to get a tattoo in a very special sacred ceremony with my quote-unquote sisters. Sarah flew to Albany for this special secret ceremony. And after a decade in a group abiding by these special rules and strict codes of conduct, she was willing to pretty much go along with whatever was required of her, including getting not a tattoo, but a brand on her body. Yeah, it ended up being a brand, and it wasn't actually even the brand that made me realize it was bad, it was realizing that the brand was Keith's initials and a monogram, and that had been kept from me. That information had been kept from me.
Back in Vancouver, she got a call from a friend who was also high up in the organization. He had decided to leave NXIVM. He had heard rumblings of these things. Basically, what had been happening over the 12 years that I'd been there is that Keith was very good at keeping people siloed. So nobody really knew what everybody else was dealing with or going on, what they were struggling with. And he had heard about that Keith had started a secret group for women, and that sex was part of the assignments. I'd been given assignments. I'd not been given that assignment yet. So I knew that the women's group was true. I'd been branded, and he was now telling me about the sex part of it. Do you remember that moment, I guess, of realization that the life you had was not what you thought it was, and that you needed to go?
I will never forget the moment. I remember exactly where I was standing in my bedroom in Vancouver, and it was like my world got flipped upside down because I saw Keith Raniere is not the most noble humanitarian in the world. He is the cult leader, and he's a sociopath. And then it's like all the other things that I'd seen made sense.
And this is where the story might start to sound familiar.
The leader of an alleged sex cult has been arrested in Mexico.
The FBI says that Keith Raniere tricked women, brainwashed them, and then forced them into sexual relationships.
Long story short, Keith Raniere had been running a cult, and this new women's group was his latest way to control the female acolytes who surrounded him.
And I've since learned that the women's group that I had joined was a heightened version of how basically Keith was running his ship with his harem all the time. And I couldn't totally see everything fully at the time, but we started to piece together that this was sex trafficking. That's why he had this group of women. They weren't his assistants and helping him figure out the plans for world peace. It was they were at his beck and call because they were in his harem. And basically all of that information together helped both of us see pretty much what we ended up going to the FBI with, which is that he created a blackmail MLM scheme for sex.
A self-described self-improvement guru is now sentenced to 120 years in prison.
As many of us heard all over the news, after Keith Raniere was captured by authorities in Mexico, the details of how he manipulated people to believe in him and follow his every instruction came out on the witness stand in a New York courtroom.
15 former NXIVM members delivered angry, emotional, and powerful victim impact statements.
Keith planted the seeds for this to be okay and be normalized. And I mean, I did have many thoughts in my head that kind of are leftover NXIVM questions, like, what if I'm wrong? What if the branding is the thing that's supposed to help people, overcome their biggest challenges? But it was like a fleeting thought. I was able to really sort of get almost like a picture, like a rubber band, or just snap back to my former self. I was like, nope, there's no place in a personal and professional development program to get branded as part of your commitment to your growth. That's not me. This is me, and I'm leaving.
How did you do that, though? Because your entire adult self had been crafted by them the previous 12 years. What do you think made it possible for you to revert that quickly, whereas there were some people closer to Keith Raniere who really, that took a long time for them.
It took a long time. Well, some of them are even still there, by the way. Yep, they're probably about 15 to 20. We call them the loyalists, still dedicated. But I think that happened because even though I was very dedicated and I did meet NXIVM over time, my whole life in many ways, and stopped acting. I think because I still had a foot in reality, like I never moved to Albany, I never joined the harem, I never engaged with Keith in that way. So I was not fully hooked emotionally. And I think because of that, I had a place to go. Like, I think a lot of people who joined and burnt all their bridges didn't have anywhere else to go. I had my family who were thrilled I was stopping NXIVM, and they were like, great, welcome back. And that's the thing that's so insidious about these groups, is that with coercive control or undue influence, it happens slowly over time. And the more committed you are, the more you invest, the easier it is to ride the cognitive dissonance wave. Cults don't look like what you think anymore. Not talking about shaved heads and drinking goat's blood and some Stanley Kubrick horror movie, Eyes Wide Shut, masks and robes. No. Cults thrive by disguising themselves as something wonderful that appeals to your total normal humanity, your desire for connection, meaning, and purpose. It might look like a hot yoga class, a course on leadership and communication, an incredible business opportunity to sell a life-changing product from the comfort of your own home. Hashtag financial freedom, hashtag boss babe. I'm not condemning any one of these things, trust me. I just want you to see the precursors. I want you to be able to tell the difference between a healthy human thing and something with a malignant endgame.
It's been a few years now, 5-6 years since Keith Raniere went to prison, and your book came out, and some documentaries, and you now talk a lot in your podcast and on the TED stage about that line between community and feeling part of something and believing in something versus that line where it turns into something controlling and debilitating. Yeah, there always has to be good things on the outside. It's what's happening in the inner circle or at the core level that usually that's where the rotten toxicity is. It never starts that way. People join, I've said this a million times, nobody joins a cult, they join something good.
That's why it's so important to know the signs and red flags of cultic abuse, especially in this day and age. We've all had to become hip in regards to internet safety, catfishing, and hacking. How about we learn some cult literacy? So I'm going to teach you a couple of red flags. And remember, not any one of these things in and of itself is the problem. It's the whole package. The first thing is there's an assumption of your neediness. You're a broken bird, you're unwhole, and they have all the tools to make you whole again. That's very convenient. Secondly, it's expensive. And please know that it might cost you more than money. It could cost you in time and relationships. Also, loaded language. If they're using pretentious terms to sound holier and smarter, run. And finally, if they're claiming to have the definitive answers to life's mysteries, big red flag. Ultimately, the best advice I have for you to avoid a culty nightmare is just remember that all of these programs and communities and tools and answers and all this stuff is just a tool, not an answer. Nobody has all the answers. I think people also have to know that any group can become culty. And it doesn't even have to even become a cult. It can become culty. And that's just as problematic. Is this thing that you are into, is it healthy for you? Can you leave the group? If you leave the group, are people still going to communicate with you, or are they going to shun you? That's a real tell. There's this great exchange in the book where your husband says, now we can live a normal life. We can just go for hikes. We can take our kid to the park. We can be a family. That's all I want. It sounds like it was relatively easy for you, but I think for a lot of people, there's a hole that gets left. Who are they if they're not doing this activity, if they're not expressing these beliefs? How do you see people coming out on the other side and rebuilding a life? It's really hard and requires a tremendous amount of work, which is hard because so many people get out of a cult or a group like this and they lack resources, and then also being embarrassed because people are normally so ashamed that they've been duped or conned that they just want to run for the hills and never address it. And when you look at even the Me Too movement or why people join cults, it's not like, oh, you're vulnerable, you're weak. It's like, no, we all have vulnerabilities. It's like situational susceptibility. So maybe you're moving to a new town and you don't know anybody, or you're after a divorce and you're feeling particularly low and looking for comfort. And it's very normal, it's very human, because people tend to say weak. I don't think it's weak, but vulnerable is a normal human thing. That was Sarah Edmondson. She's the host of the podcast A Little Bit Culty. Her book is called Scarred, the true story of how I escaped NXIVM, the cult that bound my life. You can see her full talk at TED.com. On the show today, Great Escapes. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. We'll be right back.
Get a year of TSN for 30% off. From summer's hottest events to the biggest moments of the year. And TSN Plus is also included for extended coverage and exclusive feeds. Offer ends July 10th. Visit tsn.ca/subscribe.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
We've got a closure tonight through Vaudreuil Dorion. That's Highway 40 westbound as you merge with the 30 southbound heading down towards Cité des Jeunes. So keep that in mind. The ramps are closed in that area that as we speak. So keep that in mind. That's off the western tip of the island in Vaudreuil Dorion. The Calgary northbound, we are looking at a slowdown just after Queen Mary up through Van Horn. Southbound, a little slowdown around the Plamondon area. Southbound 15 as you approach the Met, a little bit of volume there. 13 north into southbound moving well. South Shore spans are looking great aside from the 25 southbound for the outbound La Fontaine. Things will slow just after the Sherwood Street exit. Med East and westbound Anjou to the Carry Circle. Things are looking fine here this evening. Desjardins Insurance isn't new to insurance, and that's reassuring. Switch and you could save on your car insurance. Marty Lamar, CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Crave is your destination for the summer's hottest reality series. Love Island USA is back. Stream now. Subscribe at crave.ca. Crave, proudly Canadian.
News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zamarodi. On the show today, Great Escapes and Searching for Renewal. Our next guest is a wayfinder. She escapes the modern world by going back to the old methods of traditional Hawaiian voyaging canoes. On these trips, if it's a clear night, she'll often find herself gazing at the sky where it meets the Pacific.
So I'll probably be awake around 2 a.m. trying to see the changes in the color of the sky. I'm trying to get a good idea of what we're going to see as the sun starts to come up.
This is Lehua Kamalu. She is a third-generation captain and navigator.
The stars are all very incredibly important and useful in keeping a very accurate course line. But I'm about to go into the daytime. And so I really want to see what this day is going to look like. And I want to see the moment that sun comes out of the water. And so as a navigator, I'm going to be awake for that sunrise. And I'm going to see sort of all the changes as the night turns into day.
Lehua has captained voyages all over the Pacific, from Hawaii to San Francisco and Tahiti. She and her crew follow strict rules. They don't use GPS or compasses or any modern navigational tools.
When we talk about navigating these canoes, some people call it celestial navigation. I try not to, only because I think that really only acknowledges what's in the heavens and what's in the sky. And you'll find that a critical element of navigating by nature is looking down to what's in the ocean and understanding the wave patterns and understanding the wind that's right in front of you that you can feel physically on your skin and, blowing your hair. And I'm just asking myself so many questions about what's going on around me, not just on where the things in the sky are, but which way are the waves coming from? And let me try and understand, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean we're still on course? Do I need to make an adjustment towards the wind or away from it?
It wasn't until the 1970s, when the Polynesian Voyaging Society was founded, that sailors started using these traditional methods again. Hundreds of years ago, this was how Lehua's ancestors crossed the ocean.
Hawaii is traced back through the migration route to Tahiti in French Polynesia. It's over 2,000 miles to the south, and the idea that we are so deeply connected to a place so physically far away to the point where we can understand each other in the languages we speak is pretty astonishing. And so we start to learn this, I'd say, as early as, 6, 7, 8 years old. We get to go visit the canoe itself. And this canoe is called Hokulea that I'm referencing. And it was the first to be built in centuries here in Hawaii. And it was launched in 1975 as something that demonstrated both the ability and the genius to construct a vessel that could sail the ocean and the very, high seas, as well as the skill of the people who would have been sailing these canoes, 500, 1,000 years ago, to actually intentionally find their way across those 2,000 miles.
Can you describe what Hokulea looks like? I mean, we keep using the word canoe, but if you see a picture of it, this is not like, a little fiberglass canoe that we put in the canal near where I live.
Absolutely. What we have are, basically the ancestor of the modern catamaran when you see these canoes. So they're very large. Hokulea itself is 62 feet long, and it's about 21 feet wide. And it is a double-masted canoe, and so it has a forward and an aft mast, and it is sail powered.
How many people can fit on it?
Usually a long voyage will have about 10 to 12 people, I'd say, comfortably. As comfortable as it gets when you're on a deck, on a platform out in the middle of the ocean in the sun and the rain. It is very exposed living for what can be up to 4 weeks usually at the longest between islands, between landfalls.
How scary does it get out there? Like, do the waves get really big, or do you get blown off course?
Absolutely. And so as a captain or a navigator, you really need to be sensitive to what your canoe can handle. What is too much? What is too rough? When do we need to make adjustments? And by really understanding every piece and part of it, you know what's going on. You know also how to fix it when it breaks out there. So we have a lot of safety gear that we take with us these days. Everyone is wearing life jackets in the event that you do end up in the water. This is a very real concern for us on these canoes that have very low decks to the water and very little that keeps you connected to the canoe itself. And everyone is effectively in a state of, I might be in the ocean in the next wave. So you're absolutely holding on for dear life so that you stay connected to the canoe, but you also are staying focused on sailing it.
Are you wet the whole time, pretty much?
You can be. Creature comforts are usually secondary to the function of the vessel. And you really have to be ready to be uncomfortable the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Uncomfortable is your new normal. And I actually really think that is not a bad thing about sailing. I think forcing you to be in the temperature of the wind that's out there, to feel the actual temperature of the ocean. We don't have running water out there. Everything is done with buckets through the ocean. You shower with the ocean. We wash the canoe with the ocean water. The first few days, arguably even a week out on the ocean, are not what I would call pleasant.
Mm.
It is a very, I think, physically challenging experience. And for me, it feels like the time that my crew are actually the quietest, because we're each going through the steps of, why did I do this? Why did I choose to come out here? And I would say certainly by day 5, 6, 7, maybe, everyone's really embraced this as, this is actually just a different way of going day by day. And it's not what I'm used to, but it's definitely putting me in a very different, I would say, spiritual and psychological space. And you just start thinking differently. And you sort of say, you're now in this zone. You're in the ocean space now. And you can't get away from it. There's no, bunk downstairs where you're going to hide away. You're on deck. You're out in the elements. And there's not much that's going to remove you from that until we get to our destination.
I mean, having escaped the sort of day-to-day of your life, and you're out there relying on your senses, can you just describe what that feels like?
Yes, I do not think I am the same person on the ocean that I am on land at all. Mm-hmm. And what happens when you step on board and you say, okay, here's what we're doing, we're navigating, we're going to be completely, looking at nature. You're completely in it. At no point while we sail from one island to the next am I worried about what I was worried about the day before we left. It is almost like a switch. And escape is a good word for it. I like to think it's a re-immersion. It's actually a return. It's a return to something we have maybe not intended to escape from, but because of the way that we all live on this planet and the way that, the course of humans have evolved our daily lives, we are very protected and sometimes removed from a space that I think gives us incredible peace and incredible introspection and reverence. And everything that you do is up to you out there. You know, there's no one here to dictate how you need to respond to, you know, the winds or the squall that's coming in. I consider it an escape because I think it takes you away from what we may see as the only way to live our lives and the only way to think about how we're traveling on this beautiful planet, and allows you a space and a time, even if it's just for a few days or a few weeks, to see yourself in a different light, to see yourself in a different environment where your focus is so completely removed from the daily grind, if you will.
That's Hokulea captain and navigator Lehua Kamalu. You can learn more about her journeys at TED.com. To close our episode about escape and renewal, we want to share one of my favorite TED Talks ever. It's from Shonda Rhimes, the creator of TV shows like Grey's Anatomy, Scandal, and How to Get Away with Murder. Shonda loves to work. But about a decade ago, she developed a classic case of burnout. So she went on a quest to get back her mojo, or what she called her hum. She named her plan A Year of Yes. Here's Shonda Rhimes on the TED stage in 2016.
I love working. It is creative and mechanical and exhausting and exhilarating and hilarious and disturbing and clinical and maternal and cruel and judicious. And what makes it all so good is the hum. There's some kind of shift inside me when the work gets good. A hum begins in my brain, and it grows and it grows, and that hum sounds like the open road, and I could drive it forever. The hum is more than writing. The hum is action and activity. The hum is a drug. The hum is music. The hum is light and air. The hum is God's whisper right in my ear. And when you have a hum like that, you can't help but strive for greatness at any cost. That's called the hum. Or maybe it's called being a workaholic. Maybe it's called genius. But here's the thing. The more successful I become, the more shows, the more episodes, the more barriers broken, the more work there is to do. And then the hum stops. Overworked, overused, overdone, burned out, the hum stopped. Now, my 3 daughters are used to the truth that their mother is a single working titan. Harper tells people, my mom won't be there, but you can text my nanny. And Emerson says, honey, I'm wanting to go to Shondaland. They're children of a titan. They're baby titans. They were 12, 3, and 1 when the hum stopped. The hum of the engine died. I stopped loving work. I couldn't restart the engine. The hum would not come back. My hum was broken. Now, I know somebody's out there thinking, cry me a river, stupid writer titan lady. But you know, you do. If you make, if you work, if you love what you do, being a teacher, being a banker, being a mother, being a painter, being Bill Gates, if you simply love another person, if that gives you the hum, if you've been to the hum, when the hum stops, who are you? What are you? And then my Southern waitress toddler asks me a question. I'm on my way out the door. I'm late. And she says, Mama, want to play? And I'm just about to say no when I realize 2 things. 1, I'm supposed to say yes to everything. And 2, my Southern waitress didn't call me honey. She's not calling everyone honey anymore. When did that happen? I'm missing it, being a titan and mourning my hum, and here she's changing right before my eyes. And so she says, Mama, want to play? And I say yes. There's nothing special about it. We play, and we're joined by her sisters, and there's a lot of laughing, and I give a dramatic reading from the book, Everybody Poops. Nothing out of the ordinary. And yet, it is extraordinary, because in my pain and my panic, in the homelessness of my humlessness, I have nothing to do but pay attention. I focus. I am still. The nation I'm building, the marathon I'm running, the troops, the canvas, the high note. does not exist. All that exists are sticky fingers and gooey kisses and tiny voices and crayons and that song about letting go of whatever it is that Frozen Girl needs to let go of. It's all peace and simplicity. The air is so rare in this place for me that I can barely breathe. I can barely believe I'm breathing. Play is the opposite of work. And I am happy. And a rush of energy comes. And it's not instantaneous, but it happens. It does happen. I feel it. A hum creeps back. Not at full volume, barely there. It's quiet, and I have to stay very still to hear it, but it is there. Not the hum, but a hum. And now I feel like I know a very magical secret. It's just love. We could all use a little more love, a lot more love. Anytime my child asks me to play, I will say yes. I make it a firm rule for one reason, to give myself permission to free me from all of my workaholic guilt. It's a law, so I don't have a choice. And I don't have a choice. Not if I want to feel the hum. I wish it were that easy, but I'm not good at playing. I don't like it. I'm not interested in doing it the way I am interested in doing work. I like working more than I like being at home. Facing that fact is incredibly difficult to handle. What kind of person likes working more than being at home? I mean, let's be honest, I call myself a Titan. I've got issues. And one of those issues isn't that I am too relaxed. We run around the yard, up and back and up and back. We have 30-second dance parties. We sing show tunes. We play with balls. I blow bubbles and they pop them. And I feel stiff and delirious and confused most of the time. I itch for my cell phone always. But it is okay. My tiny humans show me how to live, and the hum of the universe fills me up. The other hum, the real hum, life's hum. The more I feel that hum, the more this strange, quivering, uncocooned, awkward, brand new, alive, non-Titan feels like me. The more I feel that hum, the more I know who I am. I'm a writer. I make stuff up. I imagine. That part of the job, that's living the dream. That's the dream of the job. Because a dream job should be a little bit dreamy. I said yes to less work and more play. Titans need not apply. Want to play? Thank you.
That was Shonda Rhimes. The book is called Year of Yes, How to Dance It Out, Stand in the Sun, and Be Your Own Person. You can watch her full talk at TED.com. Thank you so much for listening to the show. If you are thinking about supporting public radio, I think today is the day. When you become a TED Radio Hour Plus listener, you support this show and you can hear the latest Plus episode. It is my conversation about how to avoid small talk with the hilarious and extremely emotionally intelligent comedian Chris Duffy. There was a little hiccup with Plus episodes recently, but this one is all new, and Chris is awesome. Just go to plus.npr.org/TED, and thank you so much to anyone who already is a Plus subscriber. This episode was produced by Rachel Faulkner-White, Katie Monteleone, Harsha Nahada, and Matthew Cloutier. It was edited by Sanaz Meshkinpour and me. Our production staff at NPR also includes James Delahousie and Fiona Guerin. Our executive producer is Irene Noguchi. Our audio engineers were Jimmy Keeley, Neil Rauch, Gilly Moon, and Zoe Vangenhoven. Our theme music was written by Ramtin Arablouei. Our partners at TED are Chris Anderson, Roxanne Hylash, Alejandra Salazar, and Daniela Ballopezzo. I'm Manoush Zamarodi, and you have been listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
The Vashi Cabello Show.
The day's top headlines. Weekdays at noon. Another round of surprise among Canadians.
Conversations that dig deep.
There's nothing overtly negative, yet analysis that entertains.
The president really needs to approach us as an equal. Opinion and lively debate.
Should the priority be for this new government to get the tariffs removed? The Vashi Capello Show.
Whatever pain he's inflicting on us, he's getting it back in return. Weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
First at 5, CTV News brings you more local news. I'm Maya Johnson. We bring you the stories from your community that matter the most to you.
CTV News with Maya Johnson. Weeknights from 5 to 5:30.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal.
News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
An iHeartRadio station.
Good evening, it's 9 o'clock. I'm Maxim Cadet with your CTV News update. Currently 22 degrees, but it feels more like 26. For the details in minutes, here's what's making news right now. "90 Montreal firefighters are battling a 4-alarm fire in the Sud-West borough this evening. Multiple 911 calls are made at around 7:15 p.m. for a fire at the intersection of Hadley Street and Cardinal Street. The fire is inside a 3-story residential building at the intersection. 9 residences inside the building have been damaged, but no one was hurt. The cause of the fire remains unknown. A judge has authorized a class action lawsuit over emails Tim Hortons sent out in error to participants in its popular Roll Up to Win promotion, but only for Quebec residents. Lawyer Joy Zucron is seeking compensation for clients who were sent emails being told they'd won a vote in the contest, only to hear later that this wasn't the case. He says big companies need to be held accountable.
What this tells companies, and especially in this case large multinational corporations, is that you have to have systems in place to ensure that the information you communicate to your customers is the truth and is accurate.
The judge ruled that the class action can move in Quebec because the case hinges on that province's consumer protection laws. A spokesperson for Tim Hortons says the company apologized last year to customers who received the email and declined to comment further because the case is before the courts. President Donald Trump is renewing his call to annex Canada and make it its 51st U.S. state. In an interview on Fox News Channel's Sunday Morning Futures, Trump said Canada would benefit greatly by joining its neighbors to the south.
I love Canada. Frankly, Canada should be the 51st state. Okay, it really should, because Canada relies entirely on the United States. We don't rely on Canada.
On Friday, Trump announced a sudden end to trade negotiations with Canada in response to Ottawa's plan to push ahead with a digital service tax on major American online companies. A sniper ambushed firefighters responding to a blaze in an Idaho mountain community this afternoon. Authorities say at least 2 people were killed, and the sniper was unleashing barrages of gunfire over several hours. Idaho Governor Brad Little called the attack a heinous assault. The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office said crews responded to a fire at Canefield Mountain at around 11:30 p.m. this afternoon. Gunshots were reported about a half hour later. An alert by the Kootenai County Emergency Management Office asked people to avoid the area around Canfield Mountain Trailhead and Milton Gulch Road. Sheriff Bob Norris says the fire is still active. And in sports, Canada exited the Gold Cup in the quarterfinals after losing 6-5 in a penalty shootout to Guatemala. Canada coach Jesse Marsh says the game changed with Canadian winger Jacob Schaffelberg was sent off in first half stoppage time after receiving a second yellow card.
It was a crazy game. Felt like we were very much in control of the match in the first half. Guatemala was spirited and aggressive. And then, moments change matches. And the double yellow right before half obviously then changes the match.
Canada is ranked 30th in the world compared to number 106 for Guatemala. Canada's next international match is on September 5th against Romania. For interviews and other audio, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Mike Lamar.
Next, we are looking at a nice quiet drive around town to carry northbound, just a heavy go just after Côte St. Luc up through Van Horn, picks up speed afterwards. Southbound, things aren't moving well. Southbound 25 for the outbound La Fontaine as you approach the roadwork. Things are busy through Disuigny, northbound direction. Things problem-free. All South-Shore spans are looking great here this evening. Those are the only two issues. Met eastbound, just a little bit of volume through the Saint Laurent area. And the closure of Highway 40 and the 30 ramp. That is through Vaudreuil-Dorion. That's in the southbound direction, all the way down towards Cité des Jeunes. Discover the Chevrolet Equinox EV. It's Quebec's best-selling electric vehicle in 2024. Canada's most affordable EV with a range of more than 500 kilometers. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report's coming up at 9:15.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast: clear skies and 19 degrees overnight. Tomorrow will be sunny, hot, and humid, however, as we have a special weather statement in effect, as the high is expected to be 32 degrees, with the humidex will feel more like 39. And then on Canada Day Tuesday, periods of rain and a high of 25. Right now we have mostly cloudy skies, 22 degrees downtown, but it feels more like 26. For a complete recap of today's top stories in Montreal, join us tonight at 11:30 on CTV or here on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
I am wary enough of his volatility, his unhinged qualities, his lack of restraint, his tendency to convert what previously were dismissed as jokes or wild fantasies into deadly serious policy. So I don't think by any means we are out of the woods when it comes to Donald Trump, not even started.
Welcome to the Monk Debates YouTube channel and podcast feed. A real pleasure to once again host Andrew Point, columnist with the Globe and Mail, for our weekly chats on all things Canadian and around the world. Andrew, you're coming to us from Ottawa. You had another successful stop on your book tour. Just remind our audience about the book. I'm hearing a lot of buzz around it, so congratulations.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, it's called The Crisis of Canadian Democracy, and it's an attempt to pull together all the different strands of dysfunction and failure in our democratic system and maybe see what can be done to fix it.
Yeah, could not be more timely. And just remind our viewers and listeners that Andrew and I spoke about his book recently on our YouTube channel. You can check that out now or go back through our podcast feed and find that conversation. Well, Andrew, talking about democracy, let's talk about Mark Carney's week that was. I think we're all sympathetic to a new prime minister coming in, having to kind of wrap his hands around what is a very big and complex job. But it did seem like, Andrew, a couple of fumbles, maybe some stumbles this week. Is it speaking to some bigger challenges that this proverbial outsider is having in getting his PMO up and running and the business of government underway?
Yeah, I mean, it's very early days. As you say, he is unique in Canadian history in becoming prime minister without ever having held or even run for elected office before this. It would be challenging for any new government. It always is. It's particularly challenging for somebody who's a newcomer at this. The sequence of events, let's remember, was, Trudeau steps down, then there's a leadership race, then there's an election. So he's been going pretty nonstop. But yeah, coming out of the gates, saying you're not going to have a budget in the spring, I don't think was necessarily well advised. Initially, they were going to say they wouldn't even have one until next spring. They would have a fall economic statement, but that'd be about it. But they got enough of a beating in the media, I think, that they decided they better have a full-on budget in the fall. Not the worst thing, but just an indication of a certain degree of disorganization. I read and I hear that they're having trouble finding a chief of staff to replace the very temporary Marco Mendicino. We'll see whether that comes to fruition in the next little while. And you had some cabinet ministers going off message, as it were. Now, a lot of times when I bristle when people talk about this, when they're talking about ordinary members of caucus. Members of caucus don't have a script or shouldn't have a script. They're supposed to be independent. They're supposed to be exercising independent judgment. They're generally speaking going to be broadly supportive of the party of which they're a member. But there's nothing wrong whatsoever with an ordinary member of parliament having a different point of view. Cabinet ministers, on the other hand, have collective responsibility for the government, are supposed to stay on script. And so when you have even veterans like Stephen Guilbeault I didn't have any particular problem with the statement that he made as a matter of fact. That is to say, there is a real issue as to whether, even if you took all the constraints off the pipeline building, whether there was actually that much demand to build them at this point. But for the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture to be offering an opinion, A, an opinion that was not necessarily that of the government, and B, was nothing to do with his portfolio, wasn't the most disciplined start to festivities. And you had statements from Anita Anand, who else?
Gregor Robertson.
Gregor Robertson in housing, that's right. So people, I guess, weren't fully briefed. This is probably a function of not having a full-time member, a chief of staff to kind of crack the whip on these things. So that looked a little disorganized.
So, Andrew, do you think you've been around as long as I have? There's always these promises when prime ministers come in that, you know, cabinet will be a place of debate and discussion, and I will value my colleagues' contributions. Again, maybe these ministers' interjections were a bit clumsy, but that Prague Spring seemed to last about 72 hours before, Andrew, are we seeing the reversion to the norm, which is a command and control PMO that carefully scripts and programs its cabinet ministers and basically runs their departments through chiefs of staffs that it appoints? And it sounds like that is the direction the Carney government is going, is to continue this relatively new tradition of the prime minister's office setting the chiefs of staff foreigners, in a sense, having that direct line of sight into their offices.
Yeah, that's become the norm. And as you say, I saw something to that effect, that they were gearing up to do that or had done that already. It's only one thing among many different pieces of the puzzle, but it doesn't bode well. And certainly my expectation, both because, as you say, every prime minister comes in vowing free votes and cabinet government, and then everything gets centralized in the PMO even more than before. So one's expectation for that reason has to be that we'll probably see more of that. You look at Mr. Carney as a person, and you know, he's always been the smartest guy in the room, doesn't care who knows it. By nature, it would be surprising, let's put it that way, if he was a very good delegator, but we will see. One piece of evidence that may or may not be to the contrary, I think you can read it in different ways, was the sort of collective mandate letter that he put out. Now, this has again become a ritual in recent prime ministerships. I'm not sure how far back it goes, but certainly under Justin Trudeau, ministers were given these very detailed public mandate letters, individualized, that were basically a to-do list. Now, you know, you can look at that and go, "Oh, isn't that marvelous? This is transparent. It's open. They made these promises, and now the ministers are expected to execute on them." Except that's not really how cabinet government is supposed to work. In the great days of cabinet government, ministers were expected to sort of bring forward ideas and to help shape and determine their portfolio. It wasn't just executing commands from the prime minister's office. So it shows how fully we've absorbed the idea that the ministers are basically just the prime minister's, you know, employees. Whereas Carney, he's done is he's put out, it has 7 priorities. So it's good to have a short list of priorities. Any government will basically be judged by whether it achieves maybe 2 things. So whittling it down to 7 is a good start. And secondly, the text, if you read the text at face value, what he's saying to ministers is, here's the things we would like to accomplish as a government. I would like to hear from you, your ideas about how you can contribute, what you think the government should be doing, particularly within your particular bailiwick. And if you were, you know, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, that's certainly different than Justin Trudeau's approach to the mandate letters. Maybe it augurs something good. There's language in there about we're bringing back real cabinet government. So we've been burned before. Be very, very skeptical. But I'll just, in fairness' sake, I'll put that one possible piece of evidence that maybe things would be a little different.
Yeah. Andrew, what do you think of the criticism Carney's come under around these kind of executive signing ceremonies? You know, your book is all about you know, Canada's kind of parliamentary traditions, our parliamentary system. You know, is this in a sense just a kind of harmless foul, maybe an unconscious or somewhat crass attempt to replicate President Trump's you know, executive orders that he signs with great kind of flourish in the Oval Office? Or, Andrew, is it something bigger, as you identify in the book, a a kind of fundamental confusion now that may have metastasized well beyond our government to much of the public about what, in fact, a parliamentary democracy is and how it's constructed and who the prime minister is?
It's a very interesting question. There's certainly nothing unconstitutional about it, let's put it that way. Prime ministers do sign documents ordering that certain things should happen. It's the ceremony and the publicness of it, and as you say, the symbolism that's very presidential, even before Trump. So I think he got very bad advice on that. I don't think that's a symbol he needs to be setting out. I agree with you that it absolutely plays to one's worst fears about how centralized things have become in the prime minister's office, the presidentialization of our system of government. So it will just depend on is this a symbol of that represents still further substance? Is he going to take things even further than previous prime ministers, or was he just getting bad advice about showing that he's in charge, etc.? I think particularly for somebody like him, I mean, yes, he's a newcomer, but he won that leadership of his party by such an overwhelming percentage. He got over 40% of the vote in the election. I don't, and he's a take charge kind of guy. I don't think he needed that to be shored up, if you will. And I could understand if people were worried that, does anybody know who this guy is, or do they think he's got the chops to be the leader, et cetera. But I think that's the least of his worry. So I think he got very bad advice on that.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, it may not be the right assessment, but I certainly have the feeling that since the election, that there's a perception in various quarters of the country, corporate Canada especially, but I think also among some segments of the voting public, that the pot has come off a boil vis-a-vis the kind of crisis atmosphere that did affect and was a major feature of our most recent federal election. I wonder what your assessment of that is. Do you sense that either through reasons of complacency or perspicacity, Canadians are starting to dial back, some of the more, how would you characterize this without being uncharitable, but somewhat hysteric at times, arguments that we were indeed, I think in Mark Carney's words, in the crisis of our lifetimes. I certainly feel that a lot has changed in the last 30 days in terms of the national mood. Do you agree?
I agree that the perception has changed, that the public, and that was happening during the election campaign, the public was dialing back, as you say. I'm not entirely sure whether the public is right to be dialing it back. In other words, yes, there's a change in perception. Is this just the whole thing was a sham? It was they ginned up a lot of fear over nothing, which I think you're starting to see some people saying, I don't believe that. So just because Trump has been relatively quiet in recent times doesn't prove anything one way or the other. But I am wary enough of his volatility, his unhinged qualities, his lack of restraint, his tendency to convert what previously were dismissed as jokes or wild fantasies into deadly serious policy. So I don't think by any means we are out of the woods when it comes to Donald Trump, not even started.
We'll be right back with more of the Monk Debates right here on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Hotspot tonight, the Med eastbound. We are looking at a real heavy delays here. It's bumper-to-bumper traffic, actually, from the Rockland Shopping Center all the way out through Saint-Denis. Once you pass Saint-Denis, good news, nice drive right up to the Anjou interchange, but you got to get through that. So Rockland Shopping Center, Met eastbound, all the way out to Saint-Denis, picks up speed. Afterwards, Met westbound is problem-free here this evening. Southbound 25, volume from Desuligny through the roadwork into the La Fontaine Tunnel. The other south shore spans to from Montreal. Things are moving well. To carry northbound, once again, just a slow down around the Queen Mary area up through Van Horn. Southbound is moving well. And I got to and from Laval, both the 1315 moving well. No problems to and from the West Island. Desjardins Insurance isn't new to insurance, and that's reassuring. Switch, and you can save on your car insurance. Marty Lamar, CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
When the news breaks, be the first to know with CJAD 800.
Stats Canada said rents in Montreal jumped more than 70% in the past 6 years.
Get it first, get it right with breaking news emails sent to your inbox. Sign up today at CJAD800.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
With the CTV News app, our news is always at your fingertips, giving you breaking news fast and stories that matter to your community.
Download the CTV News app to get local updates and push notifications, or visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Welcome back to the Monk Debates with host Rudyard Griffiths on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
I'm just wondering politically, Andrew, how this kind of affects the government's ambit, its room for maneuver, its ambition, and whether they need to now calibrate to the facts on the ground, which, yes, can change, but they are what they are right now. And I think the mood has changed. So what's your advice? Can they just simply push through, or does there have to be a bit of a recalibration?
Maybe rhetorically, I don't think some of the issues on the ground have changed. So what the crisis mentality helped us see and revealed to us in that moment of clarity was we had left ourselves rather too exposed to a partner that we couldn't necessarily depend upon. So whether or not the absolute worst case scenario is right with us here now, what was clearly the case was we had a longer term agenda. So we had a short term issue of how do we fend off these tariffs and whatever Trump wants to do this week. But we had a longer term agenda of how do we make ourselves less dependent on the United States, less dependent on our NATO allies, or more of a contributor. So beefing up our defense contribution is clearly going to be with us for some time to come. And that's an enormous challenge just on its own. Everybody, or most people, agree we need to spend a lot more on defense. Very few people have said where they think the money's going to come from. Are we going to cut spending on other things? Okay, let's talk about what we should cut. Or are we going to raise taxes? Well, that'll be an interesting sale when you're talking about, that level of extra spending. Or are we just going to chop it all up on the national credit card? Well, that has issues. So that alone is a big issue that we had suddenly crystallized. I thought that as a country, left or right, liberal or conservative, that we had to do something about that. Secondly, the interprovincial trade barriers. I hope we don't lose a sense of urgency about that. I would greatly fear that experience would tend to suggest that the provinces will talk a good game for a few weeks and then everyone will go back to sleep. So I don't think we can afford that, and that's not about this week, but it is about our Canada-U.S. relations in a way. The productivity agenda is on its own is a huge thing. It was a huge thing before Trump started talking about 51st state, but it's an even huger thing if you're looking at basically a madman in the White House who is saying things to wreck the world economy every other day and then retracting them on alternate days. That's a huge headwind that we don't need already. I mean, we're already growing so slowly that we're not able to keep up with population growth. To be able to beat through those headwinds, we're going to need much faster sort of basic economic rate of growth. So a huge policy agenda there. So yeah, I agree with you that if you don't have the wolf right at your door, snarling and yapping and getting on the nightly news every night, it maybe takes some of the urgency off it in terms of people's perception. But that's what people are in politics to manage is how do I sustain popular will in the direction I want to go. And that was, whether the end was nigh or not, that was very much what we were voting on in that election was whose judgment did we trust? Who did we think would be the best occupant of the Prime Minister's office at this particular moment in history? And it was a near run thing, as it turned out. The country was pretty evenly divided on, but that was very much what was at issue. A minority government was, I think, in many ways, the ideal outcome. Carney can't just say my way or the highway. He's going to have to work with other people. It's a very strong minority, but it's still a minority.
Hi, Monk listeners. If you are unable to purchase tickets to our sold-out May 29th Monk debate on Trump's America, you can still catch all the action live from the comfort of your living room. For just $25, it's a donation no less, you can watch the debate featuring Ezra Klein, Ben Rhodes, Kellyanne Conway, and Kevin Roberts. All, again, live on May 29th, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. As a Monk donor with your $25 contribution, you'll get streaming privileges to all of our yet unannounced 2025 live events, access to full-length editions of our popular weekly current affairs podcast, Friday Focus with Janice Grostein. You get that for 1 year, and a charitable tax receipt for residents of Canada. Find out how to become a donor and watch the May 29th debates live at www.monkdebates.com. Just as we move towards wrapping up the show, I guess one thing I'd like your help on trying to wrap my head around, and just on the basis of this conversation, which has been very helpful to our audience, is again Carney's mixed messaging at times. There's been my part, possibly some confusion, I'll be honest, about our Prime Minister's seeming endorsement of something called the Golden Dome. Of course, if it's Mr. Trump, it always has to have gold worked into it somewhere. But the Golden Dome, for those who have not been following the news closely on this topic, is basically a continental missile defense system. It is a completely unproven technology. It is potentially $500 billion to intercept one, possibly two intercontinental ballistic missiles at some time in the future. And Mark Carney has seemed to kind of warm a bit to this idea, at least leaving the door open to Canada considering becoming a participant in the so-called Golden Dome and extending the Golden Dome north of the Canada-US border to encompass our landmass. And I guess what my confusion is, Andrew, is if we're trying to be more independent from the United States, if we're trying to pursue our security, which ultimately I think probably was the ballot question, in the last election, why are we playing footsie with the president on an idea that is, I would say charitably, as dumb as a bag of hammers?
I'm not sure I would be quite as negative on the concept. I agree with you, it's unproven. I agree with you, there's a lot of speculative technologies involved. I certainly agree with you on the cost is massive, but this has been an ongoing debate going back decades, of course. This is going back to the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan. And there was a decision at the time on ballistic missile defense under the Paul Martin government, where Martin decided that Canada would not be part of it. I don't have hostility to the concept itself. I'm very wary of the progenitors of it. So I would have more time to discuss that with a Ronald Reagan or a George Bush Jr. than I would with Donald Trump. So it is a head scratcher why we would be so quick off the mark to say that we would have some involvement with it, or might potentially have some involvement with it. I'll give you maybe the best case scenario, because I'm in the mood to be charitable today. It may be that the calculation is, look, this is never going to happen under Donald Trump. It may not happen under anybody. Trump likes to talk about grand schemes that never come to fruition. Remember, infrastructure week that never happened, or all these other things. And the calculation may have been, look, we're not committing to anything. We can say some nice things about it in the short term, hope that the whole thing stalls and doesn't really go anywhere. And we buy ourselves some credit at the cost of looking a bit more than a bit inconsistent, but we buy ourselves some credit with the administration leading up to some very tough decisions to come. So one of which is, what do we do about the F-35? I think there's real reasons to be concerned about putting all of our eggs in that particular basket when it leaves us exposed to U.S. decision-making when it comes to repairing and replacing parts and all the technology that's associated with it. And so there's a lot of people who looked at this and said, there's a case to be made that, okay, we have to buy a certain number that we've already committed to, but the rest of the contract we should maybe switch over to one of the European fighters, for example. Okay, that's going to be a tough thing to sell to the Americans. you know, it's easy for us to say, well, that's what we're going to do, but we should expect a lot of blowback on it.
Yeah.
And so it may be that the decision was, let's give ourselves some bargaining chips, let's give ourselves return some brownie points, and maybe we can mitigate some of the fallout from that decision. That's the best case scenario I can make work, because as you say, it's certainly very inconsistent with anything you said during the campaign.
Andrew, thank you for a fantastic conversation today. We wish you well on the continuing book tour. If people want to get their hands on a copy of The Crisis of Canadian Democracy, where can they do this, Andrew? What's the easiest way to purchase your book?
I should say that the easiest and best way is to go to either the Sutherland House publishing website, where you can buy them directly from them, or from one of your local bookstores. And I've got nothing against the major chains either, but local books play a particular role of adding a bit of the human touch in terms of editorial selections and things. And so buy them at your local bookstore.
We'll be right back with more of the Monk Debates right here on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Problem on the Met eastbound. We do have an accident. Left lane, it is just jammed here through the Lacadie Circle. It's also affecting the 15 southbound just after Côte Vertu as you approach the Met here and merging with the Met eastbound. So keep that in mind. Heavily traveled here from the Rockland Shopping Center through Boulevard Lacadie, almost out to Saint Laurent. Once you pass that area, though, nice drive out to the Anjou interchange. So once again, that is the hotspot here this evening. That's the Met eastbound at Lacadie Boulevard, and the Lacadie Circle is jammed here this evening. Aside from that, 25 southbound for the outbound La Fontaine, a little bit of volume from D. Sweeney, northbound up at the Anjou interchange, moving well. The other South Shore spans are problem-free. Heading up to and from Laval, both the 1315 smooth sailing, and we've got no problems to report. TCAN Highway 20 in both directions. Take advantage this moving season with eBox. Subscribe to our 300 megabit per second fiber internet package of $45 a month. Details at ebox.ca. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report's coming up at 9:45.
The Vassy Cavello Show.
The day's top headlines. Weekdays at noon, another round of surprise among Canadians.
Conversations that dig deep.
There's nothing overtly negative, yet analysis that entertains.
The president really needs to approach us as an equal. Opinion and lively debate.
Should the priority be for this new government to get the tariffs removed? The Vassy Capello Show.
Whatever pain he's inflicting on us, he's getting it back in return. Weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
I'm Bridget Federley, president of Canaan Federley Funeral Home, where we offer a full range of services tailored to your wishes, and we guide you every step of the way. When you choose Federley, you're choosing a dedicated team of professionals truly sensitive to your needs.
In life's toughest moments, you deserve a trusted partner. We've been that beacon of comfort for families in times of need since 1965. Call us at 514-481-5301 or visit CainFederley.com.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest nonprofit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed. Prevent injuries. Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain. They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed. Clean air is so important. Vacuum Pro has the latest and greatest air purifiers on sale now. Cyclo UV purifiers neutralize viruses and bacteria, are portable, ultra silent, and can even be controlled by your phone. Get yours today at Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Clare or vacuumpro.ca.
This is Mike from Andy's house. If you or a loved one are struggling with drugs or alcohol, call us to learn more about our top-rated programs, including our new 35-day Residential Plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY, 514-738-ANDY. Call today.
CTV News Montreal, #1 on air and online. Get Montreal's #1 news at home and on the go. For live breaking updates, visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Welcome back to the Monk Debates with host Rudyard Griffiths on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
The following is a complimentary excerpt of this week's edition of the Friday Focus podcast by the Monk Debates. Access full-length editions of each and every episode, along with all kinds of great additional benefits and perks. Become a donor to the Monk Debates. You can do that for as little as $25 a year, and you'll receive each and every year 50 Friday Focus episodes at full length. It's all available right now on our website in just a few simple clicks. www.themonkdebates.com. Look for the Friday Focus option in our navigation bar at the top right of the website. Make your donation and we will send you each and every Friday a link to listen to the full-length edition of this program. Thanks in advance for your generous contribution. Welcome to the Friday Focus podcast for the 23rd of May. I'm Rudyard Griffiths in studio with my co-host, Janice Gross Stein. Janice, great to have you here.
Great to be with you, Richard.
We're dry and not high.
Well, I have to complain about one sunny day thus far in May. That is deeply unfair to any Canadian.
I know, and it's across the country. It's not just here in Southern Ontario, the center of the universe. Bad weather from coast to coast. But we're warm and cozy in our Monk Debates studio, and just want to dig into a week that was a lot to unpack. Let's begin though with this extraordinary meeting that happened in the Oval Office between the President of South Africa and Donald Trump. So many different places to go with this. What was your reaction to a presidential performance that almost, I would say, rivaled the bizarreness of his confrontation with Zelensky not even 2 months ago?
Rudyard, I thought this was much worse for two reasons. First of all, to be blunt, this was racism. This was open racism. There's no other construction you can put on this. And it's beyond dismaying to see that and hear that from any president of the United States. Secondly, if any of us had any doubt that Zelensky was set up, look at this, where he has a video of dubious origin, let me put it to you that way, and it's transparent that he was setting up the president of South Africa. And in many ways, there is an extraordinarily awful message to all other leaders who come to the White House. You can be walking into a trap. You know, on any measure that we can talk about it, this was a disgrace.
Mm-hmm. I think what I found surprising about this, Janice, was not that the president often has these bizarre proclivities seemingly cultivated from an overuse or consumption of kind of fringe media, right-wing media in the United States, this whole kind of idea that white Afrikaner citizens are the subject of black violence and killing in South Africa, which there just is no
evidence,
no statistical evidence. There's no there. I guess what I wondered, Janice, is the impact of this on the conversation about race in America. I think back to Barack Obama's pastor when he was running for president, who made a few in comparison, innocuous remarks, and this required Barack Obama to give a major address in Washington, D.C. I believe he did it at one of the major kind of houses of worship in the nation's capital. It was all hands on deck, national media attention. How would Barack Obama, respond to this? Here we are, not only 15 years later, and we have, in a sense, a president ostensibly representing all Americans, who is hawking a lie of kind of white victimology. I just think of how Black Americans would see this, how they would react to this, what they would think about Donald Trump. And I'm surprised that debate really hasn't boiled up in the pages of the news media. And it goes back to a broader theme that we've been discussing for a number of weeks now. A strange kind of normalization of the president's behavior by everyone, not just corporate America, which you can somewhat understand because of their business interests, but just almost American culture, the media. Others seem unwilling or unable to recognize just how utterly shocking these types of moments are. Are we becoming endured? What's the right word? Inured to this president, and what does that mean?
Well, I think that's the most disturbing part of the story, and I did think back to Obama as I was watching this. So let's again say explicitly, there's a double standard. If you're a Black president and somebody says something about race in America, it's your issue. You have to own it. You have to respond. You have to clarify that you're the president of all the people. If you're Donald Trump and you're white, although Donald Trump does not speak for the majority of white Americans, let me make that clear, and you engage in openly racist behavior, which is what he was doing, you don't have to explain, and nobody holds you to account. But there is a bigger story here, that so many of the sectors that would speak out against this are exhausted by Donald Trump. Take the university sector in America right now. The object of sustained attack, the flagship university under unprecedented assault, they don't have the bandwidth or, frankly, the courage right now to speak up about any issue that's not directly in their court. So many of the other, or the press, you mentioned the press. Well, we saw what two of the biggest newspapers did even before Donald Trump was elected. So in many ways, the most worrying thing about this is the deafening silence that this was met with, the willingness to move on and just to deal with the issues that affect each sector of society. I will say that if this pattern repeats itself, Donald Trump will triumph, because by the time it's obvious to people that you have to resist, it's too late.
Yeah. Because again, I go back to what happened when Cyril Ramaphosa was in the White House. He was interrupting the South African president. A Black aider of Ramaphosa's, a woman, tried to interject with the president. Please forgive me for forgetting her title and position, but a senior official in the South African government. The president ignored this woman, who also happens to be Black. And then there were a series of white South African golfers that the South Africans clearly brought, because they thought, oh my God, if we're going to talk to this guy, then we need people that he's going to pay attention to. And sure enough, the whole president's demeanor changed. He became patient. He stopped interrupting. He listened to these golfers, even though they were in a sense more critical than Ramaphosa and the other Africans were in the room vis-a-vis their interactions with the president. And look, I'm not American. I haven't grown up in America. What do I know about America but what I've read and experienced, here from Canada? But I thought the issue of race was, in a sense, the third rail in American politics. And that in this instance, he touched the third rail. He grabbed the third rail in front of everybody. And again, there was this bizarre moment of this ambush where he brought the lights down and showed this kind of
Such a setup, right? Such
Right.
an open setup.
like a game show
Yeah.
almost, turning, meetings in the Oval Office with other heads of state into a version of, Survivor, Mark Burnett's, iconic reality television show. But he grasped the third rail of race, and I haven't really even seen Black Americans come out in a way that I thought they would respond to this as just an outrageous act of at worst chauvinism, and you called it. I think a demonstration that he harbors, deep biases towards people who are not white.
Yeah.
This is the epitome of white privilege on display. So, Janice, what the heck is going on, and why are the issue, that just critical issue that has woven its way through American history for 200 years, is he able to elide, I think, the firestorm of criticism that would have descended on Joe Biden? Imagine what would have happened to Barack Obama if he had chastised a white foreign leader in a similar way in the Oval Office. It would have been the end of his presidency.
We'll be right back with more of the Monk Debates right here on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
If you can avoid the Met eastbound, we do have an accident just before Boulevard L'Acadie. It's jammed here this evening, bumper-to-bumper traffic from the L'Acadie Circle, actually even beyond that here, and it's also affecting the 15 southbound ramp as you come out of Laval from at least Courtesvue all the way down. So keep that in mind. That's in the eastbound direction for the Met eastbound, just after the L'Acadie Circle. Heavily traveled in that whole area. Westbound direction, things are moving well. Southbound 25 for the outbound La Fontaine. Little bit of volume through D. Souligny. The other South Shore spans are looking great. The Killary North at the southbound, just some volume through Royal Mount, heading up to and from Laval Nash Drive. West Island routes are problem free. Keep in mind, off the western tip of the island, as you approach Highway 30, the ramp for the 30 southbound, that is closed. That's off the 40. You can't make it down to Cité des Jeunes. Continues till 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Desjardins Insurance isn't new to insurance, and that's reassuring. Switch, and you could save on your car insurance. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your traffic tips to star 800. Marty Lamar, CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Clean air is so important. Vacuum Pro has the latest and greatest air purifiers on sale now. Cyclo UV purifiers neutralize viruses and bacteria, are portable, ultra silent, and can even be controlled by your phone. Get yours today at Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Clare or vacuumpro.ca.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
Are you tired of stubbing your toe in your sinking walkway or pool patio? No need to replace it, lift it. Acton specializes in lifting and stabilization of pool patios, sheds, roads, walkways, garages, and more. And they offer free evaluations and financing options to fit your budget. Visit acton.ca. That's AKTON.ca to learn more about their services and to schedule your free evaluation today. Acton Injection, the concrete and foundation specialists serving the Montreal community for over 40 years. Call Acton for action.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
It's the grandest of all the slams.
What a day to have a center court ticket at Wimbledon.
Where magical moments are guaranteed. Wimbledon, June 30th to July 13th on TSN with exclusive feeds on TSN Plus.
This is Mike from Andy's house. If you or a loved one are struggling with drugs or alcohol, call us to learn more about our top-rated programs, including our new 35-day Residential Plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY, 514-738-ANDY. Call today.
Welcome back to the Monk Debates with host Roger Griffiths on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Is the president, in fact, the symptom, maybe not simply the symptom of longstanding biases and racism in American society, but the symptom of a civil society that has become numbed by its polarized politics, numbed by its addiction to social media, maybe increasingly dumbed down by AI. There's all kinds of stories now that people who are consuming and using AI excessively lose their critical thinking skills, their ability to, in a sense, reason on their own. That's just one, pinprick, so to speak. But when you put this all together, you kind of worry that American society itself and its culture may have passed some tipping point of self-awareness, of self-reflection, of self-criticism, and instead is out the other end into a very different phase and maybe a very different state of its democracy and what, in a sense, America is. And the president is simply the representation of this. He's not the cause of it.
So I'm a little more optimistic than that. And the reason is I think there are some very smart people whom I profoundly disagree with around Trump, who have designed a strategy, Richard, which is overwhelmed. Every day another shock. It's a shock and awe strategy. That's the best description of it. That is very familiar in military history. What's the purpose of shock and awe? It is so destabilizing. That's what it's designed to be, that it disrupts the opposition and you can move forward on the battlefield. That's what I see these 5 months, almost 5 months, as since Donald Trump has become president. I have more faith in Americans. Just a second, I was in a discussion about Tocqueville last night with some colleagues who wrote the classic book on American civil society. And he worried about what he called populist democracy, right? And that's what you're describing. There's another side to Americans, which I think both of us have seen. They don't comply. They're much less deferential than Canadians are. I think there will be a tipping point, and I don't think Americans will comply. And as soon as there's non-compliance, it's a house of cards.
Right. Yeah, fair enough, James. But look, we had this meeting in the Oval Office. It was the same day that he accepted this $500 million plane from the Qataris, which ostensibly will then go to his private foundation. And he says he's not going to use it. Come on. His son, concluded a $5 billion golf resort deal in UAE. He just hosted a massive dinner for investors in his family's cryptocurrency. You say that Americans are going to have a moment of wake up, whatever you want to call it. Janice, there are now like 5 or 6 major events in the last 30 days that would have, in any other previous presidency would have caused the music to stop in the media, in the culture, and in the politics. So I hope you're right, but what I'm seeing, observing the facts here, is that we haven't simply opened the Overton window on bad behavior, or in this case, outright racism expressed by a president. We have torn the Overton window out, and it seems as if there are wide sections of American society that are enjoying the permissiveness that comes with these types of moments. And you know this as a student of history. And again, this will enrage part of our audience, fair enough. But if you look at the rise of other dictators and other times in the past, what they do, Janice, is they create a permissive structure for specific ideas and mores and behavior to emerge that previously would have been considered abhorrent or certainly way outside the boundaries and the confines of normal. I would venture that America is in one of these moments where the normative structure of American society is being obliterated. And yes, some people are resisting this, but I think other people are from the highest echelons of the tech barons in Silicon Valley to, who knows, small business owners in Ohio and how they now have to deal with their 6 unionized employees. There's a sense of, okay, I'm no longer bound by these norms that we agreed on. Civility, largely understood, has been washed away. I can now do what he's doing and go after what I want. It's a kind of a moment of the id that rises up in a culture. And in history that this happens. Yeah. This is a pattern.
First of all, there's nothing outrageous about that. But it's accurate. What you just described is accurate. And that is the authoritarian's path that you just described. So there's a race, right? And the really big question, I think, for all of us is Donald Trump able to consolidate his authoritarian regime? Do we have a 4-year problem, or during that 4 years, does he so weaken civil society and institutions that America, in fact, makes a fundamental turn?
But I would say, does he change Americans' values?
Well, beyond that.
Because in Germany between the 1920s and the 1940s, a whole set of values on the part of a people fundamentally changed.
But they also weaken the institutions.
Yes.
So you need both, right? You need both. And that's the race we're in. And that's why, my colleagues, Timothy Snyder, Jason Stanley, are saying over and over again, don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until the institutions are so weakened. If you don't resist now, by the time it's obvious that you have to do it, it's too late because the institutional infrastructure is destroyed. And I think that's a big question for the United States. I remain optimistic. And as I said, for a funny reason, Americans are lawbreakers. They're rule breakers. They're not deferential to authority. At some point, all authoritarians require compliance. And I just don't believe Americans will knuckle under. But it's a toss here.
Yeah, a jump ball. Yeah. Let's take a quick break, Janice, and say goodbye to our complimentary listeners and viewers. When we convene on the other side, we're going to keep, knocking here at the big pitches of the week in terms of news. We're going to talk about this statement that Canada joined vis-a-vis the UK and France to condemn the continuing Israel incursion into Gaza and the lack of humanitarian assistance that has been seen on the ground in the last month or more. So that juicy story, important story for you right after this short break. Please consider becoming a member to get the full-length editions of this podcast in beautiful audio and video. So here's that bye-bye. Thanks for listening to this excerpt of the Friday Focus podcast. To get full-length editions of each and every episode of this program, simply go to our website, www.themonkdebates.com. Click on the Friday Focus tab in our navigation on the top right of the site. Make a donation as little as $25 a year or 50 cents an episode, and we'll send you not only the full-length editions of each and every Friday Focus podcast, all kinds of special offers, perks, access to events, and additional content. Again, you can do that right now by becoming a donor to the Monk Debates at www.monkdebates, MUNK, debates with an S.com.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal.
News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
An iHeartRadio station.
Good evening, it's 10 o'clock. I'm Maxim Cadet with your CTV News update. Currently 22 degrees, but it feels more like 26. With the weather details in minutes, here's to making news right now. Over 100 Montreal firefighters are battling a fourth alarm fire in the Sud-West Borough this evening. Multiple 911 calls are made at around 7:15 p.m. for a fire at the intersection of Hadley Street and Cardinal Street. The fire is inside a 3-story residential building at the intersection. 9 residences inside the building have been damaged, but no one was hurt. The cause of the fire remains unknown. The 17 and 18-year-old remain in critical condition this evening after handling an electrical circuit breaker in a vacant building. 2 other teens, aged 16 and 19, were unhurt and were arrested at the scene. Montreal police say they were called at about 5:20 yesterday afternoon to the building in the Villeray-Saint-Michel Park Expo after reports of the sounds of an explosion. The 2 young men were found badly hurt and taken to hospital. Montreal Police spokesperson Caroline Chevletis says the teens allegedly broke into the building. The 2 suspects who weren't hurt were arrested for breaking and entering and were released on a promise to appear in court at a later date. U.S. President Donald Trump repeated that he won't be continuing trade negotiations with Canada until such time they drop certain taxes. During an interview on Fox News Channel's Sunday Morning Futures, Trump touched on Canada's digital services tax as the catalyst of the sudden end to discussions with Canada's trade delegation.
Until such time as they drop certain taxes, yeah.
Digital
People don't realize Canada is very nasty to deal with. They charge our farmers up to 400%, almost 400% on certain products and certain, things. While farmers want to send it, they have to pay 200, 300, 400%. People don't know that.
In a social media post on Friday, Trump surprised Ottawa by terminating trade talks because of the DST, which is set to apply this Monday to major American online companies such as Amazon, Google, and Airbnb. A sniper ambushed firefighters responding to a wildfire in an Idaho mountain community this afternoon. Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris says at least 2 people were killed and the sniper has unleashed barrages of gunfire over several hours.
We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties.
Officials say crews were responding to a fire at Canfield Mountain at around 1:30 p.m. Gunshots were reported about a half hour later. And in sports, Canada's men's national soccer team was eliminated late this afternoon in the quarterfinals of the Gold Cup with a 6-5 loss in a penalty shootout against Guatemala. Canada's Jonathan David scored in the 30th minute to give his team a 1-0 lead. However, a second yellow turning into a red card given to Jacob Schaffelberg just before the end of the first half meant Canada had to play with 10 men for the entire second half. And that came back to bite them as Ricardo Mendez scored in the 69th minute to tie the game at 1. The game stayed tied after full time, and Guatemala were able to take down the Canadian national team in the shootout. Canada's next international match is on September 5th against Romania. For interviews and other audio, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Martin Lamar.
Southbound 25 at the outbound La Fontaine, a little bit of volume through the roadwork. Northbound direction, things are moving well. All south to shore spans are looking great here this evening. Still dealing with that accident on the Met eastbound, just around Boulevard Lacadie. Heavily traveled here on the Met eastbound from the Lacadie Circle all the way up through that area. Once past that, out to the Anjou interchange, things are moving well. It's affecting the 15 southbound ramp to the Met eastbound. So the Lacadie Circle here this evening in the eastbound direction, that's ahead to go. Heading up to and from Laval, West Island routes are looking fine. Keep in mind the 40 ramp to the 30 southbound through Cité des Jeunes out in Vaudreuil-Dorion. That is closed up until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Canadian Tire in support of Jumpstart. Jumpstart helps families overcome financial barriers to sport and play. Donate this Jumpstart month at jumpstart.canadiantire.ca. Marty Lamar, CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast: clear skies and 19 degrees overnight. Tomorrow will be sunny, hot and humid, however, as we have a special weather statement in effect. The high is expected to be 32 degrees, with the humidex will feel more like 39. And then on Canada Day, Tuesday, periods of rain and a high of 25. Right now we have cloudy skies, 22 degrees downtown, but it feels more like 26. For a complete recap of today's top stories in Montreal, join us tonight at 11:30 on CTV or here on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
You're listening to the CEO Series with Carl Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Welcome to the CEO Series. I'm Carl Moore from McGill University. Each week, the CEO Series takes you inside the minds and lives of some of Canada and indeed the world's top leaders to discuss strategy, leadership, and today's pressing issues. And some of the world's top leaders have spent time with us, like Justin Trudeau, Mohamed Yunus, Nobel Peace Prize winner, and Dr. Joanne Liu, former National President of Doctors Without Borders. This show gives you a thin, well, perhaps not so thin slice of the kind of thoughtful leaders leading some of today's more interesting organizations. Today, I'm delighted to be speaking with Eliza Reid, the former First Lady of Iceland and best-selling writer and co-founder of the Iceland Writers Retreat. Eliza, thank you for joining us today. Tell us about your early years. Where did you grow up, and what did your family do when you were a kid?
I grew up just outside of Ottawa, near the village of Ashton, which is now part of the Greater Ottawa, on what you sort of call a hobby farm. And I have two younger brothers, and I guess had quite a normal sort of upbringing. Lots of fun, lots of storytelling, and fresh lamb from the farm to eat.
So were your families farmers, or more just, part-time farmers?
What I call sort of hobby farmers. So they had sheep and chickens and ducks and dogs and cats. But my dad is a teacher in Ottawa, and my mom, stayed at home and looked after kids and looked after us.
So what did you study at university, and where at?
I have a degree in international relations from the University of Toronto, and I have a master's degree in modern history from Oxford University.
The U of T degree sounds like, as First Lady, it might have been actually relevant.
Yeah, who knew? I think I wanted to study at first history and political science, and you know how life gives you these little curves that you don't expect. And I knew someone who had started IR. At the time, U of T was one of only two universities in Canada that offered undergraduate degrees in international relations. And a friend of mine from high school had started and switched to another degree and wanted to sell all his used textbooks from first year. And so he actually convinced me that I should definitely go into IR rather than just history and poli-sci, which basically meant adding economics. And so I kind of did it for that, to get the textbooks a little bit cheaper. But I really enjoyed that degree. And I think, many people go into diplomacy with a degree in international relations. And certainly it was something I looked at, but having grown up in Ottawa, I thought, well, if I apply to work for Global Affairs Canada or DFAID, it was called then, I'd probably have to live in Ottawa for a few years. And I didn't want to do that either. I wanted to see the world, and then of course my life changed and I never found myself back there. But you're right that it became relevant as my life progressed.
What did you study at Oxford?
modern history. So kind of the history of international relations in a sense. I just kind of narrowed in a little bit more on what I'd done rather than have the economics and the political theory as well as the background. And again, I didn't want to go into academia. I didn't want to do a PhD, but I wanted to see the world a bit and continue my studies, and doing a 1-year master's degree kind of allowed me to do that and kind of procrastinate about choosing, how I wanted to go into my professional life.
Did you get a British accent at all?
No, I never got a British. Well, gosh, I lived there for 5 years ultimately, and I don't think I had an accent, but I started saying things like boot instead of trunk and trousers instead of pants and things. Just you got to blend in a little bit.
No, we lived there 5 years as well, and so when I give feedback to my students decades later, I still say British expressions, which was pointed out to me yesterday. So it stays with you. So how did you ever end up in Iceland?
Well, indeed. Well, I met my husband, who's from Iceland, at Oxford. So that's the nutshell story. He is a historian. He has a doctorate degree in history and has worked, with the exception of when he served as president, he's worked in that field ever since. And we had our first date because I kind of contrived to win a date. There was a raffle, and he had to draw a name from a cup instead of a hat to take on a date, and I kind of stuffed the cup with my name so that he would have to take me out. And I was giving fate a little bit of a push, and who knew the long-term repercussions that one moment of spontaneity would have.
But it was because it was him.
Yes,
that you did that.
It was because it was him.
A little bit of love at first sight, maybe a little bit.
Intrigue, at least, yeah.
So, how long did you? When did you eventually move to Iceland?
So we did that just over 20 years ago in 2003. Time flies.
How hard was it to learn Icelandic?
Well, I often get asked this question, and also in the past tense, is sort of if I woke up one day and I can tick that box now, I'm finished learning the language. And of course, it's always a work in progress. I was in French immersion in school in Ottawa, so I speak French, but I don't remember learning it. So Icelandic's really the only language that I've had to learn as an adult, which is inevitably harder. I think as far as European languages go, it's quite difficult. The grammar is complex. And perhaps one of the challenges is the fact that in general, Icelanders speak excellent English. So you can easily live here. You can certainly visit and function here without knowing a single word of Icelandic. But that also kind of takes the pressure off really practicing a lot. So because I wanted to learn it, I just tried taking lessons right away and tried speaking it as much as I could, even though I've made many, many, many mistakes.
I've been 16 times, so I teach at Reykjavik University, and everybody speaks perfect English.
Yeah.
And it's very nice that way, very easy. How do you go from being a professor to a president? It just seems puts a lot of pressure on me because I've never even remotely thought of this.
Well, it only took 7 weeks, so you never know what would happen. He had no ambitions to do that, but as an expert in the history of the presidency in Iceland and in Iceland's political history. And I guess you could say in a nutshell that the stars really aligned. When the Panama Papers scandal broke in April 2016, that affected Iceland's prime minister at the time, and who ultimately had to resign. And you can imagine this was a big crisis in Iceland. And my husband was the pundit who was called on television to analyze the crisis in an ongoing way. And we had a scheduled presidential election for 2 months later in June. And people just liked how he was analyzing this very unusual situation in an intelligent and impartial and sometimes funny way. And they literally started calling our house and suggesting that, saying they had seen him on television and asking if he would consider running for president. And so the stars really aligned, but it happened within literally a matter of days, to not thinking about it to actually considering it. And then he announced he would run a month later at the beginning of May, and the election was the next month in June. So it happened very, very, very quickly.
Reykjavik is a small place. When I go to dinner, I run into former students. It must be even smaller for you that live there 20 years and have kids. And in fact, my TA said one of her kids played with your kids. It's a small world.
Totally, definitely.
And so that people know who you are and who your husband are, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But it's not that big a deal in a sense, in Icelandic context.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, it's a smaller pond, so there's more big fish in the small pond, I guess. And it's also, I like to think a little bit like Canada. It's quite an egalitarian society. There's a relatively large number of people who are well known for whatever reason, and you tend to be left alone as well. People know, if you're walking around the grocery store, you're not on duty as whatever public face that you are, and you generally get left alone to live your life, which is very nice.
I want to get to your books in a couple minutes, but what does a first lady do in Iceland? And it's not just ceremonial, but did you have a role to advise your husband and kind of give him some wisdom and say, here's what I heard in a conversation with people? Was that kind of part of the role, or am I overstating it?
So, well, again, there's no official role for the spouse of the president in Iceland, and I think that is actually the case most places in the world. Nevertheless, there are kind of expectations that you would accompany the spouse on state visits, that you would act as a co-host when there's important guests or attend important events together. And I thought it was such a wonderful and an unexpected opportunity and a privilege to serve in that role that I was particularly active, and ultimately, and we can talk about this a little more if you wanted, tried to use the role to really confound expectations, because I didn't want to build up stereotypes that we have about female spouses of male heads of state. When it comes to the advice or wisdom, I wouldn't say that that's part of the job description, no, but that I think comes down to any couple, right? Who are any couple in a relationship. I certainly have always discussed professional issues with my husband, and many couples probably do. So in that sense, it would have been similar, but maybe in that you're kind of working together as well. So you also have to have good lines about when you're not going to talk about work.
Okay. Oh, so you need to just step away on occasion.
Yeah, because you're busy and you sort of, sometimes you just want to say, like, let's not talk about tomorrow's meeting when we're trying to relax in front of the TV one night.
Do you watch Icelandic TV or more Netflix and things like that?
I confess that neither of us watches very much TV at all, but the news watch, I would say, and then it's just on demand something if we need it. Most of my television I watch if I'm flying on an airplane.
You met some, rock stars, but big name politicians. Do any stand out as you go, I was particularly impressed by that person in the time you were First Lady?
That's a good question. I would say, I was impressed by a lot of people, and I think just, people are people. We have strengths and weaknesses. I have been, I find it much easier to talk to, say, European royals than some people might think it was. Two women who stand out as very kind of strong and impressive women who I've met. One is the mayor of Gdansk in Poland, which is a municipality in Poland. Took office. She was the vice mayor, and the mayor was assassinated. So she took office under difficult circumstances and did a good job. The other example I can think of off the top of my head is Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who is the democratically elected leader of Belarus, but had to flee in 2020. Her husband ran for president of Belarus against Lukashenko, the dictator there, was imprisoned, is still in prison, and she put her name on the ballot after that, and is sort of widely acknowledged as the real victor in that election, but of course had to flee the country, and is kind of pursuing justice and democracy for Belarus. So incredibly admirable woman. I suppose personally, I was invited to the White House in 2022 to have a meeting with my counterpart there at the time, Joe Biden, and was also invited to attend a Women's Equality Month with the president, and that was also special and an interesting event.
This is the CEO Series, and I'm Carl Moore from McGill University. I'm sitting down today with Eliza Reid, who's the former First Lady of Iceland and a best-selling author. When we come back, we'll talk about being an author and just the process of writing.
Clean air is so important. Vacuum Pro has the latest and greatest air purifiers on sale now. Cyclo UV purifiers neutralize viruses and bacteria, are portable, ultra silent, and can even be controlled by your phone. Get yours today at Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Clare or vacuumpro.ca.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception incineration rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracits Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracits apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Litracits Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracits, you'll see.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral service. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Are you tired of stubbing your toe on your sinking walkway or pool patio? No need to replace it, lift it. Acton specializes in lifting and stabilization of pool patios, sheds, roads, walkways, garages, and more. And they offer free evaluations and financing options to fit your budget. Visit acton.ca. That's AKTON.ca to learn more about their services and to schedule your free evaluation today. Acton Injection, the concrete and foundation specialists serving the Montreal community for over 40 years. Call Acton for action.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
I'm Bridget Federley, president of Canaan Federley Funeral Home, where we offer a full range of services tailored to your wishes, and we guide you every step of the way. When you choose Canaan Federley, you're choosing a dedicated team of professionals truly sensitive to your needs.
In life's toughest moments, you deserve a trusted partner. We've been that beacon of comfort for families in times of need since 1965. Call us at 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
This is Mike from Andy's house. If you or a loved one are struggling with drugs or alcohol, call us to learn more about our top-rated programs, including our new 35-day Residential Plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY, 514-738-ANDY. Call today.
Top-notch insight from proven leaders. This is the CEO Series with Carl Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Today I'm delighted to be speaking to Eliza Reid, the former First Lady of Iceland, a best-selling writer and co-founder of the Iceland Writers Retreat. Are you more of an introvert or extrovert?
I'm an extrovert, very much so. Yeah.
That would seem to help in the kind of role that you've had in the public face like that.
I do, you know, my husband conversely is an introvert, which I think makes us a good couple. To me, the extrovert, it doesn't really have to do with liking things or not, but where you get your energy. So I get more energy speaking to people, interacting with people. I enjoy connecting people and introducing people and kind of maintaining and finding the ties that connects us. And so in that sense, yes, you know, I found that all,
Wow, what?
There
are actually 3 people fucking watching nothing?
Difficult.
You guys are weird.
You tell that you were
You guys are fucking weird.
Like, people, you don't have a nice Icelandic accent, and people must think you're Canadian. Does that matter, and did people comment on it, visitors from overseas and all this? Does it matter? It's a very Canadian question.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's funny actually because I was asked this a lot when I was first elected because I did a lot of media interviews.
Very start.
Press what? Start? Why? Why would you do this? You're asking for it.
What?
Look at your... Man. Look at all the scratches on your phone.
No, it was like this already.
No, it was not. That's why I told you right off the bat. You gotta get a cover because it's gonna end up like your iPhone. Shame, shame, shame. You didn't take a piece of tape. I have that cover thing. If you're able to have something sharp enough to cut it.
I'll just grab they have plastic ones. They're not that cool.
Yeah, I know, but it's really out of your way for like something that's like
mister,
fucking $5.
Did
you know?
you hear that? This is the sound of my steak cooking. It's too peppery for you.
Oh, that's goddamn.
What?
He's probably got a bunch of them.
What were we talking about?
The cover for your phone.
Oh, sure.
Like a plastic thing for your phone. That's okay. Literally, fucking makes me feel a lot better because it's not me.
What were we talking about a second ago?
Yeah, it's at least fucking you have someone there to fucking snap me back to what you were thinking or your train of thought was. Fucking, I stand there. I'm like, I feel like I'm having an absent seizure because my brain just flatlines. Walk upstairs, grab my computer. It says 3 viewing. I'm like, is there really 3 of you fucking sitting there watching nothing? You guys are fucking weird. Like,
it's like your TV. It's like, you know what? They have internet, but they don't have TV or whatever, so they watch your TV on internet.
Well, that's apparently a thing that they do now. All the hipster people.
Great for $279. They don't got.
Yeah. No, apparently people when the COVID thing and everyone was stuck at home. There's a bunch of people that fucking do stuff around the house together, and they all applaud each other when someone finishes like making the bed. Like,
It's in
very weird.
What fucking show is this?
Not good.
Dude, keep yourself busy.
Do it, yeah, getting things done with Dolores.
Getting things done with Dolores.
I'm like, oh my god, am I Dolores? I think I kind of am because Dolores is like kind of a badass. Like, even though she's like super annoying, like fucking uptight, like, oh, you really shouldn't do that. But then she's like a badass secretly, fucking, it's like Pam, fucking Archer, where she's like fucking in a fight club. She's like, how do you think I got this college?
Yeah. She got a fucking crazy tattoo.
She acted, she's part of the Yakuza.
Yeah.
And she's like, I fucked up with the Yakuza and now they're coming to kill me.
Well, I think I grabbed the pepperonis and mock chicken, so we're good for my sandwiches.
You know what? That's one of those things.
Put less meat too in the sandwich.
Okay.
Put less meat and smaller size. Less cheese.
The cheese is only because it's thick cheese. I don't have good knives to cut cheese.
Yeah.
Actually, as it's weird. Fucking the cheese cutter is a wire. It's
But
just like a wire on like
it's
a
kind
fucking
of
thing like
fine.
that.
The cheese I can control myself, but the meat I can't. If you put a bunch of meat in there, I'm eating the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
So put a little less, maybe.
I was doing 4 before, and now I'm doing 5. Because your bread's too big.
Do the small bread.
No, I'll just make them bigger. I'll roll them so they're fucking bigger.
Okay. But I mean,
Like that mean you were doing like the dynamics of your sandwich?
yeah, but make my sandwiches with the small bread and use the big bread at home.
Okay. At least until I get
That's a lot of fucking bread.
No, the plastic bags are making me fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I have to get the ones we got the last time, the blue top.
Yeah. That big boy. Big boy! You're making big money!
That's great.
Good boy.
Do you want me to cut you 2 of them so you have some for your nasty mashed potatoes?
Yeah, they're all for my mashed potatoes. But I need to put it in the plate though. But I don't want to put it in the older plate out here. So I'm just going to put it in the plate though. I'm so upset that I broke fucking the plate like this.
Oh, whatever.
Like me square plate, square plate.
Yeah, I get a lot of compliments on them. But,
how's you like my potatoes so far?
what? What do you mean how? I told you. They're like
Because,
the best potatoes I've literally ever had.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, they're not the best potato I ever cooked.
You know what? I have a bunch of people.
Fuck, where's my fuck?
Your what? Your fork.
My fuck.
Not on the plate? It's right down your plate.
No, that's not this one. This is dirty fuck.
Oh, in the butter.
It is. Okay.
The thing is burning. It's solid.
No, but it's fine.
Why did you turn it down?
No, it is down. That's 6. 5.5. 6, 5.5. One time, 2 times, 3 times. Oh. Mashed potato.
You know what? Now I know what my mom was fucking
Talking about.
when it comes to the plates. Because she wanted to like one day, I'm gonna have all matching plates. Like they're all gonna be the exact same and they're super pretty. I was like, okay, why does it fucking matter? It's a plate.
You know why it matters now.
Yeah, because all of them don't fucking fit on each other. So that's square plates.
Yeah, keep one.
Square plates are fucking just one more thing.
Want to rinse this? Because this one is dry. It's really hard to wash. I got stuff here. I figured. Stuff in it. Got my potato. Got my potato. And they are cold as fuck.
No, square fucking plates are fucking retarded. They don't fit in the microwave. They don't turn.
Oh, shit. Yeah. They go there. Microwave. Fucking go there and fucking.
What's so funny? A lot of the time when I start to freak out, you just freak out more and it makes me stop.
Is that what's called canceling each other out?
Valid.
Yes, cut timer, another 7 top D. You, boom! Look at this. Beautiful. You gotta be super bloody inside though. Super bloody!
It's really the drummer's pricing down at the goddamn. Maybe I started calling you goddamn again. Why did you know this then? Well, that's hard.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
What?
What? No, nothing. What? No, nothing.
Fucking weirdo.
Thank you. I'm applauding myself, saying thank you at the same time, taking the applause. Because I'm cooking a steak. Get it?
I didn't hear what you said.
I was giving me applause
Yeah.
and taking the applause at the same time. Thank you, while giving myself applause because I'm cooking a steak.
I hear that to myself all the time. I'm my like own biggest fan.
Yeah.
I think I'm hilarious.
You get it.
No, and like I tell a joke and I'm like, no one, nothing, not even
Nothing? Nobody?
Not a chuckle. That's okay. I think I'm funny.
Like you're just giving people you're just really stupid. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, like no, what do you call it? What time is it? Time to get a watch. Ha! And then
Oh,
people
today,
like,
Joe,
stare at
somebody
me.
said, hey, what time is it? It's like, about that time.
Yeah, and they just stare at you. I'm like, no, nothing. Okay.
Every time it's funny, because guys are like, oh, it's like, about that time, man. It's like 5 minutes later than earlier, and you know, fuck.
Whatever. I think I'm funny. That's all that matters.
We got funny. And smart, get over it.
Okay.
beautiful thing.
Dude, what would I fucking do without you? Just fucking cut my wrist and wake up and leave that.
You got it in the bathtub?
Huh?
Yeah. What? Not my bathtub. I don't want to use it.
No?
No, it's too risky. Fucking too risky. Too risky.
They're expensive. They're like $5 for a fucking small one.
Yeah, but $5 for my life. Buy a new one. Doesn't worth $5 to take a risk on my fucking eating rayon. That's straight up rayon, isn't it? Ah!
Chiropac, it's called. Non-toxic.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like, if I drink this whole thing, I'm gonna be okay?
No, you're gonna have indigestion. I mean, if it leaks, if your stuff and you eat it, you definitely should look it up.
The definition of what non-toxic is on an ice pack?
Yeah.
It looks broken. I don't know why not. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Cigarette shop.
Oh, you're right.
I don't know what that is. You're the guy with the ShamWow?
Yeah.
That beat up a hooker with the
Slap
jail?
chop.
He does that too. He does that one too. He's like, where's this? He's fucking crazy.
Well, fuck yeah. What the fuck is what I can see if I can use it? I don't know why I've never used it yet. There you go. Now you can get to the fucking microwave.
My steak looks like a sad face. It's got a red mouth that's unhappy. Looks like a whale that's unhappy to be cooked.
Smells like it's biting.
What?
What? Shove it in, shove it in.
2 minutes. Yeah. That was 1:30. Is that 2 minutes?
Hmm?
Was that 2 minutes?
You're going to start it.
No.
I just warned you guys.
Oh.
I'm going to take on a quarter of the outside.
Ben là.
Or hold on the inside a little bit.
Ben là. Oh, baby, squeak. Oh.
You. How about just cough? No better? I know you were going to go over there and fucking do it anyway.
No, I didn't care. It was matching with my. I want to fight? I'm good at that.
Yeah, not anymore.
I mean not anymore. That's not true. Never lose it. It just hurt after more that you did it. My moves are all still there. I'm not.
Tell everybody that you're not going to be a criminal anymore.
Yeah.
And you're like, I just try to pay for it. So I was like, why would
Yeah,
we
but
get
it's not true that I'm not going to be a criminal. I just make that people believe that. So if my people believe that, I need doing that for sure.
Yeah, but you know what? You're right to be cautious, though.
Very cautious.
There's so many people who are stealing now that people are looking a lot.
There's another guy in jail. He goes around PayPal a little bit and everything. And he was like, hey, you got some weed from this other guy the other day. I'm like, yeah. He's like, can you give me some weed? Thanks, please. I'm like, can you give me some weed if you want?
How much weed?
Huh?
How much weed?
I know. I know, we know. Because just to give me the money, like, you ask me for one more.
Because,
just
like,
give
I
me
give
the
him a
money.
fucking hard time with that. Where he was
No,
like,
like,
he's
he
not
said-
asking me. I'm like,
No, he
well.
said, you know which price I give it to you for? Just keep the rest of the money for in your pocket. Like, give me, if you ask me for one more ounce, just give me the other money. So it cost me $40 for an ounce. I charge $80.
Well, I can't remember what the fuck you said to somebody.
Like,
when you said something that Dom said all the fucking time. I think it was like you actually, like, fucking, oh, fuck. The Dom go-to thing, oh, fuck, fucking when I was negotiating at Cherry. Fucking, what did I say? Because she was like, well, I sell them for this much. And I told her I was selling them for 24 in the store. But I can't sell them in the store anymore because they're cracking down on the weed thing. So, like, fucking, she was like, I can't go any lower than 13, I think she said. And Dom was like, okay, well, I'm willing to negotiate, but fucking, I want to keep my shirt.
Right? Right?
I was like, Dom, you're fucking sometimes you too much. Like, he's such a fucking great negotiator.
like I want to negotiate her, but I don't want to keep my shirt. Oh. Forgot.
Well, he's really good at dealing with customers that are fucking.
That's a lot of
being
stripes,
difficult.
baby.
Well, some for your meat and some for your fucking. I'll put the rest in the bag and put it on the fucking lettuce. I'll put the salad.
Lettuce.
Whatever.
Lettuce salad. Lettuce salad. That's something French people argue about. Like, so you have to speak properly with the proper words, because when you say, "Oh, I want some salad," when you're talking about lettuce,
Yeah.
they're like,
They
it's
give you
not-
fucking
it's only-
what do you call it?
Like
Like spinach and shit. Or the lettuce with that fucking the weird leaves. Not romaine. What am I thinking?
iceberg.
Is it iceberg?
Yeah. It looks like a tutu.
Yeah. Fucking disgusting. But like they'll give you like a whole bowl of it, and like this is supposed to be mixed with other greens, like lettuces. Why would you have an entire
Hey.
fucking bowl of it?
Look at that.
Thank you.
Dance. Do I eat a Coke? Do I eat a Coke?
Yeah.
Well, I don't eat a Coke. Do I drink milk or do I drink a Coke?
Fuck you. I think milk for the Coke.
Filler.
Yeah.
That's a giant fucking piece of meat. My God.
Honestly, this would be a time to have for you to have a beer. Like it would be nice if we got like
Have a
beers.
what?
A beer.
I don't like beer.
I know, but I like Alexander Keys.
I would like having like twisted tea. Like something
Ew,
like
really?
that.
I
No,
fucking
but
hate
something like that.
Like Long Island iced tea, but twisted teas they have like
Seriously, I would like to have a Ryan Ginger fucking out.
on top of coffee what?
Yeah. Well,
Because you're about to walk upstairs with a bag of milk.
No, without this.
Oh. No, I used to fucking drink twisted teas when I would go out clubbing. And I remember fucking, I would drink them at, back when everybody was drinking 40s.
But the one at SAQ there actually have a little vodka in it. And it's not.
No, I used to get them from Gunawake.
It's not
I used to get them from the bootlegger. So we go there after
Can you
hours.
Give me a knife that cuts very well for my steak. No, I don't need the scissors. Just need the knife you're gonna give me for my steak. I'm gonna open the milk with that.
This is really sharp.
No. Careful. I have a knife in mind. And it's right here. In my desk. You know, this one is still tapped.
Sorry.
Hey, if you don't oblige me with the fucking knife, I'm gonna bring back my lighter to this conversation.
Oh, I hope it's not gonna be a long fucking period.
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
That's probably why I'm fucking super staffy right now. That's probably why I was super angry today.
Kids, look at my dead animal here.
Yeah. Oh, God. Hate watching you eat meat. Ugh.
That looks like a rosé beef.
No, it does actually. Looks really pretty.
Look at that. Oh my god. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yep. And you know what? It's not that peppery.
Well, that's why I don't like the other ones. Like they've got way too much peppercorns in them.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, well, to me that they do that to probably cover up bad meat.
Yeah, but no, we steak
No, that's
lover.
true. A lot of fucking people like to put a shit ton of spices on their food. I just don't really
But
get it.
steak lover like me, I really like pepper on my steak.
Because you are a pepper.
Don't get pepper down.
People used to get offended by that, but not anymore.
The fuck text me.
Now if you call them
Jake.
Oh yeah, because I asked Tamara for the pogs and my book back, and I told her, I was like, it's really not so much about the pogs. Like if you don't have them anymore, it's more about the book, and I'll even come get it if it's out of your way. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but like, I explicitly said that I would like the book back, and I told her that when I gave her the pogs, I'm like, if I find someone to buy them, I'll fucking take them back to you. But if you
He's
have
like, oh, I hope you're good, whatever. I just want to send in a picture of the picture he sent to Derek.
You know what? We really gave them the benefit of the doubt. And you know what? We ended up being very much right about our judgment and fucking good riddance. Like, hope you guys fucking everything works out for you guys, but I don't want them around. Like, I didn't do anything to you, but I don't want you to fucking feel like I'm fucking disrespecting you without me even knowing that I've upset you in some way. Like, because eventually I'm gonna say something the wrong way to her, and she's gonna fucking get a vendetta.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I don't want to fucking deal with that nonsense shit. I have no reason, like fucking, I'm not scared of her, but fucking, there's no reason to have a problem with me at this point. So I'm just nicely, I'm not asking for the jacket back. I just hope she doesn't be like, oh, so what? I get all the makeup back I gave you and shit. Like, I'm just telling her, like, yeah, sure. If you want to do it like that, fine. Like, I'll give you literally every fucking thing you gave me back. But hopefully she does not do that.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not asking for everything back. It's not the jacket and we gave her a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Like, and it's fine, but it's
Just those things.
just those two things. Like, I told her, I was like, yeah, I was kind of upset that I gave those away. But, like, if you don't have them, it's not a big deal. It's more about the book. Like, and if she wasn't going to say anything, like, then I just would have fucking...
I was going to be upset if you give the other one. This one I didn't care that much.
No, because Minnie wants to buy the pogs. Really wants to buy the pogs. I was like, really? He's like, it's sentimental. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, then fucking, I'll try to get them back for you. Like, because only those slammers I could find that are valuable. And cards, it's like, only if they're signed or defective, but like not defective that they're
Right.
They have to be like fucking, because a lot of fucking third party places fucking made fucking random little sets of cards that are fucking not even worth 5 cents. Like, they're too easy to copy. And then you have to spend $15 to get them minted. Each one is $15. Like, it's too much. Like, fucking, it's not worth it to me.
Look at you.
And turn something that was $1
Look at you,
and now
look
it's like
at this.
$9. Woohoo.
Look at you. Look at this. What's this? Chew it. Chew it.
Ah,
Fucking swallow
I'm
this.
gonna inhale it. What are you talking about?
I did the same thing with my steak. I can't fucking blame them.
I know. That's what I figured.
See, that's perfect. Jelly steak. Perfect.
At least you get the fucking one day off.
Huh?
At least you get one fucking day off.
Yeah. Derek told me, so how was your day off?
Exhilarating.
Yeah.
When partied it up. Like, I didn't go on a fucking trip anywhere if that's what fucking you're asking. Not going to Germany or fucking my kids' competitions.
Can't help it, baby.
What?
We're not going
That's okay. Am I complaining?
Oh, look at you, huh?
Oh,
now
yeah, I
you're
know.
looking
He turns
pretty.
into a fucking canine cop.
Yeah, now you're looking pretty. But I gave you the last piece of my steak.
We're lucky you get anything.
You're lucky to get any fucking steak. Have a big puppy. Oh, one sip too much milk. Oh, baby, thank you for the food.
You eat your own food.
But no, you were there with me. And you cut.
See, like, that's what's normal. I don't have to be like, so how was it? Was it really good? And you're like, yeah, thank you. Every
Could have
fucking
been cooked a
time.
little more, though.
It's what?
Could have been cooked a little more.
Yeah, but it was burnt on the outside.
No, that's it.
You need the iron.
Yeah. I feel much better right now. Like, so fucking.
Oh, it's super cool. It's like your eyes, the black circles in your eyes go away almost instantly.
That's fucking crazy.
It is very odd. And your fucking energy comes back almost right fucking away. As you're eating, you can see like the color come back in your face. It's very odd.
I watched a documentary that Arnold Schwarzenegger, in collaboration with Jackie Chan, with collaboration with the Navy SEAL, with collaboration of Olympic champions, in collaboration of like martial artists that are master and all that, and they just to the topic to the fact that all the strongest ones are vegetarian. Kind of weird because they get their energy a different way, so they're just like capable of using their energy in the long time span. Because you always eat to get the protein that you get when I eat meat. I eat one steak. I'm good for 2 days.
Yeah, but they probably eat fish. They probably eat
No. They like the one they were explaining, but they eat constantly. Are eating fucking greens and this and that.
Yeah, not only that, they get theirs fresh every day.
Yeah. So it's just. I eat a steak. I'm good for 2 days. I could just not eat for a day and a half now. Because I'm actually okay.
Yeah, no, that makes fucking a lot of sense though. Like, but I don't know.
And they ask the guys how are you strong like an ox without
feel
eating
like
meat? It's
because
did you
your
ever
body-
see an ox eating meat?
Yeah, but your body can adapt to whatever diet you like. Kind of adjust it to. Like, fucking, there was this lady who was trying to argue with me that her dog's a vegetarian. And I was like, oh, okay, well, kind of really not in their nature. And she was like, oh, did you know that oldest dog in history was actually vegetarian? Look it up. I was like, okay, I believe you. Like, and I'm not saying it's like not possible to have a dog that's a vegetarian. I'm just saying it goes against all of their genetics. And like, it's just any animal, any living thing, even plants, when they're fucking dying off rather than going extinct, they fucking will adapt into a new fucking something so that they survive. What?
You're living your life.
I told you every night, fucking for the past like 4 days, 5 days.
I can barely hear it yet. I'm not even sure you can notice it.
No, I noticed it. It's only Demi Moore.
Really?
Oh my God.
I don't know. The only time I watch a movie with Demi Moore? Yeah, I watched them in French.
The army movie.
Yeah, Jane.
Yeah,
Jane.
G.I. Jane. I like that
Great
one.
fucking movie. But I was like, that time to show, because she wanted to show that a woman could do that too to the real world. So she wanted to do the casting, and she did it.
Yeah, but you know what?
She did it.
It's glamorizing it.
Yes.
Like, but it's something that is a real thing that actual women have to go through. And a lot of women fucking just deal with the men in the fucking army who are fucking. Apparently, at one point, the base that is Kingston,
Yeah.
Fairleigh Dickinson was having a problem where the people living on the army base would go out to the bars around the base in their uniforms and get fucking wasted.
Yeah.
And girls kept fucking getting sexually assaulted from fucking the guys that they even fucking worked at the base with. But it was happening off base in the bars, and they said the army base wasn't doing anything about it, and it was the bars that were like, if you're in uniform around here, you can't be here.
Wow.
Like, and fucking, because all the fucking every fucking military guy was fucking trying to rape fucking military girls, and they're like, why isn't your army base doing anything about this? And they're like, that's fucking, they don't actually give a shit about the women.
I started.
That's the thing. Like, you do a movie like that, and it's not necessarily to change that shitty thing from happening. It's more fucking because you're making money off of glamorizing it, not actually bothering to actually get that problem fixed. So.
Oh yeah.
You're still eating. No, thank you. Yeah.
Hey, you're still eating. Don't you want me fat?
Well, no, you just said you drank too much milk. I don't want to curl everything up.
Yeah, but it's like the milk and the liquid and the solid don't go in the same spot.
Fucking the 8 pizza pockets, $9.
Right, yeah.
$9
For 8 pizza pockets? That's not bad. It's $1 a pizza pocket.
That doesn't sound fucking right to me.
No, I know, but I mean, compared to usually $6 for 3,
Yeah.
6 something.
Well, no, that's what the pizza pockets are. $6 for 3, and then $9 for 8.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I said. I was like, someone's fucking either maybe my math isn't right because my math is a lot of the time has been wrong, but I don't think that adds up.
Butternut. 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 Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I work during Canada Day.
Can you imagine if New York City was like, we're canceling Independence Day because we can't afford it? Can you imagine? Imagine.
We'll make a movie no one did.
Oh no, there'd be fucking rioting. People would fucking start burning buildings and shit. Like, there would be a national tragedy. Like,
Ooh, they are a little spicy. There's a little pepperoni. Very little coffee. I wasted.
yeah. Because I've tried in the past making iced coffee in a container and it just sits there for like a year.
No, but I will fucking drink it. You've been done in the past when? Not with me.
Yes. Yeah, I've sat in the back and I put it in.
But why didn't I know this?
Go on, try it. I'll put it in the fucking mason jar.
You think it works?
We'll see tomorrow.
So let's try this. Tomorrow morning, I will drink some coffee and I will have it left over, and you will put the leftover into this in the fridge. And when I come back, give me a nice coffee made out of that.
Sure.
And we'll see if it's good. We do that. If it's not, it's like, the fuck did we do that? And that's it. How it's gonna go.
Oh, you don't know until you fucking try it. So.
I'm trying to be cheap. I'm finding ways to be.
I keep saying that recently, where I'm just kind of like, people need to start learning how to do. So even if you do the wrong thing, do something.
This is how you build the most the most popular thing, like the light bulb. The guy invented the light bulb. He found 99 ways how not to make a light bulb. Because the first 99 times the fucking thing exploded, fucking like shit like that. Like no, 99 first try he did was what you do?
Because I don't have a cat for it. I'm not fucking David Drew gonna find a fucking cat.
That was very, very like fit. Like fit.
That's what she did.
Ha
I'm very funny.
ha. Very exactly.
No, I saw this thing. It was even if it was fake though, it was an experiment, a social experiment of this chick. She's standing on the street and she's not paying attention. She's got a really short dress, and some guy goes up behind her and with his phone and takes a picture under her dress and walks away. Like 10 people said nothing, and we're just like giving him this stare, and like people are walking away and they're like shaking their head. One girl who fucking like is walking past, she sees and she fucking completely turns around and she goes, "Hey, give me the phone." Like, and I was like, fuck yeah. Like, even if that's fucking fake, I guarantee you that happens all the fucking time. Like, if you see something fucked up, other than do nothing, like,
Watch TV?
why not?
Okay, watch TV. One episode, baby!
Okay. I'm having an episode.
You're having an episode?
No. Maybe a hormonal one.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Uh-oh.
getting crampy.
She's
cramps.
having an episode.
And I'm gonna explain why I was fucking feel all the feels today.
Oh, baby.
Okay, you're home. It's fine.
Oh, that's funny.
What?
Look. Go. Where's my
Oh yeah. My boyfriend lives in
I'm gonna go watch the Squid Game.
Okay.
I'm leaving my dirty plate there.
Everyone's fucking talking about it.
Well, because it's the second season, part 2.
No.
Because there's a huge cliffhanger in the second season.
Oh, that's terrible.
It is terrible, which I love.
I hate it.
You know it. You fucking know
I
it.
don't even understand. It's like your fucking way of like abusing yourself.
No, on top of that's bad, they put so much effort into it. Like, they're really good actors and they're really trying hard. But it's bad.
Oh, isn't that weird when fucking people are trying hard at the thing that they do and get paid for?
Here, you want this?
No, I want a cigarette though.
Oh, you want to say it?
Even though
Dang.
my fucking throat probably hurts. That's why my throat's doing it, because I've been smoking a significant amount more of cigarettes.
Oh, baby. Yeah, my throat hurt because I've been smoking gel cigarette.
Ugh.
You smoke tiny little fucking pinner, it's mostly paper. So you take a puff of like a little fucking tobacco.
Fury?
Like, I can understand if you're there for a long sentence and you roll yourself tiny little paper so it lasts you longer, but that dude, we're here like we're a day.
Okay, Fury's dad was moving out with his girlfriend, and he was like, "Oh, but don't worry, I got you a roommate, my friend Jerry, who just got out of jail." Jerry was the grossest fucking human being on the fucking planet. Like, the couch. I was like, "Are you taking the couch?" He goes, "We looking at it?" He goes, "Nah. Because you could see an outline of where Jerry sat. He used to roll his cigarettes with envelope paper. Jerry was like, "If you want, I bring his papers if you want that." He goes, No. This is why he's in jail, because the top is the sticky part. And I was like, "You're like a
What
fucking."
are you talking about? You don't like who writes you in jail? That's the only way you get envelopes. Somebody writes you.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't get envelopes in jail.
You probably used to get a lot of envelopes because it was the only way you can correspond with people. Now you have phones and internet and shit, so you probably got a lot more letters back then.
It's a public phone you use for corresponding with people. That or mail.
Yeah, but now you even use fucking internet in jail. Like fucking Khalil when he was in jail for
Yeah,
fucking
because he
constantly on his phone.
That's
Pictures
because
on his
somebody-
Facebook of his
he
jail
got-
cell. I was
he
like,
got-
what?
he got
No,
stolen his
because
shoes.
he is fucking so connected in jail that
Yeah,
he fucking
okay.
literally is.
Yeah, they have some guards that bring them stuff.
Oh no, he had it all day long too. It's not like for like, oh, you make a phone
You know
call
how
and then
they
we come
charge
back.
it? You know how they charge it?
A battery?
No, they plug it and then they kind of like inverse the poles of the battery, directly plug in the fucking plug. It charges the battery instantly.
Ah, nifty! That's very cool.
They do it too long, it explodes.
Yeah, well, that's
Starts
like
a
my
fire.
phone. Or like if I plug my phone with my computer wire, it charges it super fast. It's probably not good for the battery. Even though fucking batteries are just fucking retarded. All batteries. Fucking. Those humming batteries are
Yo, you're good. I'll drop off your girl's book soon as I'm free. So he's gonna come by at some point. I'll answer him tomorrow. It's a late text anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll be good. I'll
You
be.
said not the pogs though?
I didn't read the message because
Oh.
it's like a cell phone and the pods.
Okay.
So I don't know, but we see because
That'd be cool if I could
we have
solve it.
iPhones, so you can see when I read the
There you
text.
go. I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
But then people are like, "You're ghosting me." I'm like,
I'm okay
"No,
with the
I just don't care."
messenger. You can see if I read your text on Messenger. You know? It's like you send me a pigeon. I grab your text on the pigeon goes back. You know I got your text because the pigeon went back. The messenger pigeon.
Yeah, no, but people get super fucking offended
my
if you don't
text,
answer them right away.
Like I like that to have privacy to look at who calls.
Yeah, but like,
without
fucking,
them knowing.
I don't even understand why people get so fucking offended over fucking me not answering fucking within the hour. Like, cause I'm fucking busy. That's why.
Yeah, so I had a reputation of I do not answer.
I answer if I know that you're expecting for
What
me
the
to
fuck is
answer
that?
and you're waiting on me for me to answer.
Oh yeah, this one is this one.
What?
Fucking lights here.
I know. I do. I still fucking haven't figured out the lights, and
Me
I fucking
too.
turn on the wrong ones all the time. Like, cause they're stupid. There's too many. They all don't fucking line up. It makes me crazy.
Oh yeah, that makes it crazy.
Cat. So it's like fucking 5 minutes to figure out what fucking hot water is.
I love you so much.
I know. I love you too. I'm so crazy though.
I haven't fucking had for a while. Watch my stupid Squid game. So, whatever.
Squid Game?
Squid Game.
Oh, God's fucking show.
I sound like a Korean when I think about it because they talk, and huh? They do, huh? You rip me off, huh?
Kind of, eh?
I always say that. Huh? And they go like this with their head. Huh? I was like, fuck, I do that.
I don't actually know really many Koreans, I don't think.
Well, they have to be South Korean because South Korean doesn't get out of the country.
Ouch, wacky, man.
That is what I've been told in
Yeah,
Toronto
that's
when
what
I
I
met
did
my
too.
first South Korean.
Oh, yeah?
And he's like, yeah, I'm Korean. I'm like, oh, you're Korean from North Korea or South Korea? He's like, ha, funny. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm from South Korea. Nobody gets out in North Korea. I was like, holy shit.
Oh my
I
God.
was like, wow, this is no rumors and stuff. It's like, no, over there is a dictatorial. Nobody gets out. It's fucked up.
It's like here.
Yeah, but in South Korea, it's capitalism that like it's like in the United States, you drink Johnny Walker when you do business like crazies. Like for them to do business, you have to be comfortable and you have to be honest. So to be honest, you get fucking wasted on Johnny Walker. So you get glasses big like this, and you chug a bunch of fucking Johnny Walker.
That's why
And
Donald Trump doesn't drink alcohol.
Yeah. Your
So that he's always in control and
Yeah.
doesn't make bad decisions.
Yeah.
That's so smart. He is so much cooler than everybody fucking about me. Like, and it's so cool that he just doesn't say anything. That is the coolest people I know. And the more people fucking talk shit about them and want to make sure that everybody knows, don't trust that person, they're a bad person. The more people do that, the more the person is like, sure, okay.
It's
I
like
guess.
when the people they think you're a cop or something, then to prove that you're not, you have to like do drugs and incriminate yourself. But is that not a bad thing? Like I'm proving you that I can incriminate myself? Like this is stupid.
No, it's like it's fucking juvenile too. It's like you're fucking.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, but I already cut it. Just don't eat all of it.
I can't help myself.
I don't have enough bags, so
Are you putting that back in the bag?
I can't put it back in the bag. It'll get all hard and crusty. It's just because they're thinner.
Fine. Don't make me find my
You don't
sandwich.
have to. No, it's a super small sandwich.
Okay. But I might not even get to that sandwich. That's what I'm saying.
Share with Cody or something.
But if he eats his wife's sandwich. His wife's sandwich. I look at his sandwich. I'm like, hey, dude, did your sandwich get bigger because Madison makes me like jumbo sandwiches? And he looks at me and he's like, yeah. And I have difficulty eating that.
And you know what? The more I remember her, I'm like, oh fuck, now I remember who the fuck she is. Now I remember why it was so awkward at the dollar store because I was like, oh fuck, I do remember her actually. Like, she was one of Chelsea's friends.
So.
Oh yeah, and they used to karaoke on the other side of the fucking PJs.
Okay, my show, so I can come. I can go to bed soon. I'm like addicted.
Yay! That's because I'm your new drug. Hey! No. No, you got a bunch of stuff. Stop it.
Yeah. You got enough.
Don't start, baby. Oh, don't throw your shit. Okay. Turn off my radio.
Huh?
Turn off the radio. Because it's really loud. Are we done? Oh, your keyboard, yeah. No, what? Yeah, your keyboard. I thought it wasn't letting me get out of the fucking page. I just needed to use it for the escape button one time.
What's that phone number?
Mariev's sister, in case they're fucking... I have to go looking around for Dirk again, because... What? Oh, yeah, okay. Another fucking dom? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Fucking too many. Too many fucking doms.
Yeah, but she's the second oldest, you know.
I met her. She's super nice.
She is super fucking nice. She's a big pothead.
Cool. Then me and her will get along really well. No, I didn't. Because it was when Phil had a seizure.
You know those Zeus fucking thing that looks like wolf but got floppy ears?
Oh, like a Malamute.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite kinds of dogs. They're super lazy. What?
I wish I wasn't hungry when I go there, and I got the food not to eat it.
What?
Prison food?
Oh.
I wish I could eat here before I leave, and not have to eat over there.
Well, you might fucking bring food with drugs in there or something.
No, it's just fucking very, very cheap ass fucking.
Like, even like vending machines would be fucking great or something.
Vending machine would be much better than what they give.
Yeah, but like, they could even fucking make money. Like, fucking, why would they not already do that? You know, whip money at each other, fucking shove it in someone's face, make them choke on it. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do to change?
Why?
Cause he's funny. No. You're gonna rip my dress. Get down.
Hey.
Be a good boy. What? What?
The mouse was moving, and it's now not moving.
Plug it, unplug it, plug it back in.
Ah, get it up.
fucking funny.
That's funny.
There you go. How hard was that?
It was hard enough.
Whatever. It's just funny. It's like the fucking height of you complaining. You're like, do I whine? I'm like, no, literally never. You're like, do I complain? I'm like, no, I literally never complain.
I do. Like right now.
Yeah, but it's over things that like you're not actually complaining because like you're not a fucking moron. Can't just eat jerky and milk.
You have an ad blocker on my Opera.
Well, if there is an ad blocker on my Opera, then I did not install it. It came pre-installed. Like,
And I didn't install it.
yeah, I know that, but like, it's just fucking our internet is so censored that they can fucking make it, my internet browser apparently just not function to the point where I get it set up and switch back to Chrome so they can keep pushing me more ads. If they're even willing to skip ads just because they're relative to fucking somewhere Middle East. I was like, wow. You guys will literally like stop my browser from working because I'm not fucking getting ads pushed to me. Maybe I'll noodles. Yeah. Noodles. Oof. That is a knife. Do not eat that. Okay, fuck off. Go do something. Go do something. Go see daddy. Go see. Go see. I'm going up in a second anyway. Go. Here. Oh. Go show this to daddy. Go. Go. Good boy. Go on. Go. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Come on, go upstairs. Sure. Go. Here. Go see daddy. You're a fucking pest, man. Whiskey Bear, you're a pain in the booty.
Pain in the butt. Pain in the butt.
Here's the thermos.
Huh?
Where's your thermos?
What?
Thermos in your bag?
My thermos.
What are we doing with it?
Oh, my coffee cup?
Yeah.
It's on the rack.
Yeah, what is in here called gross?
What?
Ugh.
What is it?
I don't know. It's all sticky icky. That's why you put a towel, paper towel at the bottom.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, should do that.
Oh, fucking.
But the peach juice is so far on my neck. Ah! Oh no! drunk everything. Oh no, I did. For fuck's sake.
What? Oh, just slide it into a big one.
Hey, that's so fucking smart. I was like desperate. I was gonna cry.
Pretty much figured it out.
Huh?
I'm very good at figuring it out.
Stop up, Mark. Life is so fucking cruel.
Isn't it like cruel?
Yes, yeah, life's cruel. Yeah.
Okay. Ugh. What?
It tastes like peaches, but you know the ones that are not that good on the tree.
I think it does taste like peaches. Like fucking grape never actually tastes like a grape.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking same with like a raspberry. Like that's not even relatively close to what a raspberry tastes like.
And the blue raspberry stuff, like what the fuck is this supposed to be? Like, is there actually blue raspberry growing?
Probably.
around the
You know
wild?
what? Kaylin got a blueberry bush that was pink lemonade, but Fury mowed over it. She even put like a little fucking thing on top of it to mark where it is, and he still fucking mowed over it.
I'm still eating.
We got the munchies. Did I get the teriyaki one or the original?
Original, but now it's product of the United States.
Yeah, you know what? I just think it's really funny that, so I guess it's no longer people stealing, which is making prices go up. Now it's just Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Like that's a big ass fucking T to fucking have to go reprint all your shit for everything that you put a ginormous T on. Be like, oh, it's Trump fucking terrorist fucking. That's why it's so expensive. Like, yeah. When you fucking start lying about shit, maybe you just like stick to one line. Like, you start doing lie after lie after lie, it kind of becomes obvious that you're full of shit. Like, every time you do it, I fucking twitch just slightly.
That makes it perfect.
Here.
What?
Freezer.
You know that's our Kit Kat.
Yeah, I know. I melted and then I put it back in the freezer.
Suck.
I know. There. Paper towel.
Yeah, you got those.
It's fucking ridiculous.
That's toilet paper we bought.
The
We
big
still
paper towel was like $30. Well, like $30. Like
for how many rolls?
the big one. Like the big toilet paper, but for paper towels. And I'm just like, you know what? $20 is expensive. Now you're gonna tell me that thing is $30. Like, because you know what? I'm assuming it's just because like they think that the amount of fucking new people here, no one's gonna fucking notice. Like, some of us fucking have always lived here and have always done groceries, and I know what the fucking price of groceries are.
Yeah.
Like, because you guys suck at your job, you're gonna be like, oh, it's not our fault. No, it is your fault. You guys don't know how to fucking do your job, and you just go, man, he's bullying us. Everyone, China had tariffs. They figured it out. Mexico had tariffs. They also cooperated.
Yeah.
Seems like fucking.
Russia had fucking tariffs.
And everybody is right away. They were like, oh, well, we don't want to fuck with Trump. Like, so let's cooperate. And Canada's like, man, he's bullying us. Like, okay, maybe you're being fucking difficult.
We want privacy.
Yeah. Canada wants my money. What do you mean Canada wants my money? I don't know. Internet money. Canada wants my money. Like,
Print my money. I want the internet money.
fucking, like, you know? Trump is really not hard to fucking get along with, honestly.
Like, you like him.
And yeah, and he's really someone that you want to be friends with. So he's not someone you want to fucking starts fucking going back and forth with, especially if you don't even know how to do the fucking job in the first place. You know what? I still go back to the fucking my ants comparison. Cardi looks at us like we're fucking ants. Like, fucking, it's really easy for me to get an ant trap, and I know that they're gonna go eat poison and bring it back to their home, and they're all gonna eat poison and die. That's a lot easier than me squishing them one by one, and I don't have to feel that. I know they're dying still, but I don't have to feel that because I don't have to see it. Like,
yeah, I squish them one by one. One by one. Like, I'm sorry, and like, fucking.
yeah, but you know what? For like a little while, I'll try to throw them outside.
But it's a colony. I mean, the queen's just gonna make another one.
Yeah, so now figure out where else you're gonna do it. That you're not all gonna die.
Yeah, stop sending your minions here. And killing a bee is something else. But you don't do that. They pollinize, they're their own little creature. A hive mind is something very different.
No, but that's what Courtney feels is fucking little ants. That's why whenever they fucking get like called out for something that they should be getting in trouble for, they go it's the nervous chuckle thing that they do.
There are Stanley Kubrick books.
The what?
The Stanley Kubrick.
Oh.
The one that was The Shining.
Oh.
He did also
The Shining?
Yeah.
I thought that was what's his face? Stephen King.
Was it Stephen King? The Shining?
No, maybe not because his books. He has books, not movies.
Yeah, but it was a book. There was something else.
The one with fucking isn't
But he did the ants.
Here's Johnny.
For me, like ants.
Ants the movie, like the
No. He did ants. It's like it's kind of that, but it's like a little civilization. That's like they're ants, and they're just having like collaboration as being ants and stuff. And you got the celestial being that are just fingers.
Yeah.
They're like just little kid playing in the field because they're fucking ants and they're freaking out. And it's just to show how a civilization would freak out with having another being, not knowing what it is. And it's just like the fingers, like whatever it is, like the celestial being is just a finger. This thing is a giant fucking finger because they're so small they can't even see the head.
I was never like that as a kid. I never killed ants as a kid.
No, I never killed anything as a kid.
Apparently, a lot of kids did
Just
that. For
bugs.
fun.
They have bugs that comes. Yeah,
Pulling legs off of Daddy Long Legs.
the other kids at the foster care, they were killing frogs and.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was bad, man.
I love frogs. I used to steal. Me and Kayla used to take them from the beach and we'd bring them home. We'd go to Oka. We'd hide them in the back and we lost one in the car. Never found it.
Good baby.
I need fucking scissors. Can't open these. The blue scissors were down here for a while. I looked under there. They're not there anymore. Maybe I chucked them in the sink. I don't know. I'm not fucking doing it. Oh, I know where there's some.
In your backpack?
Yes, sir. My buddy. They fucking save me all the time.
I got one open and the other one's a little hole. All my bones are killing me right now.
My knees fucking. I don't know what the fuck's
I
going
think
on.
I'm gonna skip the episode.
Oh, my knees hurt so much recently. It's like fucking radiating heat.
Okay, I feel like I went and got the H1N1 vaccine.
Ah! COVID shot.
No, not the COVID shot. The other flu shot.
Influenza?
No, I H1N1.
Oh, I don't think I got that one.
I didn't get any of them. I didn't get any fucking vaccine at all. No, I mean not the one in school.
Good. Idiot. Nothing.
Did you spill your bowl?
No. Almost. Oh, this is a fucking bad idea. Well, I might be fucking leaving in like 6 months, so. Phoebe. Oh no.
Whiskey.
Wanna go outside? Oh no. Oh, right. Groff, you're gross. Ugh, gross. Rob. What's there? Rubber bone. Rubber bone. What's there? Ah! Fucking idiot. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're eating. Oh my god. Oh. Ow. Fucker.